Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Falling into the Ditch. At the Academy of Sciences of the People's Revolutionary League, Main Yang, or Yang Hui, our protagonist, walked out of the gate under the escort with a tired face. Alice, these old guys, can't I take a break? I finally got a vacation, but I was dragged back to the laboratory again. Yang Hui cursed while driving. He is the youngest winner of the Honorary Science Award of the People's Revolutionary League and the most outstanding Ms. researcher in the People's Revolutionary League. He went to the International Federal University for exchange and study under the tutelage of Professor Ralph Elfman, a world-renowned scientist, and gained a lot in knowledge and research. And, hey, beep beep beep. The PDA rang. Yang Hui picked it up and saw that it was the lovely girl he had been missing for a long time, and he answered the call without hesitation. Lisa, what's wrong? Can't I call you if nothing happens? I haven't contacted you for a few days. Isn't there anything I can do? Those old men said there were only a few minor issues, but, you know. Stop it, Hui, don't tell me about this kind of confidential information. Although I plan to change my nationality, I am still a member of AEU now. Okay, but Lisa, won't Professor Elfman let me go? No, the professor's research has reached a critical period, and Billy has been called back. The professor said that I can leave, but there is a condition. What condition? Just say it. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will. The professor said I can leave, and bring you back. Sorry, dear, I didn't say anything. Are you kidding? The vacation of less than half a month that I have accumulated for a long time has been wasted by the old men in the laboratory. Now I have to be pulled back again. Is this acceptable? Besides, caring about Lisa's vacation is just shameless. Ugh. A free and romantic world for two. With Professor Elfman's personality, it would be a miracle if he could leave the laboratory if he returned. As for Lisa, just work hard for your future husband. Anyway, you have several times more vacation time than me. I knew it. Forget it. When are you going to come back? Lisa asked with concern. Although she had no vacation time, she was just a battlefield forecaster and would not stay in the laboratory for a long time. She could wait for her boyfriend to come back and accompany her. In 2 days, I promise to go see Sergei when I come back during this vacation. If I break my promise again, I'm afraid I won't dare to go out on the street. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Well, wait for me, Moitrovert. Who wants to wait for you? Click. After the communication ended, Yang Hui put down the PDA with a lewd smile, laughed, and drove towards the destination. Q-Joe, are you on the phone with Malin again? Asked the timid man with the brown hair. He had his hair in a high ponytail, wore a white coat, and wore glasses. He was knowledgeable and cultured, but he was a little shy in front of the woman. Yes, we finally got in touch today. The woman smiled slightly, as if the sun was brighter, and the sweet smell spread in the air. The woman's name was Lisa Q-Joe, and she was Yang Hui's fiancée. The two had agreed to get married after graduation, and they were both students of Professor Elfman. The man was Billy Katajiri, who was also a student of Professor Elfman, and was called the future scientific twins by the professor. The other one was naturally Yang Hui. In this sweet and sticky atmosphere, Billy Katajiri felt endless sadness, because he fell in love with Lisa Q-Joe the first time he saw her, and then she was snatched away by his best classmate and competitor. Not only that, he had to eat dog food here, so, too envious. Q-Joe, you're here too. Professor Elfman, is the experiment over? Well, the first phase is over, right? The second phase requires that bastard Meyer to participate. Q-Joe, call him quickly. You can use any honey trap, any self-torture trap, just call him back. Oh. Hearing this, Lisa Q-Joe was very upset. The world-renowned scientist, the highly respected Ralph Elfman, was so shameless. Is this the madness of scientists? Ahem, Professor, I'm leaving first. I have an appointment with Katie for lunch. Wait. Before she could stop him, Lisa Q-Joe had already run away, leaving Billy Katajiri alone in the wind. Professor. Huh? Why are you still here? Then I'll leave? Billy Katajiri wanted to cry but had no tears. He had just been seriously injured by the sweet attack, and now he was ignored by the most respected teacher. Woohoo, I want to cry. TT, forget it, just use it. Billy, calculate the data with me again. When that bastard Meyer comes back, we will start the second stage directly. Billy Katajire's heart was broken. Not only was he abandoned, but he had just escaped from the 3-day and 3-night hell of the laboratory. Now he had to go back? He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Professor Elfman, who was over 50 years old, didn't know where he got the strength. He grabbed Billy Katajiri by the back of his collar and dragged him into the laboratory. Yang Hui drove to a lake. This was the meeting place he and Sergei agreed to meet. Seeing that Sergei hadn't come yet, Yang Hui fell into thinking. It's 2303 now. There are still 4 years before the plot begins. I don't know if, celestial being, will find me. After all, I am the ace pilot and genius scientist of the original Revolutionary League. There is no reason for him to look down on me. Yang Hui is not a native of this world. He is a time traveler from the blue planet. Originally, he was modifying the newly assembled Gundam at home, intending to show it off online and show off to his good friends, but he didn't know what happened. The night was suddenly illuminated by a bright white light, and then, nothing happened. When Yang Hui woke up, he found himself traveling to the world of Gundam, and he was still a baby. A standard protagonist template, both parents died, and he was adopted by his parents' life and death comrades, the Smirnov family, since he was a child. Yes, you read it right, it's Uncle Shuang, Sergei Smirnov's family, and he became Uncle Shuang's younger brother who is 16 years younger. Lisa Kyujo, the future, celestial being, battlefield forecaster Emperor Noriega, also became his fiancée under his insertion. Professor Ralph Elfman is his teacher, Billy Katajiri is his good friend, and Katie Mannequin is Lisa Kyujo's best friend, and he is also familiar with her. From this point of view, except for the celestial being part, half of the important characters in the Gundam plot are his acquaintances. This start is simply a dream. Of course, as a standard configuration for time travelers, he naturally also has a system, but, except for a monkey version panel that shows his attributes, there is only the task panel left. The Novus gift package is still very powerful. As soon as he arrived, he was given a strengthening potion, which made his qualities in all aspects reach the limit of human beings. There is also a skill of sea-level misdriving technology, which made him have the level of an elite pilot in the Gundam world from the beginning. With his unremitting efforts, he has now reached B, and he has fought back and forth with Sergei, and even has a certain advantage. The most important things should be said 3 times. There is also a skill of misdesign proficiency. This makes Yang Hui very happy. A well-known Gundam is good, but how can it be better than a body designed by yourself? Although it is only proficient, there is no problem in designing a 3rd-generation Gundam in the new world. If you can reach the master level, Yang Hui can guarantee that he will design the final Quantum full blade for you now. If there is enough technical knowledge support, it is not impossible to design a Super Series Godstick body. And now Yang Hui's task is simple and clear, which is to join the Celestial Being organization. The mission reward was even more confusing. 1 construction opportunity. What construction opportunity? Where should I go to build what? I don't understand it at all. At least give an explanation, right? Ahem, back to the point. The initial mission at the beginning made him at a loss. He couldn't just run around the world with that loudspeaker, shouting I want to join, astronaut, right? If he really did that, he would be locked up in a mental hospital before the secret forces of astronaut came to execute him. Well, let's take it 1 step at a time. I am Lisa's fiancé now, and the tragedy of killing her boyfriend that was originally scheduled to happen this year will not happen, right? But, will astronaut invite her again? Thinking about it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. With his own insertion, the original Gundam plot had long been led to the ditch. Who knows what the future will be like? Thinking of this, Yang Hui called up the system panel. Name, Yang Hui exclusive machine, non-exclusive territory, none skills, misdriving, B-class, misdesign, proficient, spatial recognition ability, A-class. Looking at his monotonous attribute panel, Yang Hui simply didn't know how to complain. But it's better to keep it simple, especially the attribute values. Yang Hui once thought about it when reading novels and playing games. In battle, do the values really have meaning? There are too many factors that affect a battle on the battlefield, and they can't be summarized by values at all. For example, a soldier suddenly exploded and killed the ace, which is too common. So without values, there will be no misunderstanding of one's true strength. Yo, what are you thinking about? So focused. Suddenly, a broad palm fell on Yang Hui's shoulder, interrupting Yang Hui's thinking. Sergei? When did you arrive? Yang Hui waved and greeted his sister-in-law Heli and the 15-year-old little bear beside her Andrei Smirnov, and then asked, "It's been a while since I arrived. Didn't you see that the camping site has been set up?" Sergei said, a little depressed, pointing to the tent behind him. So you just stare at me in a daze without calling me. Isn't it because you are so absorbed in your thoughts? If I interrupt your train of thought, it would be a big sin, right? Genius scientist comrade Yang Hui. Get lost. Yang Hui rolled his eyes at him, pushed Sergei aside and went to find Heli and Andrei. Seeing this, Sergei shrugged and joined the family gathering. The new book is launched. Please don't keep the book before it is put on the shelves. Even if you keep the book, please turn to the last page every day. It is still very important to read it. Of course, if you like it, please vote for me. Chapter 2: What is coming will come. It was late at night. Heli and Andrei went to sleep. Yang Hui and Sergei sat by the lake and chatted. When are you going to come back? Sergei asked. When those old men start looking at me in a normal way, then we'll talk. Yang Hui said unhappily. Every time he came back from vacation, he would be taken away by the old men from the Academy of Sciences as soon as the plane landed, and then locked up in the laboratory for several days and nights. The way they looked at him was like a sexy beauty in lace pajamas, which made people tremble. Ha ha ha, who says you are a genius? I would rather not be this genius. It's because the things you left behind are too scary. Not to mention the old men, even if I saw them, I would. A fairy tale, right? Isn't it? How long has it been since humans left the Earth? You told us that we will have an unknown dialogue in the near future. If I hadn't watched you grow up, I would have thought you were crazy. To be precise, it was not me who proposed it, but Dr. Ilya Schuchenberg. I just made more assumptions and conjectures based on it. The problem is not here, but that your assumptions and conjectures are too scary, and the inferences you attached are reasonable. It's just missing experimental verification and actual observation. There is no way to convince the higher-ups to just treat it as an assumption and conjecture. There is no need to convince. It is reasonable to vigorously develop armaments. Now that we have left the Earth, the universe is so big that no amount of armaments will be enough. You are right, but I'm afraid. You know, Union and AEU have not been very well behaved recently. That was decided by the people above. It has nothing to do with me. My job is just research. As for how my research results are used, that is not my concern, and I can't worry about it. Speaking of your research, the next generation MIS production plan you proposed has already produced results. The first test machine of the machine model MSJ-07A, officially named Entrapment, has rolled off the production line. It is an all-round MIS for land, sea, air and space. Its mobility and flexibility are 1.5 times that of Iron Man. The old men said that as long as there is a more powerful power source, the performance will be more than twice that of Iron Man. There are also various armaments, which are simply insane. There are twin 60mm Vulcan cannons for shield attack and composite armament, with a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute, and the shields are all made of a carbon, 2 6-barreled missile launchers on both legs, and various optional armed backpacks. Seeing Sergei talking excitedly, Yang Hui waved his hand nonchalantly and said, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. The MISs of Union and AEU are both highly mobile and highly flexible. It would be meaningless for the People's Revolutionary Union to follow the same path. Is that why you are so crazy? Sergei asked Yang Hui with a strange look on his face. In large-scale group operations, highly mobile and highly flexible mobile bodies are useless. A wave of barrages will come over, no matter how high your mobility is, it will be a hornet's nest, so it is only suitable for small-scale local wars. Besides, the mobility of entrapment is not necessarily worse than that of Union's flag style. Don't you think it's great to be unable to fight against the opponent and unable to escape? Yang Hui said excitedly. Okay, I admit that if that's the case, it would be great, but what about AEU? Why didn't you mention them? Sergei asked in confusion. Yang Hui stared at Sergei with dead fish eyes and didn't answer. Okay, I get it. Low-quality pirates. Sergei shrugged. Speaking of which, those small countries nearby are restless, aren't they? Yang Hui asked. Yet, although they have all announced that they have joined the People's Revolutionary League in name, they all follow orders but not propaganda. Religion, ethnicity, it's always these shitty things. Sergei said somewhat unhappily. Disputes naturally involve war. The People's Revolutionary League is currently in a period of rapid development, and they can't let that group of people drag them down. And although Sergei is now a lieutenant colonel and his wife Heli is also a major, they really don't want to see war. After all, people will change after having a son. Who doesn't want their offspring to live in a peaceful era? Okay, just don't die. I don't have time to help you take care of your son. Andre will be very sad to hear that. I just don't have time, not unwilling. Please listen carefully before you express your opinion. I like Andre quite a bit. At least he is not as bad as you. Get lost. You are the worst one in the family. Who broke into the women's locker room every day as an excuse to not find the way when you were a child? Ahem. Let's not talk about this. I remember that I once had this special right to build a mobile suit of my own, right? Yang Hui quickly changed the subject and asked. Why? Do you want to give up your research and return to the battlefield? I guess many people have forgotten that you are still the ace pilot of the People's Revolutionary League. Sergei teased, but his eyes were quite complicated. Returning to the battlefield means danger. Even ace pilots have died in battle. On the one hand, Sergei missed the days when he fought side by side with Yang Hui, but on the other hand, he was worried that his brother would encounter danger on the battlefield. Not really, even if I wanted to. Believe it or not, as long as the higher-ups dare to sign this order, the old men in the Academy of Sciences will dare to overturn their desks. There's a picture, so why are you asking this? Yang Hui did not answer, but threw a small data storage device to Sergei. This is. Take it back and you'll understand. Okay. Sergei carefully put the storage device in his arms and decided to keep it close to him at all times before going back. Things that Yang Hui valued were definitely not ordinary. Okay, I'm going to sleep. I've been tossed around by the old men these days, huh? Yawning, Yang Hui walked towards his tent. The next day, Sergei left with his family, and Yang Hui also went to the airport to return to the Federal University. There were only two things to do when he returned to the People's Revolutionary League. After finishing both, he naturally went back. His beautiful fiancée was still waiting for him to go back and spend time with him. On the other hand, Sergei sent Heli and Andre home and returned to the army. Unlike Heli, who was still on vacation, he asked for leave. After returning to his office, the first thing he did was to read the information Yang Hui left for him. You won't know until you read it. You will be shocked. The test machine of the next generation Ms. Xianzhen has just rolled off the production line, and a new one has arrived. Machine model, MSJ-08. Official name, BYE. It is 19 meters high and weighs 31.1 tons. It is also an all-round high-mobility Ms. Its theoretical performance exceeds that of Xianzhen. The entire body is made of a carbon. Even 600mm armor-piercing bullets cannot penetrate it. And the most important thing is, a miniaturized beam weapon specifically for Ms. This is a research project that has troubled the Academy of Sciences for decades. Just like that, it was designed. Sergei, who had already anticipated how much shock this information would cause, did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately contacted the Academy of Sciences using an encrypted phone. Mr. Wang, this is Sergei Smirnov. Xiao Shuang, what's up? Oh. Sergei was confused by the way Mr. Wang addressed him. He knew without even thinking that this was something that Yang Hui had done, but now was not the time to talk about it. Major Yang Hui gave me a document. I think it's important and needs to be sent to the Academy of Sciences. Oh? What Xiao Yang left behind? What's this good stuff? Okay, send it over. Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Sergei transmitted the document to the Academy of Sciences via an encrypted file. Sure enough, within a minute of the transmission, the phone rang. This is Sergei Smirnov. Xiao Shuang, has anyone else seen this document? Mr. Wang's voice was a little anxious. Except for Major Yang Hui, there's only me. I don't know if there is a backup, but the data in my hand has not been backed up yet. Okay. Are you in the camp? Yes. Wait, I will send someone to pick you up right away. Remember, the data in your hand is extremely important and must not be leaked. Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Sergei took a last look at the data, put away the storage device and deleted all the browsing history. The last 2 lines of the data were deeply imprinted in his mind. Body positioning, a specific special machine. Designated pilot, Sergei Smirnov. After a few hours of flight, Yang Hui finally completely eliminated the fatigue of being locked in the laboratory for a few days. He got off the plane in high spirits and saw the beauty he had been thinking about day and night. Lisa. Yang Hui. Lisa Kujo threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Haha, haven't we only seen each other for a few days? Oh? In other words, you don't miss me at all after not seeing me for a few days. Lisa Kujo raised her head and showed a friendly and approachable smile. No. I think about you every second of every second. Feeling the murderous aura, Yang Hui shook his head and left a residual shadow. Really? Well, it's not bad. Lisa Kujo stepped out of Yang Hui's arms and nodded with satisfaction. Yang Hui was relieved immediately. He was considered to have survived. But he was also very strange. In the animation, she was a mature, straightforward big sister who loved drinking. Why was she so black-bellied when it came to him? Yang Hui. Here. Let's go. I concealed the news of your return from Professor Elfman for you. You must accompany me well in the next 2 days. Well done. Yang Hui gave Lisa Kujo a thumbs up. If Professor Elfman knew that he had returned, he could disappear during the holidays. The two held hands intimately, enjoying the happy world of 2 people, shopping together, watching movies together. Putting aside all the special identities, they were just a sweet couple. When they were tired of playing, they found a cafe to take a short rest. By the way, Yang Hui, I'm going to go back to AEU in a few days. Lisa Kujo suddenly said seriously. Is it the thing we talked about last time? Well, AEU is going to hold a military exercise. Katie and I have been appointed as the commanders of 2 squadrons. It won't take too long. After the military exercise is over, I will retire and transfer my nationality to the People's Revolutionary League. Do you need help? Yang Hui asked. Yang Hui just smiled at the military exercise that Lisa Kujo mentioned. Everyone with a discerning eye knew what this so-called military exercise was, but they just didn't reveal the fig leaf. And this military exercise Yang Hui was sure was the one that made Lisa Kujo frustrated, but he would not go there, and there would be no tragedy of her boyfriend dying in battle due to intelligence errors, but Yang Hui was still worried about accidents, so he asked. And? Lisa Kujo's battlefield forecast is very powerful, and has entered the eyes of the AEU military leaders, so if Lisa Kujo wants to immigrate to the People's Revolutionary League, the upper echelons will probably not let her go, so she needs a little external pressure. No, it's just a simple battlefield forecast. You know my ability. Well, okay, contact me immediately if you have any questions. Okay. After resting for a while, the two were ready to continue enjoying their sweet date, but someone interrupted it. A girl with dark green hair and twin ponytails sat opposite them, and behind him followed a meticulous and serious young man, who was obviously a guard. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yang Hui, Miss Joshio. My name is Wang Liumei. Can I take up a little of your time? Chapter 3 Joining the Celestial Beings. Here she comes. Wang Liumei, 4 years before her official debut, was even smaller, looking only 11 or 12 years old. She's already started carrying out a mission of Heavenly Man at such a young age? It's really amazing. Yang Hui said with emotion, but pretended to be unhappy on the surface. Hey, little sister, it's very rude to interrupt the adult's date. Yang Hui, she's still a child. Lisa Kujo advised, and then looked at Wang Liumei. After all, she hasn't experienced the baptism of war yet, and all the tactical predictions are still theoretical, so she didn't see Wang Liumei's extraordinariness at first glance. Look carefully, Lisa, she's not just a simple little sister. Yang Hui approached Lisa Kujo and protected her behind him, and his right hand had already touched the gun handle at the back of his waist. Lisa Kujo was reminded by Yang Hui and was stunned for a moment before she realized that she had called out their names at the beginning and used honorifics, which showed that her target was clear. The guards around her were serious and calm, which was not in line with their age, which showed that their identities were not simple, and, when they were not paying attention, all the other customers and employees in the store had left, leaving only the two of them. Please don't get excited, Mr. Yang, Miss Jiuzhou, I have no ill will towards you. That's hard to say, little sister. Yang Hui certainly knew that Wang Liumi had no ill will in coming to them, but he still had to pretend to be vigilant, otherwise, the former ace pilot and genius Ms. Designer of the People's Revolutionary League would be too naive. Wang Liumi really didn't mind Yang Hui's attitude, and put a pad on the table and pushed it in front of the two. Please take a look at this first, and then decide whether to believe me, okay? Wang Liumi asked. Yang Hui and Lisa Jiuzhou looked at each other, nodded, picked up the pad and browsed together, but did not completely relax their vigilance, and the hand touching the gun never put it down. As time went by, Lisa Jiuzhou's vigilance was replaced by shock, and Yang Hui naturally had to pretend to be shocked. After the two finished browsing, they sat down again and returned the pad to Wang Liumi. How about it? Can you two sit down and have a good talk? Wang Liumi asked knowingly. Haha, after reading this, do we have any other choice besides talking? Yang Hui sneered and looked around and at the guards behind Wang Liumi without leaving a trace. As soon as they opened the pad and saw the contents inside, Yang Hui felt that several eyes were on them, and they were all malicious. Although he was not a reformer or a new human, his intuition developed on the battlefield was still very accurate. I'm very sorry, Mr. Yang, you also know that these things are top secrets and can't be known to outsiders. Outsiders? Yang Hui smiled. Yes, our celestial being organization was established 200 years ago by Dr. Ilya Schuchenberg, the king of inventions at the end of the 20th century. It brought together a group of people with lofty ideals and has been developing in the dark and paying close attention to the world. We do not act for our own interests, but for the lofty goal of eradicating war. Territory, energy, ethnicity, religion, any form of war will be intervened by force in the form of violence against violence. In order to achieve this goal, our celestial being organization has finally gained the ability to face a country as an individual after years of hard work. While introducing, Wang Liumi clicked a few times on her pad and called up another document in front of the two. Super Generation Ms. Gundam. Yang Hui and Lisa Jiuzhou carefully browsed the information about Gundam. Although it was just an introduction and there was no specific data, it was still very attractive. Lisa Jiuzhou was just analyzing whether this Ms. named Gundam had the ability to resist a country, as Wang Liumi said. Yang Hui was just interested in Gundam's technology. Although there was no specific data, it was inevitable for him to join Celestial Being. It would be nice to watch the monkey version first to satisfy his craving. After reading it, the two returned the pad to Wang Liumi again. What do you think? Wang Liumi asked. I have a question. Lisa Jiuzhou asked back. Please speak. I understand that you invited Yang Hui to join, but why me? Lisa Jiuzhou was very self-aware. She was just a master's degree student who stayed in school after graduation. She didn't have much reputation. Why would such an organization invite her? What could she do by inviting her? All this is the result of Veda's calculations. Miss Jiuzhou, although there is no actual performance, no one can deny your ability in battlefield forecasting. Although Celestial Being is very powerful and Gundam is also very powerful, they are just weapons and need people to command them. You are the best candidate. Wang Liumi replied. Yang Hui. Lisa Jiuzhou was silent for a while and looked at Yang Hui, seeking his opinion. After all, the two of them were now one. If they wanted to join, they would both join. If they didn't want to join, they would not join. Yang Hui could see that Lisa Jiuzhou had already been tempted. After all, she was just a rookie, but she was favored by an organization of the size of Shinrun, and entrusted with an important task. Yang Hui nodded and said to Wang Liumi, okay, we will join. Congratulations on your wise choice, Mr. Yang. Miss Jiuzhou, welcome to join. When do you think it is convenient for you to leave? In a month, the AAU military exercise will be my farewell battle. Lisa Jiuzhou said. Wang Liumi looked at Yang Hui again, waiting for his answer. Yang Hui spread his hands and said, of course, I will join with my wife. Okay, then I'll take my leave. I'll look forward to meeting you two next time. Wang Liumi's mission had been completed, so she naturally would not stay any longer and left directly. After seeing Wang Liumi leave, Lisa Jiuzhou also became a little frustrated. I was so careless that I didn't realize her specialness at the beginning. As a battlefield forecaster, Analyzing intelligence and giving the most perfect action plan is the core responsibility, but this time there was a mistake. If it happened on the battlefield, it would mean casualties of our own soldiers. It's okay, who would have thought that such an organization would use children as messengers? Yang Hui comforted. But, a mistake in battlefield prediction means someone will sacrifice, so it must not be wrong. Don't worry, Lisa, no one is perfect, no one dares to guarantee that they will not make mistakes in their lifetime, right? And don't you have me? I am your insurance, even if you make a mistake, I will help you pull it back. Yang Hui hugged Lisa Jiuzhou and comforted her. Well, it's great to have you. This is my line, Lisa. In Wang Liumi's car, the guard Hong Long questioned, Miss, is it really okay to tell them so much now? That Yang Hui doesn't look like an easy person to get along with. I don't think he will completely trust us just because of our one-sided words. According to Veda's calculations, Yang Hui will be the core figure in the change of this world and the biggest variable in the Heavenly Man operation. Veda's instructions are to win him over to Heavenly Man at all costs. Wang Liumi said. How could it be? Hong Long was shocked. Do you know Veda's calculations? If Yang Hui stands on the opposite side of Heavenly Man, what is the probability of the operation being successful? Please tell me clearly, Miss. 0. No matter how many times it is calculated, it is 0. What? That's why Veda issued such an order. Wang Liumi said, but she added in her heart, as long as he doesn't directly betray Heavenly Man, he has the right to mobilize all the resources of Heavenly Man at will. Miss, then your goal. Hong Long didn't say it clearly, but the meaning was already very clear. I know, but it's too early. We still need to wait for the right time. Yes, young lady. The core of world change, you can get the highest authority of Veda as soon as you join. Yang Hui, where will you take the world? I'm really looking forward to it. As expected by Hong Long and Wang Liumi, no, it was Veda's expectation. After the meeting, Yang Hui and Lisa Kuzhou hurriedly ended their date and went directly to Professor Elfman. Huh? You're back? Just right, I'm waiting for you to conduct the second phase of the experiment. Come with me quickly. As soon as he saw Yang Hui, Professor Elfman hurriedly pulled him into the laboratory, but was stopped by Yang Hui. Professor, I want to talk to you, right now. Yang Hui said. Seeing Yang Hui's serious expression, Professor Elfman's enthusiasm for the experiment also cooled down. He nodded and took him to his private office. Billy, come with me. Yang Hui said. Huh? Billy Katajiri, who was curious about what the two were going to talk about, was stunned. Okay. Just like that, the four of them came to Professor Elfman's private office and sat on both sides. Professor, just now, someone came to me and Lisa, and she said. Yang Hui and Lisa Kuzhou told Professor Elfman and Billy Katajiri all the information about the conversation with Wang Liumi and Shinrun that they knew. This. Are you kidding? Billy Katajiri was dumbfounded the whole time, and directly suspected that Yang Hui was playing a prank on them. After all, he had a criminal record. Although Lisa Kuzhou would not do this, who told her that she was Yang Hui's fiancée? But Professor Elfman was thoughtful, and his face became more and more solemn. Malin, Kuzhou, you accepted the invitation, right? Professor Elfman asked seriously. Yes. The two nodded. Then tell me, why? Professor Elfman asked. After all, if this kind of thing was leaked a little bit, not only Yang Hui and Lisa Kuzhou, but also the entire Shinrun organization would suffer a devastating disaster. Although he was touched that Yang Hui trusted him so much, he did not think Yang Hui was such an emotional person. Professor, I suspect that this plan has a follow-up. Ayalia Schuchenberg must be hiding some secrets, and it involves a lot of people. I will definitely find out this secret. I hope to get your help when necessary. Yang Hui said. Really? Then. Chapter 4 New Mission Finale? Yang Hui and Lisa Kuzhou left the Federal University together. Firstly, after hearing such shocking information, neither Professor Elfman nor Billy Katajiri had the interest to continue the research. Secondly, Lisa Kuzhou also received an urgent order from the AEU, and the time to return to the team was advanced. She had to leave at noon tomorrow at the latest, so Yang Hui and Lisa Kuzhou also planned to cherish the last time for two people. After all, the military exercise was over, and they were about to leave for Shinrun. At that time, each of them had their own tasks, and it was still unclear whether they could be assigned together. However, when they left the university, they met Katie Mannequin. If it was anyone else, they would have left by themselves, but Katie Mannequin. The world of the two was broken. Kyujo, you also received the order, right? Well, when will you return to the team? Tomorrow at noon. Hearing Katie Mannequin's answer, Lisa Kyujo's smile became a little kind, and she looked at Yang Hui with a smile. For some reason, Yang Hui suddenly shuddered, and looked at Lisa Kyujo to ask why, but what answered him was a sinful hand pinching the soft flesh on his waist, making a 360-degree turn. Hiss. Yang Hui covered his mouth tightly and took a deep breath. In his previous life, he was always wondering how a woman could rotate this piece of flesh 360 degrees when reading novels and watching animations. Isn't this just stretching the skin? It's all nonsense. But now, he knows, it turns out that it can really be done. Strangely, he also found that Katie Mannequin looked at him with a kind of inexplicable look. Yang Hui, who was also a novice in love in his previous life and is almost the same now, Lisa Kyujo is chasing after her, naturally didn't see it, but Lisa Kyujo, as her best friend, knew it clearly. Katie Mannequin fell in love with Yang Hui almost at the same time as Lisa Kyujo, but because of her personality, she had always been secretly in love with him, which gave Lisa Kyujo the opportunity to pursue Yang Hui. Although she kept saying that she wished them well, Lisa Kyujo knew that her best friend had never let go of her feelings for Yang Hui. Finally, with Katie Mannequin's complicated eyes, Lisa Kyujo and Yang Hui finally lived together for 2, and sent them on the plane to AEU at noon the next day. On the plane, without Yang Hui, Lisa Kyujo also chatted with Katie Mannequin. Katie. Don't say anything, Kyujo, you lose if you lose. Alice, that's why you lose to me. That's my personality. But, you still can't let him go, right? Hearing this, Katie Mannequin froze, her pretty face blushed, and she turned her head away, not daring to look directly at Lisa Kyujo's eyes. Don't worry, Kyujo, I won't disturb you. Katie, actually, you are not without a chance. Lisa Kyujo said with interest. What do you mean? Katie Mannequin was completely confused. What did Lisa Kyujo mean? Want to be a good daughter-in-law of the people in the old times? Don't you know? Actually. Lisa Kyujo whispered something in Katie Mannequin's ear, and Katie Mannequin turned into a steam princess, panicking and incoherent. You, why are you so, no. Punchy, you are so cute like this, Katie, not as cold as usual. Kyujo. I'm not kidding, Katie, you should think about it carefully. Anyway, the People's Revolutionary League is also special. There is no limit on the number of people. As long as you can afford the money, it's fine. Let's talk about it later. Let's consider the military exercise first. Alice, you. Yang Hui, who had no idea what earth-shattering event his wife was doing, packed up his things and returned to the People's Revolutionary League again. This time he went back to prepare another retreat. As a time traveler, he knew that the plan of Heavenly Man was a trap, and whoever stepped on it would suffer. On the surface, the first stage is to fight violence with violence and completely eradicate all forms of war, but in fact, it focuses all the contradictions in the world on Heavenly Man. Under the pressure of Heavenly Man, the 3 most powerful parties are united, and then the solar furnace is delivered to the hands of the 3 countries at the right time. After eliminating the threat of Heavenly Man, a unified political system of the world is naturally established, and the world is unified, which can be regarded as eradicating war. Therefore, in the first stage of Iolia's plan, Heavenly Man is a discarded child, but he himself also overturned and was killed. In the second stage, don't look at Li crazy, cough, it is Li Fengzi who controls everything. In fact, this was planned by Iolia, the old fox. As soon as the unified regime is established, many internal disputes will inevitably break out. Let these internal disputes intensify and eventually break out completely. Then, Heavenly Man will appear as the savior and lead those who desire peace to eradicate these disputes. Those who stay are those who support the unified regime, and the unified regime can be regarded as on the right track. So in the second stage, celestial beings are upgraded from abandoned pawns to tools, and can be withdrawn after they are used up. The third stage, which is also the final stage, is to complete the upcoming dialogue. This is the biggest pitfall. The pioneers of change and outsiders started dialogue and let both sides coexist peacefully. It seems very beautiful, right? But Yang Hui knows that the ELS hidden in Jupiter for an unknown period of time, the number is calculated in trillions, and it seems that this is only one of the tribes. Not only that, ELS, a silicon-based life, is a honeycomb network, one is all, and all is one. Communicating with one ELS is no different from communicating with the entire ELS race. It is really crazy to let a person communicate directly with a race using brain quantum waves. Look at Setsuko in the movie version, he almost became a fool. In the end, the communication was successful, but when the fool returned to Earth, he didn't know whether he was a carbon-based life or a silicon-based life. Now the first phase of the plan has not started yet, but he still needs to make some preparations in advance. He doesn't want to be a victim of the plan of the old Fox Eye Aria, so he has to prepare more ways to escape, to ensure that the plan of Heavenly Man is carried out smoothly, and all members of Ptolemy can survive. And, just last night after being intimate with Lisa Kyujo, he also received a new task from the system. Ensure that the first phase of Heavenly Man is successfully completed, the Earth Federation government is established, and all members of Ptolemy survive. Reward, unknown. P.S. For every person who dies, the reward is reduced. If all members are killed, there is no reward. Seeing the new tasks released by the system, Yang Hui didn't know how to complain again. First of all, the reward for the first task, one construction opportunity, is what? Yang Hui still doesn't understand it. This time it's more direct, it's unknown. Question mark. And there is also a punishment? I don't even know what the reward is, and you still reduce it? What kind of monkey civilization created this system? The monkey version must have a limit. There are also mission contents. From the first mission to join, Celestial Being, to the second mission being the end of the first season, this is jumping directly from the beginning to the finale, right? You should at least add some small missions in the middle. For example, designing a Gundam by yourself, improving the driving skills of the Gundam messenger, completing several missions, saving Eolia. It's okay. You are so direct, I can't accept it. But complaining aside, the difficulty of the mission is still very low. In the final analysis, only 4 members of Ptolemy died in the end. One is the most regrettable Uncle Luolakin status, the driver of the Power Angel, there is Ptolemy's controller Christina Shera and helmsman Rich Tinder Jerry, and then the doctor who has not shown his face several times in the whole show J.B. Marino. The former designed the Gundam to be stronger, and the latter designed Ptolemy to be stronger, and then prepared a few back roads, so naturally he was saved. Forget it, let's think about these in a month. Now let's consider the way out first. What way out? Woo wow. Yang Hui, who is immersed in thinking, was suddenly patted on the back. He jumped up in shock. Why is it you? Yang Hui cursed angrily after seeing who was behind him. I just got off the plane. Professor Elfman sent a telegram directly to the military, saying that he needed an elite pilot to cooperate with him in some tests. I was transferred here. Are you leaving? Yes, I'm going home. Oh, what a pity. I wanted to fight you again. I say. You are a grown man, don't look at me with such fiery eyes, okay? I have a fiancé. When I beat you, I will no longer be interested in you. Get out. Get out. Haha, see you later. With golden hair, a tough face, and a sunny smile, he always exudes the smell of fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Graham Aka is the ace pilot of the Union, MSWAD, force. As for how he met Yang Hui, it has to do with Professor Elfman and Billy Katagiri. Although Billy Katagiri was still studying with Professor Elfman at the Federal University, he actually had a military position. He happened to be a technical advisor to the MSWAD unit and was a good friend of Graham. Then, whenever Professor Elfman had experiments on Ms. that needed testing, he would call Graham over to be a tester with Yang Hui. When they first met, Graham saw Yang Hui, the former ace pilot of the Revolutionary League, and naturally wanted to compete with him. Then, the fate between the two was formed. A more vivid metaphor is that the normal might guy, Graham, and Kakashi, Yang Hui, who didn't watch Intimate Paradise. After Graham left, Yang Hui looked at the time, sent her last message to Sergei, and then walked to the boarding gate. Chapter 5 The Week, Heavenly Man. After returning to the People's Revolutionary League, Yang Hui first met with Sergei and his first teacher, Professor Wang, a top-notch research professor at the Academy of Sciences, and told them about Shinrun and his plans. After a brief surprise, The two calmed down. Are you sure you want to do this? Wang asked in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Hui nodded seriously. You will die. So I found you two. Well, just do it. I have nothing but a lot of connections in my old bones. Thank you, teacher, but please remember that you must not tell anyone else about this. Yang Hui reminded him. He believed that every senior in the institute was sincere for the country and loved science. But it was hard to say about other people, especially the upper echelons of the government. If they knew the plan of the Shinran organization, not only would the entire plan be destroyed, but even Yang Hui himself would be in real danger. The two people in front of him were the two people Yang Hui trusted most in the People's Revolutionary League, and he believed that they would keep the secret. It's okay for me to keep the secret, but you have to let me see something real, right? The seriousness and earnestness on Wang Lao's face completely disappeared, and he decisively smiled like an old profiteer. When the time comes, I will. Yang Hui was helpless. His teacher was good at everything, but this was a headache for him. As long as it involved new Ms. technology, he would be like LSP seeing a beautiful woman wearing sexy lingerie, and would not stop until he devoured it. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? After saying that, the three of them left. Before leaving, Sergei patted Yang Hui's shoulder heavily. He said nothing, but his eyes showed a strong worry. Under Wang Lao's operation, Yang Hui successfully resigned from the Academy of Sciences and became a free man. His next stop was AEU. After Lisa Kuzhou completed the task of the military exercise, he went directly to the Shinran base. Our way. Katie is so abominable. Did she just win by a little bit? Why are you so proud? Yes, it's your mistake this time. You will definitely beat her hard next time. In the universe, on the shuttle to the secret large base of Shinran, Xiangguang City, Lisa Jiuzha has been chattering all the way, and she is still drinking non-stop. Yang Hui can only patiently coax her, persuade her, and take care of her. In this military exercise, there was no tragedy of friendly forces attacking each other due to intelligence errors, but Lisa Jiuzhan and Katie Mannequin are besties and competitors. The two lead different troops respectively, so naturally they have to compete. As a result, Lisa Jiuzhou lost. Lisa Jiuzhou, with a slightly red face, suddenly thought of something and smiled playfully. Hey, Yang Hui, how about you help me teach her a lesson? What? Me? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook his head. I'd better forget it. All the relationship between me and Mannequin is based on you. I'd better forget it if I teach her a lesson. Although Lisa Jiuzhou was joking, as a woman, she couldn't give her a chance, otherwise it would be dangerous. Really? Lisa Jiuzhou laughed even more playfully, because she remembered the conversation with Katie Mannequin before they parted. However, Yang Hui didn't know this at all, and just thought that he was testing himself, so he quickly expressed his feelings. Yes, I can't let you misunderstand, I only have you in my heart. I know you love me the most. Lisa Jiuzhou leaned in Yang Hui's arms, and her hands around his neck became tighter and tighter. Silly, you are my wife, who else can I love if I don't love you? Yang Hui said softly. The reason why he indulged her so much was because Yang Hui saw that she was venting and forcing a smile. Hey, Yang Hui. Yes. Can war really be eradicated? Yes, I believe it can be. Although he knew it was nonsense, he never minded lying to make Lisa Kuzhou feel better. Hearing this, Lisa Kuzhou sobbed softly in Yang Hui's arms, because this military exercise really made her feel the cruelty of war. The AEU participating troops were confirmed to have nearly 1,000 casualties, 39 misses were lost, and tanks and fighter planes were not counted, while the other side. This also made Lisa Kuzhou more determined to join the Heavenly Man organization, in order to eradicate war, so that so many people in this world would not die because of war. After 3 days of sailing, Yang Hui and Lisa Kuzhou arrived at Xiangguang City, and Wang Liumei was still in charge of receiving them. Oh, see you again, little sister. Yang Hui greeted. Welcome to Xiangguang City, Mr. Mirren Stewart, Miss Wang Li Noriega. Wang Liumei welcomed. The two were stunned for a moment. This is your code name. You are not going to use your real name to participate in the mission, are you? Wang Liumei explained. I see. The two understood. From now on, they are no longer Yang Hui and Lisa Kuzhou, but Mirren Stewart and Wang Li Noriega. From here on, The protagonist's name remains unchanged, still Yang Hui or Mirin. Lisa Q. Zhou is uniformly called Wang. You two, please follow me to meet the other members. Okay. Under the leadership of Wang Liumei, Yang Hui and Wang came to a meeting room. Except for Setsuna, all the shipboard personnel of Ptolemy were present. If it is the plot, then the fool will join Celestial Being 2 years later, but I don't know. Yang Hui thought. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Mirin Stewart, a reserve Gundam pilot and Ms. Designer, and this is Miss Wang, a battlefield forecaster of the Celestial Being unit. Wang Liumei introduced to everyone. Oh? Ms. Designer? Ms. Designers who can be chosen by Celestial Being must be very powerful, right? The one who asked this question was Ian Vasti. The 3rd generation Gundam, enhanced components, 4th generation Gundam, etc. were all designed and manufactured by him and his wife Linda Vasti. When he heard that they were in the same industry, he naturally wanted to test their abilities. Mr. Vasti, the real identity is confidential, and this is true for everyone present, but I can guarantee that Mr. Melon is outstanding, and Mr. Melon is also an ace pilot. Wang Liumei reminded Ian not to spy on Yang Hui's real identity. Sorry, I was a little excited for a moment, but you are really amazing. You design Ms. and are also an ace pilot. Ian laughed. Isn't it a pity that I can't drive the body I designed myself? Yang Hui said with his hands spread out. Haha, good point, it's a pity that I don't have the talent to drive Ms. Ian Vasti said regretfully. Wang Liumei, is his driving skill reliable? This time it was Tyriard, a quasi-reformer created by Veda. He admired Veda and the Celestial Being plan, and he would not allow any factors to affect the progress of the plan. What? Want to try? Although he knew that Tyriard was not deliberately provoking him, but that was just his personality, since the other party had already taken advantage of him, Yang Hui naturally did not mind teaching him how to drive him as. This was not aimed at Tyriard, but at all Gundam messengers, including Setsuna who had not yet arrived. Look at the performance in the anime. The 4 of them were fighting completely relying on the super high performance of the Gundam. When it comes to driving skills, it's okay after the 2nd season of the anime. The 1st season was really at the student level. One loves to rush in front and chop people, one is used to standing still and sniping, one likes to run around and has very few effective attacks, and one loves to stand still and get beaten and then blow people up. Look at their body design again, a standard ace tactical team, close combat assault, sniper support, high mobility support, heavy firepower blasting, but they are used to perform tasks separately, which is unreasonable. If it were the original plot, there would be no problem with the plan for the 1st phase. But the problem is, this is not the original plot. Before leaving, Yang Hui left so many things that he could not remember them all, especially the trap and Sergei's back way. The trap is definitely not inferior to the GNX, evil, when it hits the solar furnace, T. The back way is designed with more than double the performance of the GNX. The mission of Union and AEU is still very easy, but if they go to the People's Revolutionary League like this, Yang Hui can't guarantee whether they will be pressed to the ground or rubbed. Okay, make sure your driving skills are more conducive to the execution of the plan. Tyriard was not afraid, and agreed directly, but he was not angry because he was scolded, but he really thought about the plan. Hey, isn't that necessary? Telia, don't be like this, Mr. Melon just arrived. Locken and Aleluja hurriedly advised. Although they were also curious about Yang Hui's driving skills, their emotional intelligence was still online. According to Veda's calculations, there is not much time left before the official plan begins. I will not allow any unstable factors to exist in the team. Tyriard said seriously, as if he was the supreme commander. Aren't there still a few years? There is no need to rush for such a short time, right? That's right. Tyriard is a bit too much. Except for Ferret, who is still a 3-0, everyone else advised. Seeing that his future teammates were so careless, Tyriard was a little unhappy, thinking that they did not put the plan of Heavenly Man in the first place in their hearts. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, Wang Liumei stepped out at the right time and said, Mr. Tyriard, I'm afraid your contest will be postponed. After that, he looked at Malin and said, Mr. Malin, please go to communication room 001. Someone wants to contact you. Who? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. He had just arrived at Shinran, and someone wanted to contact me? But he soon understood that it seemed that he was being targeted by that old fox. I know. Yang nodded in reply and motioned Wang to wait for him here. Under the leadership of Wang Liumei, Yang Hui entered communication room 001. As soon as the door was closed, the room was pitch black. The sudden rainbow light made Yang Hui close his eyes. When he almost got used to it, he opened his eyes and saw that he was surrounded by dense data encodes. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Malin Yang. No, I should call you Yang Hui. Looking at the phantom in front of him, Yang Hui was sure that he had guessed correctly and grinned. What about you? Should I call you Veda, or Eolia Schuchenberg? Chapter 6, The Incompetent and Furious Yang Hui. The phantom made up of program code in front of him was really the founder of Shinran, Eolia Schuchenberg. At this time, his consciousness should have been completely uploaded to Veda, and his body was just a decoration. Just like the future Tieria, who uploaded his consciousness to Veda, even if he died, he would just replace a living terminal. Wait. There's a problem here. The reason why Tieria was able to do this is because he finally awakened as a primitive transformer. Now Iaria is also in this state, so doesn't it mean? Yang Hui carefully looked at Iaria's image, trying to see something, but after all, it was just an image, and he couldn't see anything. But Iaria seemed to have discovered what Yang Hui was doing, and asked, "Are you looking for this?" Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and the next second, his face changed slightly, because Iaria's influence had changed, and the white part of his eyes was filled with colorful flowing light. "You are indeed a transformer," Yang Hui subconsciously exclaimed. "It seems that my guess was right, you really know a lot of things." Yang Hui took a breath. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. "You are a very peculiar existence, Yang Hui. After the construction of the super-large quantum calculation system Veda designed and built by me, a lot of calculations were made for the future. Although there are countless processes, there is only one result under the interference of Heavenly Man. But this result changed 23 years ago. This is the first time that a huge change has occurred in more than 200 years. After a lot of calculations, we finally locked the source on you. The new calculation results of Veda are, first, to eliminate you before you affect our plan, and second, to change the plan with you as the core. After thinking about it, I decided to choose the second plan. I want to see how many possibilities you, the variable, bring. Iria said with a normal expression. Haha, there is no need. Yang Hui refused. He didn't want to be the core of the Heavenly Man plan, especially in the end to replace Setsuna to contact and merge with ELS. You have missed the opportunity, Yang Hui. The moment you joined Heavenly Man, the plan has been launched. You, me, Lisa Kyujo, the entire Heavenly Man organization, and all human beings on Earth cannot be immune. Iria said. Yang Hui was depressed, but as Iria said, even if he was just a civilian, he could not stay out of this change, especially with the arrival of ELS. No one could escape. And Yang Hui was a person who liked to control his own destiny. He would rather die on the road of resistance than let others protect his safety. Yang Hui adjusted his breathing, calmed himself down, and asked, "You came to see me, not to say these things, right?" "Yes, I came to you to announce your appointment." "My appointment? In addition to Ms. Designer and Reserve Gundam Messenger, are there any other ones?" Yang Hui asked after a moment of surprise. "From now on, you are the general manager of the plan execution of the Celestial Being organization, and you have the same authority as me. All the resources of Celestial Being are at your disposal." "Wait. Although I am very grateful for your appreciation, please allow me to refuse." Yang Hui immediately refused. He didn't know how deep the water in Celestial Being was, but what was certain was that without the support of big families and big consortiums behind him, he could not hold those supporters and supervisors at all. For example, the Kona family has been planning to seize Ialia since the establishment of the Celestial Beings organization. After the change, the Kona family will become the ruler of the Earth. The descendants of many other supporters have also changed over the years. Anyway, as shown in the anime, except for the Celestial Beings who were kept in the dark and carried out the plan wholeheartedly, everyone else had their own little tricks. He would not accept playing tricks with a bunch of insidious and cunning old foxes. Rejection is invalid. This is a plan that has been decided long ago. This appointment has been sent to the hands of the supervisors before you join the Celestial Beings. Damn it. Yang Hui now wanted to rush directly to the main body of Ida, pull out Ialia's body and whip the corpse again and again. You decided before I came. Did you ask for my opinion? Are you really polite to do this? There was no fluctuation on Ialia's face, and he quietly waited for Yang Hui to be incompetent and furious on the spot. Feeling a little tired, Yang Hui calmed down again and analyzed the current situation. Since he couldn't hide, he would do his best. I have the right to dispatch all the resources of Shinran, right? Yang Hui asked. Yes, I understand. At this point, the first conversation was over. Although helpless, Yang Hui's becoming the supreme commander of Shinran had become an established fact, and it was useless to refute it. Yang Hui, who knew a lot of things, naturally had to make more arrangements. But before the end of the communication, Yang Hui asked Iaria, "Are you really a transformer? All artificial transformers are made with my genes as the core blueprint." Well, no one knew that this old fox was the real big boss behind the scenes. Poor Alessandro Kona, poor Lavanzi, didn't know until they died that they were being played by Iaria from head to toe. After leaving the 001 communication room and returning to the conference room, he saw that everyone was still waiting for him here, and Wong had even talked to everyone happily. "Hey, is Mr. Mellon your fiancé?" Christina covered her mouth in surprise. "Well, we were planning to get married soon, but now it seems that we have to postpone it," Wong said with some regret. It's really romantic." Lock-in whistled and teased. "Is this considered a husband and wife army?" Lass laughed. "Nothing to be surprised about, right? Isn't Mr. Ian's wife also a member of Heavenly Man?" Aleluja said. "That's great, I don't even have a girlfriend." Lishidi was crazy. "What are you talking about? You're back." Wong saw Yang Hui coming to his side and directly took his hand to prove their engaged couple relationship. Everyone made jokes and blessings, but only one person couldn't understand the atmosphere. "Since you're back, let's get started." Tieria came to Yang Hui, and he was already a little impatient waiting. "Hey, Tieria, no matter what. Okay. Mr. Mellon. Time is tight, isn't it? As fellow pilots, isn't fighting the best way to get to know each other?" "That's what I said." Lock-in originally wanted to persuade him. After all, the other party gave up marriage and came to Shinran, and they were new here. No matter what, they should be allowed to rest for a day, right? But Yang Hui took the initiative to accept Tieria's challenge, which made Lock-in helpless. The group came to the simulation training ground. Yang Hui and Tieria didn't say anything and sat in the simulation cockpit. "Mr. Ian." Yang Hui's voice came from the simulation cabin. "What's the matter? Please record our data, especially mine. We still need your help in the development of the aircraft later." "No problem, leave it to me." The call ended and the simulation began. The battlefield selected was a plain area. The aircraft Tieria chose was naturally his favorite German Angel, but Yang Hui's choice surprised everyone. It was just a People's Revolutionary League Iron Man land high mobility type. Hey, Mr. Mellon, isn't this decision too hasty?" Lock-in complained. "Yes, the People's Revolutionary League's MIS is indeed more advanced than the Union and AEU, but it is still too fragile for the Angel of Da. Miss Wong, aren't you worried?" Christina asked Wong. Everyone reacted and looked at Wong. "No worries," Wong said. If her true identity didn't need to be kept secret, she would have directly announced Yang Hui's record. 4 years ago, in the Shiansu Defense War, Yang Hui drove the Land War Iron Man high mobility type. Although it was specially equipped, it was still an Iron Man in essence, but he annihilated 23 enemy MISs with one machine and won the title of Young Tiger. Seeing Wong's attitude, everyone was more curious about Yang Hui's driving skills and stared at the screen intently. "Let's start, let me see the level of the Gundam Envoy. Angel of Da, start destroying the target." Tieria was also a ruthless person who didn't say much. After the countdown ended, the GN rocket launcher was directly raised in front of his chest. The green GN particles immediately wrapped the Angel of Da, and the pink beam condensed in the runway. "Alice, isn't this too confident?" Yang Hui sighed and operated the Iron Man to move. Soon, the GN force field dissipated, and a huge pink beam shot out, but Yang Hui had already seen through the shooting trajectory and dodged in advance. The power of the GN rocket launcher is indeed huge, but it not only takes time to charge, but also takes time to refill the GN particles after the attack. It is precisely because of this time difference that Yang Hui has closed the distance with the Angel. The 200mm rapid-fire smoothbore cannon opened fire. Facing the incoming shells, T-Area did not even have the most basic dodging and defensive actions. Relying on the heavy armor of the Angel and the newly developed carbon armor, he did not think that the Iron Man's artillery fire could cause any effective damage. Sure enough, the shells only burst into a few sparks on the body of the Angel. The subsequent battle was very boring. The Angel charged and ran, and the Iron Man dodged and shot. One could not hit, and the other could not penetrate. Oh, it's so boring. Mr. Melon should lose, right? The other two Gundam envoys said so, and the others basically had the same opinion. After all, the performance of the Angel was there, and it was almost invincible against the Iron Man. Although the Iron Man relied on Yang Hui's driving skills to avoid the bombardment of the Angel, he was also walking on a tightrope. If he was hit by one bullet, he would be finished. But Wong put forward the opposite opinion. No, he's going to win. Huh? Everyone looked at Wong in confusion, and then looked at the screen. Not long after, everyone's expressions became more and more shocked. Chapter 7, Educating the Gundam Emissary. HMPH, a rat that can only run away. T-Area was impatient because of several missed attacks. He became more and more anxious as he fought, and he didn't notice that the joints of the Angel's limbs had turned slightly red. I got you. For some reason, Yang Hui's Iron Man suddenly stopped and didn't move, but he didn't need to think about the reason. He just needed to destroy the Iron Man in front of him. But as soon as the GN rocket launcher was aimed at the Iron Man, the Angel collapsed and fell to the ground. What's going on? What happened to the Angel? Why is it like this? T-Area kept pulling the joystick, but couldn't make the Angel stand up again. Yang Hui's Iron Man had already arrived in front of the Angel, and the rapid-fire smoothbore cannon was aimed at T-Area's cockpit. Yang Hui's voice, like the judgment of the god of death, came. General. Bang bang bang. The simulation battle ended, the Angel's cockpit was destroyed, and the pilot was killed. What did you do? As soon as he left the simulation cabin, T-Area ran to Yang Hui and asked angrily. Yang Hui glanced at T-Area, who was like a child who couldn't stand losing, so he didn't answer T-Area, but looked at Ian. Mr. Ian, have you collected all the data just now? Complete. Well, since everyone is here, let's do a review. Hey. I'm asking. T-Area became even more angry when Yang Hui ignored him, and wanted to grab Yang Hui's collar, but Yang Hui grabbed his wrist and twisted it, and threw him out. You should be glad that this is a simulated battle, otherwise you would have died. Yang Hui said coldly. What did you say? Isn't it? If it was a real battle, would you still have a chance to trouble me? Also, you are not my superior. I have no obligation to answer your questions. If you don't understand, watch carefully and learn well. You are a Gundam user, not a child who lost a fight. Yang Hui emphasized the tone of the lecture. Seeing that T-Area was speechless, Yang Hui looked at Ian again. Mr. Ian, please call up the records and data just now, and let's review it. Okay. Including Ian, everyone was shocked by Yang Hui's change. He was very easygoing before, but now he has become so imposing. Of course, except for Wong, she knew that Yang Hui was really a little angry, because T-Area's performance was really too bad. It was just like a novice in misdriving. She just wanted to rely on the high performance of the Angel to bully the enemy. This kind of behavior on the battlefield is completely playing with one's own life. And Yang Hui hates people who don't take their lives seriously on the battlefield. This also shows that Yang Hui is serious about the plan of Heavenly Man. The video began to play, and everyone, including T-Area, watched intently how the Gundam they thought was invincible was defeated. Mr. Ian, zoom in on the location where the Angel of Death is attacked. Done. Now, everyone was horrified, and T-Area shouted that it was impossible, because all of Yang Hui's artillery fire hit the joints of Angel of Death's limbs, and that place was not covered by external armor. Hey, is this true? High-speed moving shooting, can every shot be so accurate? And we have to dodge the Angel of Death's artillery fire, and we must be highly concentrated throughout the process, which is a huge consumption of physical strength and energy. High mobility combat for an hour, is this something that a human can do? Logan and Aleluja are the most qualified people to express their opinions. The Power Angel and the Archangel they are driving are the Sniper Gundam and the High Mobility Gundam respectively. They are doing well in their respective areas of expertise, but Yang Hui directly combines the expertise of the two, and has persisted in such a long combat time, which is too scary. But this is impossible. Even the skeleton and basic armor are made of the latest carbon, so they shouldn't be so fragile. Ian retorted. I use 200mm high explosive armor piercing shells. High explosive armor piercing shells. I see. Damn it. I actually neglected this. Ian understood. High explosive armor piercing shells also have a name, called internal nemesis. From the outside of the armor, it does not seem to cause much damage, but it will cause huge damage to the internal structure under the armor. Even the skeleton and armor made of brand new carbon materials cannot withstand the attack of dozens of high explosive armor piercing shells. Now I will analyze the shortcomings of this battle for you, T-Iria. Listen carefully. Tisk. T-Iria was very upset with Yang Hui, but as Yang Hui said, this is not a fight between children. If you lose, you lose. You still have to listen. Yang Hui nodded upon seeing this and continued to analyze. First of all, it can be said that the angel has basically no movement, which also leaves an opportunity for my accurate shooting. Regardless of whether the attack can penetrate the armor, defense and evasion are still necessary, otherwise it will be a sitting duck. The only difference is how much time it takes to destroy it. Second, everyone should pay attention to the angel's first few turning movements. I used several rotational maneuvers to figure out the angel's maximum torque range, so each subsequent turning movement at the angel's joints was twisted to the limit. Coupled with the damage caused to the basic skeleton by the armor-piercing projectile, the damage to the angel's limb skeleton was accelerated. Finally, Ian called up the records of the angel's cockpit according to Yang Hui's instructions, including T-Iria's exasperated expression, which made T-Iria's face flushed with anger and he almost couldn't help but leave. T-Iria lost her composure and was so anxious to defeat the enemy that she didn't even notice the damage warning of her machine. This is the last point. On the battlefield, you must stay calm at all times and in all places. Only by staying calm can you better analyze the situation and find a way out. If you can't think of it, it doesn't matter. You can just wait for the instructions of the battlefield forecaster. At this point, Yang Hui smiled at Wang, and Wang smiled sweetly in return. Everyone felt that they were caught off guard and fed a wave of dog food, but they had no evidence. So, stay calm, and remember it. After the review, everyone present had no doubts about Yang Hui. Just the analysis and correction just now had won their recognition and respect. Even T-Iria, who was most unhappy with Yang Hui, was the same, but she was too proud to say it. Next, Locken will board, followed by Aleluja. I need to understand your level and style. Mr. Ian, please record the data. Okay, General, please be merciful. I see. Understood. I will record it all. Well, Wang, the others will go with you to familiarize themselves. If there is a battleship simulation, it is best to adapt in advance. I see. Everyone's tasks were arranged in a few seconds. Yang Hui was already regarded as the commander of this team. About 3 hours later, Locken, Aleluja and T-Iria slumped on the ground, sweating profusely, with their backs against the simulation chamber. Not only Locken and Aleluja's individual simulation training, but also the simulation battles in which 2 or 3 people appeared on the stage, all ended. Except for the time when the 3 people joined forces, Yang Hui died together with the Archangel due to the performance of the machine. Every simulation battle ended with Yang Hui's victory. No, Admiral, you are too abnormal, aren't you? 3 Gundams can only perish together. Who are you? Facing the complaints of the 3 people, Yang Hui waved his hand and told them to have a good rest. After they rested well, they would review the battle. He went to Ian to discuss how to improve the Gundam. Melon is too good, isn't he? Aleluja exclaimed. He is definitely an ace pilot, but the information of ace pilots of each country is recorded in Veda, and there is no information about him. T-Iria carefully recalled the information she had browsed from Veda. I think of one person who is very likely. Locken said. Who? Aleluja and T-Iria looked at Locken at the same time. The young tiger of the People's Revolutionary League. It's him. The two were shocked. Although he has disappeared now, the record of the young tiger of the People's Revolutionary League in the Shiansu Defense War was regarded as a miracle that was difficult to surpass by all armies. It was after that battle that the name of Young Tiger was completely resounding throughout the world, but it was also after that battle that Young Tiger retired from the army. Those who knew his true identity were required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Once it was leaked, it would be considered treason. People outside could not collect his information, so the true identity of Young Tiger was the highest priority task in the intelligence agencies of various countries. Well, this is just my guess. Whether it is or not, with Mr. Miran, isn't our mission easier? Locken didn't care too much about Yang Hui's true identity. A strong and reliable companion was what he cared about most. That's right. I'm going to rest now. Mr. Melon is really merciless. Aleluja and Locken left, while Tyria sat there and continued to think. Logically, he had the highest level 7 authority of Veda. As a candidate for the Celestial team, he should not have seen the information. Thinking of this, Tyria didn't want to rest anymore and walked towards Veda's communication room. On the other side, Yang Hui and Ian began a heated discussion. Mr. Ian, the Gundam has serious problems. How could that be? Is this just the pilot's problem? No, the Gundam itself also has many areas that need improvement. For example, the sniper aiming system of the Power Angel is simply a failure. Although there is arrow to assist in sniping, as a mispilot, letting his hands leave the joystick in battle is enough to be fatal. The armament of the Archangel is too monotonous, which limits his combat area. What the hell is that shield? It can be separated into a mechanical clamp and a GN thermal sword, which is flashy and has no practical significance. It is better to replace it with a composite weapon of a GN shield and a GN submachine gun, and the GN rocket launcher of the Angel has too long a charging time. Before attacking, it can only take a beating. The charging time must be shortened. There are also the two double-mounted GN cannons on the shoulders. Although they provide more powerful firepower output, their functions overlap with the GN rocket launcher. It is better to dual-wield GN rocket launchers. At first, Ian was not convinced when he heard Yang Hui say that the Gundam had many problems, but after listening to the improvement plans one by one, he went from recognition to admiration for Yang Hui, and each plan was to the point. After chatting for a while, Yang Hui suddenly asked, "By the way, Mr. Ian, do I have my own exclusive machine? Or do I rotate with him to drive the existing Gundam?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 GNXXX Secret Angel Gundam. Well, we only knew about your arrival today, so we didn't know. However, it's really unreasonable for you not to be equipped with a special machine with your strength, but... As he spoke, Ian called up the battle data of Yang Hui that he had just sorted out, and compared it with the data of the 3 Gundam messengers and the 4 Gundams including the Exa. None of the 4 existing Gundams are suitable for you, especially the analysis of the battle data later. You should be good at multiple firepower assaults and super high-speed movement, right? Ian asked after analyzing the data. As expected of Mr. Ian, you guessed it right. Yang Hui gave a thumbs up. It was just the data of a few simulated battles, and Ian guessed Yang Hui's driving style directly when Yang Hui could hide something. Ian is really capable. So, this is a very troublesome thing. Although there is a machine that suits you very well, there are also many problems. That machine does not have a usable solar furnace for the time being, and it has been in maintenance since it was picked up. I don't know if Veda will agree to reactivate it. Ian scratched his head and said with a headache. Can you let me see the information and data first? Yang Hui asked. Although he had some guesses in his mind, he still couldn't be sure whether Ian was talking about the Gundam he guessed. That's fine. Ian clicked on the screen a few times and called up a file. It's it. Yang Hui looked at the information with a burning gaze. GNXXX Secret Angel Gundam, a machine that only appears in the spin-off comics, is also the first machine in Gundam Hu equipped with a floating gun. Ahem, it should be said to be a GN bit. Yang Hui likes all-round wireless weapons such as floating guns and GN bits, so he fell in love with Secret Angel at first sight. But if I remember correctly, this machine should be floating in the universe now? Why is it here? How is it? Ian asked. If I want to drive it, do I need to apply to Veda? Yang Hui asked. Not only that, the most critical solar furnace is missing. Ian said with a headache. He also knew that Yang Hui had taken a fancy to the secret Angel Gundam, but there were only 5 solar furnaces in the Celestial Beings army at present. It was not easy to deploy the only one that was not in Celestial Beings. There were not many extra ones. Well, can't we build it? Yang Hui regretted asking this question. He suddenly remembered that the solar furnace was not so easy to make. The original particle, cosmic egg, needed to be produced at the moment before the phase change of matter under high gravity. The GN particles were actually the subspecies of particles released by the original particles, cosmic egg. Only by sealing these particles and adding particle control functions could the solar furnace be built. Facing Ian's dead fish eyes, Yang Hui took the initiative to apologize. I am abrupt. How about this, Mr. Ian? You sort out the data and the previous proposal first, and then think about whether there are other areas that can be improved. I will go to look at the information first. I don't even know the relevant theoretical knowledge of GN particles now. We will discuss it in detail later. Okay. Ian saw that Yang Hui did not give up his previous idea, but he didn't know. Alice, it seems that he and his wife will have to work hard again. However, it can be seen that Yang Hui likes the secret angel very much. It is not in vain that he picked up this generation of machine against all odds. A month has passed. Yang Hui has maintained a life of training 3 Gundam messengers for half a day and studying GN theoretical knowledge for half a day. In the evening, he has to take time to discuss the improvement plan of Gundam with Ian and his wife. He is so busy that he doesn't even have the energy to be intimate with his future wife. At the same time, he and Iaria are also perfecting the plan. Wang also participated. As a battlefield forecaster, Wang naturally has the authority to browse Veda. But according to Veda's calculations and the proposals for subsequent plans, Wang feels more and more that the whole plan is wrong. This is like a game that drives people crazy, and it drives both the enemy and us crazy. In the analysis of the plan, she found that if this world full of war is compared to a dark night, then the celestial being troops are the only light under the night, attracting all eyes to themselves, and at the same time focusing all hatred on themselves, and perishing in the final madness. After knowing the existence of the next generation MIS that exceeds the world's technological level, the 3 major countries on the Earth will definitely capture it at all costs. If one country cannot do it, they will unite together, and then explode in madness, eliminate the disputes between each other, and completely merge into one. In this way, won't the war in the world be eradicated? The goal of the celestial being plan has been achieved, but they are the victims of achieving this goal. After realizing this truth, Wang immediately found Yang Hui and told him the truth. She was very scared. Although she was willing to fight to eradicate war, it did not mean that she wanted to die. Yang Hui also sighed. Is this the butterfly effect caused by himself? Unlike Wang, who killed her boyfriend and was disheartened, she joined Shinran, just to atone for her sins, but now none of this has happened. Wang's intelligence analysis is still at its peak, and he saw through the essence at once. Out of helplessness, Yang Hui could only take Wang to see Ialia and tell her the truth. He was relieved when he learned that they were just retreating behind the scenes instead of ending up dead. However, he was also extremely shocked when he learned about Yang Hui's real power and the subsequent 2nd and 3rd stage plans. In order to make the plan more perfect and make everyone in Shinran safer, Yang Hui, Wang and Ialia began to complete the original plan. But among them, Yang Hui found a variable. I say, old man, there is a traitor in the organization. Yang Hui said. Traitor? Who is it? Wang asked in a panic. After all, a traitor appeared in a secret organization, and the blow caused was devastating. A secret organization without the word secret is a sheep to be slaughtered. I don't know yet, but take a look here. Yang Hui handed a material record to Wang. There are many batches of rare materials whose whereabouts are unknown. With the amount of these materials, except for the lack of solar furnaces, it is not a problem to build more than 10 or 20 second-generation Gundams. We must find out where these materials are, otherwise we may suffer a fatal blow at any time in our plan. Wang bit his finger and said in pain. No need. Huh? Yang Hui and Wang looked at Iaria in confusion. I have always expected that there will be traitors in the organization. If we want to unify the Earth, there must be enough stimulation. Only in this way can we focus all the hatred and disputes on us. And the existence of traitors is equivalent to an amplifier, accelerating the distortion of the world and speeding up this process. Yang Hui thought and found that it was indeed the case. In the original plot, if it were not for the appearance of the Trinity team, the 4 Gundams would be captured, and the pressure on the 3 major countries would not be enough. When the other side knew that the enemy had 7 Gundams, they felt difficult to deal with, and then gradually came together. But this is too dangerous. Can't we slow down the plan? Wong said worriedly. We don't have that much time. Maybe the person we are talking to outside the Earth is already on the way. Aeolia said. Yang Hui complained wildly in his heart. How can it be still on the way? It has already arrived, right? It is hidden in Jupiter. The most important production base of the solar furnace is built on Jupiter. It is really careless. However, it is one's thoughts, but it cannot be said out loud, otherwise the problem will be really big. In this case, old man, even if I am added, the power of heavenly man is not enough. I don't know about Union and AEU, but the People's Revolutionary Union, really don't be afraid. Huh? This time, it was Yang Hui who was being watched. Take a look. I roughly recalled some of the design drawings and plans I left behind. It's not complete, but it's enough. You don't know until you see it. When you see it, you almost blew the old guy Aeolia out of his coffin. Cough cough, it was the freezer. What did you leave behind? Wong said madly with a bitter face. Iriai's face was also black, almost dripping with ink. I don't know if I have to join the celestial beings either. Although the system gave Yang Hui the task of joining the celestial beings, there was no penalty for failure, and the celestial beings had not come to find him, so what could he do? He didn't like to put his life and safety in the hands of others, so he developed and grew as if he didn't join the celestial beings. Who knows? Alice, he dug a hole himself. What's your response plan? I didn't blame Yang Hui. Since these things have already happened, there is no point in scolding, and proposing a response plan is the most important thing. I have a few ideas. First, I want to invite some people to join Celestial Being. On the one hand, they will serve as news supervisors to monitor Celestial Being's actions. On the other hand, they will serve as our internal support in the 3 major countries. When necessary, we can prepare a few more escape routes. Of course, only a very few people can know about these people, especially the original supervisors and family members. It is a completely independent supervisory system. Second, recruit another Gundam envoy, and add me. Even if it comes to the end, there should be no problem in protecting ourselves. That's it. Ira looked at Yang Hui suspiciously. Ahem, actually, there is a little bit, a small request. Yang Hui said with 2 fingers about a centimeter apart. What do you want to do? Ira immediately became alert. Looking at the boy's expression, it was definitely not a good thing. The Emperor, who knew Yang Hui, subconsciously took a step back. That's right, let's build a few more solar furnaces. You see, the new Gundam Envoy's exclusive machine and my secret angel don't have solar furnaces to use, and the other 4 solar furnaces are not of the same specifications, so I need to build 6 or 7 solar furnaces of the same specifications and then... Hey. Don't leave. I haven't finished talking yet. When I heard about building solar furnaces, veins bulged on Iria's forehead in the image. When he heard that 6 or 7 were to be built, his face was so dark that ink was about to drip out. When he finally asked for uniform specifications, Ira ended the communication directly. He was afraid that if he continued to listen, even the consciousness would vomit blood and die. Although all the scientists who studied the solar furnace were silenced, the relevant technology was still retained in Veda. But, do you know how much resources it takes to go to Jupiter? This old man is really, why doesn't he listen to what others say, so rude? Yang Hui muttered. Wong covered his face on the side, not wanting to admit that this shameless man was his fiancé, and directly grabbed his ear and left the communication room. Chapter 9 Final Preparations. Although Ira hung up the call directly and did not agree to Yang Hui's last proposal, after all, Yang Hui's status and rights were granted by Ira himself, right? So does it really matter whether he agrees or not? Moreover, although Ira was almost irritated by Yang Hui, he would still agree in the end. No, the next day Veda sent instructions, approving all of Yang Hui's proposals, but adding restrictions, that is, Yang Hui must go to Jupiter in person to build a solar furnace, and must come back within a year. As for how many solar furnaces he can bring back, it depends on his own ability. Seeing this restriction, Yang Hui almost vomited blood. How long has he been in Shinran? He has to build a solar furnace by himself? He hasn't even mastered the theoretical knowledge of GN particles. So, I'm sorry, Ian Jun, I can only ask you to sacrifice your life to accompany the gentleman. However, before leaving for Jupiter, Yang Hui and Wang landed on Earth again. They could only set off after implementing the first proposal. As for the second proposal to add a Gundam messenger, the information had been sent to Veda. Yang Hui's candidate was really the second-generation Lock-in, the current Lock-in's younger brother, Lyle Delandy. His sniping skills were comparable to his brother Neil Delandy, and his ability in medium-range shooting was even stronger, which was very suitable to fill the missing corner of the current Gundam messenger. Originally, Yang Hui was thinking about whether to recommend Sergei or Graham, but this idea was extinguished by him as soon as it appeared. The reason was simple. The two were too famous in their respective troops. Yang Hui was lucky. Those who knew his true identity had either retired, died in battle, or were transferred to other confidential departments. Moreover, his position had long been transferred to the Academy of Sciences, fading from everyone's sight, but if they suddenly disappeared, they would definitely be suspected. Moreover, they might not agree. It is estimated that Graham would agree very readily, but Sergei would definitely not be possible because he still has a family. Furthermore, Yang Hui thought, if Sergei and Graham were poached, what would the opponent do? They could just sweep them all. Ahem, that's assuming that those plans with no bottom line have not been realized. At night, the most exclusive hotel near the Federal University welcomed several special guests. Thank you for waiting, Professor Effman, Mr. Katajiri. Wang Liumei was responsible for receiving Professor Effman and others who were invited. Well, where's that brat? Effman asked in a deep voice. Mr. Melon is already waiting in the inner room, please follow me. Please wait, another guest has arrived. Wang Liumei glanced at the two people who had just entered the door and said to Professor Effman. Looking in the direction of Wang Liumei, the pupils of the two people shrank, because the other party was also a famous figure. Wang Lao, Mr. Smirnov, welcome to both of you. You too. Wang Lao looked at Wang Liumei and found that she was still a young girl, but she was actually arranged to receive them. The meeting between them was very important, and the person who could be arranged to receive them would definitely not be decided casually. This girl also made him feel that she was not simple. Yes, Wang Liumei answered calmly. Well, after the four people gathered together, Wang Liumei took them to the inner hall. Stinky boy, why are you back so soon? Seeing Yang Hui, Wang Lao and Professor Effman scolded at the same time. Oh, if it was someone else who said this, he would immediately retort, but his two teachers just had to bear it obediently. After being scolded by the two, the last person, Katie Mannequin, also arrived, and the meeting officially began. Yang Hui first told the five people the information he had learned in the past month and the real plan of Aeolia, and then told them his plan. Well, Aeolia Schuchenberg is a terrifying person. Yes, he saw things 200 years ago that we can't see now. Professor Effman and Old Wang sighed at the same time, feeling a sense of frustration. There is competition among researchers, but they are really convinced by Aeolia. What do you think? Yang Hui asked. Well, I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the moment of historical change in my lifetime. I can't refuse this invitation. Old Wang took the lead in expressing his opinion. There was no way. Whether it was the new technology of Heavenly Man, or the upcoming dialogue, he couldn't refuse. I also accept this invitation. I can't be missing at such an important moment. Besides, we are only responsible for supervising you. There is not much risk, right? Professor Effman smiled. The two with the highest status agreed, and the other three naturally would not refuse. It can be said that anyone with a little ambition would not refuse this invitation, because it represents the witness of history. But Yang Hui, you haven't fulfilled the promise you made to me yet. Old Wang said jokingly, not caring about Professor Elfman's presence, or rather, he just wanted to win Professor Elfman over to his side. Promised? What? It's not the solar furnace, is it? You bastard. I'm your teacher, too, right? Why don't you give me a share? Do you still think of me as your teacher? Yang Hui, who was being scolded with his head down, looked at Old Wang with resentment, and comforted him. Teachers, I can't help it. You see, I haven't even mastered the theoretical knowledge of the solar furnace and GN particles yet. After I go back this time, I will go to Jupiter right away, and I won't be back until a year later. Besides, if I give you the things now, can you grasp them? If the People's Revolutionary League and the Union take them away, you will really lose your students. After much persuasion, he finally persuaded the two old men to stop, and then chatted with Billy, Sergey, and Katie. I say, you kid, you're playing too big this time, aren't you? Are you really not afraid of death? Sergey said. Hey, you should be proud. Your brother is a pioneer of world reform. Go to hell. I'd rather you stay at home and be a waste. I promised my dad to take good care of you. Is it my fault that I'm so good? Tisk. When we meet on the battlefield, I won't show mercy. Yes, you're talking as if you can beat me. By the way, Melon, your plan is really too risky, isn't it? Billy interrupted at the right time in order not to be completely forgotten. After all, it involves the transformation of the world and the dialogue with outsiders. You can't avoid taking risks. Yang Hui shook his head and said. Even when watching anime in his previous life, Yang Hui felt that the whole plan was very risky. For example, in the first season, what if the Heavenly Man troops were completely wiped out? Who would deal with Aloys? If Setsuna died in the middle of the process, who would complete the dialogue? It's not difficult to find a purebred reformer, but you can't find another purebred reformer like Setsuna. But now he put himself in their shoes and felt that it was not that they didn't want to take it slowly, but that they didn't have the time to take it slowly. On the other side, two best friends were also chatting privately. I was wondering why you suddenly retired, but ended up participating in such a dangerous plan, Jiu. Well, actually, even if this didn't happen, I would have planned to retire from the AEU, and I had already planned to join the People's Revolutionary League. It's very similar to your personality, bold but careful, and good at using surprise attacks. If I had been as steady and cautious as you, analyzing the pros and cons, I wouldn't have succeeded either. Jiu. Katie's face turned red again, and she shouted in a panic, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Embarrassed, Katie Mannequin apologized and glared at Wong. Wong stuck out his tongue, then asked, by the way, Katie, haven't you thought about it yet? Jiu at ho. I didn't say anything. Wong knew that he couldn't provoke Katie anymore, otherwise she would really go crazy. Humph. You'd better be careful on the battlefield. Otherwise, I won't miss the opportunity. Katie Mannequin said, turning his head away. Wow? I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. A dangerous light flashed in Wong's eyes. He had originally thought of finding an ally to deal with that beast together and take care of his best friend's feelings, but the other party didn't even think about sharing, but planned to monopolize it. So you'd better stay alive. Aren't you worried about him being in danger? He's a frontline combatant. How could a man who I like die so easily? You. Kati. It was late at night, and everyone dispersed. The goal of landing on the Earth this time was also completed. Yang Hui and Wong had to return to the universe immediately. Whether it was tactical drills, perfecting plans, or going to Jupiter, they were all imminent. Tiria was right. They didn't have much time. Mr. Melon, I'm getting more and more curious about you now. While Wong was in the bathroom, Wang Liumyi said to Yang Hui. That won't work, little sister. Don't you know that it's dangerous for a woman to be curious about a man? Yang Hui teased. Is Mr. Melon going to do something to me? Wang Liumyi pretended to be cute, blinking her big watery eyes. Haha, that's not the case. Not to mention that I have a fiancé. I'm not interested in a little girl like you who is still wet behind the ears. This time Yang Hui stepped on a landmine. Even a young girl hates men who belittle her appearance and figure, especially the man she is interested in. Don't be angry. You are still young, and there is a future for you. Looking at Wang Liumyi, whose little face was almost puffed up, he quickly comforted her. HMPH. Don't think I will forgive you easily. Did I apologize? HMPH. Okay, tell me, what do you want? Well, let me think about it. I got it. How about you accompany me alone for a day next time you come to Earth? No thanks, although Wong won't think too much, but I can't give her the opportunity to misunderstand. Yang Hui directly refused. Oh? In other words, it's okay as long as Miss Wong agrees. Ahem, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Well, I see, Miss Wong is back and your train has arrived, so I'll leave first. I wish you a safe journey. Hey. Wait, what's going on? Yang Hui scratched his hair in confusion. What's wrong? Where's Wang Liumyi? She left first. Our train has arrived. Well, let's go. Well, Wang held Yang Hui's hand very tightly. This time, they would be separated for a year. She wanted to cherish this time. Miss, you. Hong Long, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Yes. Wang Liumi looked at the scenery flashing outside the window, and smiled from time to time, thinking of something very interesting. Chapter 10, First Meeting Setsuna. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Hui and Ian and his wife, who were abducted, returned safely to Xiangguang City. Moreover, the fourth person who came back with them, Ian and Linda's daughter Melina, who is the root cause of Yang Hui's suffering in the past year, was the reason why he took the couple to Jupiter instead of Ian alone. He didn't even have to eat every day for a year, and he was fed with dog food. Dog food is fine, but we are on a mission. What's the point of you two creating a little person? If you have created it, you should take care of it yourself. Why do you want me to be a babysitter? Logically, Melina should be 5 years old at this time. Why was she born at this time? Yang Hui, who couldn't figure out all these changes, could only attribute it to the butterfly effect, quantum mechanics, parallel time and space, and other reasons. But now it's good, the purgatory-like life is finally over. As soon as he got off the boat, a beautiful figure threw himself into Yang Hui's arms and hugged him tightly. Welcome back. There were no grandiose words, no vows of eternal love, just a simple sentence, but it contained endless thoughts and love. I'm back. Holding his lover in his arms, all the pent-up energy in Yang Hui's heart disappeared, and he felt that everything he had paid was worth it. Others did not disturb this beautiful picture, and began to unload their work. When it was almost over, Yang Hui and Wang separated. How is it going? After the tender time was over, it was naturally time to work. Wang asked directly. Not bad. This year I have completely mastered the theoretical knowledge of GN particles and solar furnaces, and there is. At this point, Yang Hui turned around and proudly looked at the achievements of himself and Ian and his wife this year. 7. Even Wang couldn't help but cover his mouth and exclaimed. According to Veda's calculations, the three of them could bring back 3 solar furnaces, and the resources consumed in this trip to Jupiter had already paid for themselves. Now it has more than doubled, and it is completely profitable. Yes, 7, and they are the latest solar furnaces. The GN particle dispersion range, purity, power, concentration, all exceed the old solar furnaces. Yang Hui introduced proudly. Do you have specific data? Wang asked. Yes, I will send it to you later. Are there any issues worth paying attention to in this year? Yang Hui asked. No, the world is still the same. There are no major wars, but small wars continue. According to Veda's judgment, 3 years will be the time when conflicts reach their peak, and that is when the plan will begin. Wang explained. 3 years. Time is a bit tight. Yang Hui calculated the time. There are currently 5 Gundams to be strengthened and modified, 1 Gundam to be designed and built, the training of Gundam messengers, and the adaptation of new equipment and new machines. I know. Well, let's go to the conference room. There are 2 people I want to introduce to you. Okay. Yang Hui nodded. In fact, he also guessed who the 2 people were. All members of the celestial being troops gathered in the conference room. Seeing 2 familiar yet unfamiliar faces, his guess was confirmed. Let me introduce you. You are Setsuna Fkion and SYNOPSIS, Locken's younger brother. Both of you are Gundam envoys. Wang first introduced the 2 to Yang Hui, and then introduced Yang Hui to the 2. This is Mirna Stewart, also a Gundam envoy and Ms. Designer. Setsuna looked very immature now, and had not yet opened his heart to outsiders, so he just nodded, while Lyle was much more familiar and greeted him warmly. Oh, I finally meet the real person, Mr. Marin. I am SYNOPSIS, but I prefer you to call me Lyle. SYNOPSIS, also known as Lyle Delandi, stretched out his hand to Marin. Hello, Lyle. Without asking if Lyle was saying his real name, he just called him as another code name. Haha, Mr. Marin is really as rumored, a person who is easy to get along with. With you here, Miss Wang will naturally look down on others. Lyle said with pretended regret. Huh? What? Want to try it? Yang Hui, who understood the hidden meaning, raised his lips and showed a wicked smile. Please teach me, Mr. Melon. Although I have seen your simulated battle records and data, I still want to experience it myself. Lyle said seriously. At this point, Setsuna also stood up and said that he would also participate. Okay, it's a good opportunity to observe your fighting style so that we can modify your body. As soon as they said it, they came to the familiar simulation cabin again. The first person to fight against Yang Hui was Lyle. At the beginning of the battle, Yang Hui knew that Lyle had done his homework and was familiar with his fighting style, but familiarity and being able to deal with it are two different things. Lyle was defeated in less than half an hour, but Yang Hui's initial evaluation of Lyle was very high. He was worthy of being the man who could kill Ali Al-Sashes in the second season. Moreover, Yang Hui found that it was a waste of talent for Heavenly Man in the second season to let him replace Locken as a sniper. Lyle's sports shooting ability far exceeded his long-range sniping ability. Imagine that his brother Neil was doing a fixed-point sniping, while Lyle was around Neil to clean up the invading enemies, or Lyle was doing a surprise attack, while Neil was lurking in the distance to provide sniper cover. They were definitely a golden pair. This made Yang Hui sure that it was an extremely correct decision to recruit him in advance. The second one was Setsuna. Setsuna's level. How should I put it? Should I say that he was very disappointed? Or should I say that he was not disappointed at all? The hit rate of gun shooting was not as good as the hit rate of GN beam saber throwing. He was too straightforward in his positioning. He was easily impulsive when the battle was slightly stalemate. He loved close combat and slashing people. So Setsuna also broke the simulation record of being shot down the fastest, and lost in just 15 minutes. Setsuna was hit hard when he left the simulation cabin. He couldn't imagine that the Gundam he regarded as an angel was shot down so quickly. Well, relax, Setsuna, after all, you have only been in contact with Ms. driving for a short time, it is normal to be shot down. Yang Hui said something that didn't sound like comforting to comfort him. Setsuna looked up at Yang Hui and left without looking back. Hey. Wait. The review hasn't started yet. Yang Hui called out to Setsuna's back. Well, let him rest for a while, Mr. Melon. This kid has been hit hard, I'll bring him in later. Brother Delandy advised. Not impossible, I just happen to have something to report to Veda, so let's do it later. By the way, Lyle, the machines you used for the simulation battle are not the existing Gundams, right? New ones? Yang Hui asked. Yes, GN006, Cherubim Gundam, built after I came, but it's not finished yet, waiting for you to come back. Lyle said. Is that so? That's good, it saves a lot of time. Ian and I will finalize the renovation plan within a week. If you have any needs, please contact us in advance. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Melon. The four agreed separately. The familiar number 001 communication room, external communications were completely blocked, and Yang Hui saw Iria again after a year. I already know the situation. You have done a great job. Iria did not expect that Yang Hui had brought back 7 solar furnaces in 1 year, and they were all of the same specifications, and they were upgraded on the basis of the original ones. Old man, let's talk about this later. We are in danger now. Yang Hui said, and at the same time his eyes changed. Colorful streamers flashed in his eyes, but this state only lasted for a moment and ended. Oh? Did you find it? Yes, I was almost scared to death when I first found it. Yang Hui replied with lingering fear. Jupiter, the hiding place of ELS, does not know why the ELS is now in a dormant state, but it is completely a huge gunpowder barrel that will explode at any time. After living in an environment covered with high purity and high concentration GN particles for a year, Yang Hui naturally evolved into a pure-blooded transformer, but now he cannot control the brain quantum waves at all, so he has been controlling the transformer form in a closed state. When he just woke up, the brain quantum wave immediately captured the densely packed ELS hidden in Jupiter, which almost scared him to death. Even people without intensive phobia can't bear that feeling. Fortunately, Yang Hui quickly retracted the brain quantum wave and locked himself in a room that shielded the brain quantum wave for a year, otherwise, the ELS might have been awakened in advance. Before being able to control the brain quantum wave, Yang Hui would not easily turn on the transformer state. Although there is no need to worry about being discovered by the ELS here, the brain quantum wave can connect to the thoughts of others and receive their emotions. It's okay if there are few people. If there are many people, a large number of external emotions will rush into the brain, and Yang Hui will directly become a fool. Moreover, Yang Hui cannot be considered a complete purebred transformer now. It's just that his physical fitness has been comprehensively strengthened and his perception has become stronger, but the brain quantum wave cannot be controlled and the tolerance is not enough. Well, that's why I formulated the Heavenly Man plan. There's not much time left for humans. According to Veda's calculations, in 3 centuries, the alien bodies hidden in Jupiter will awaken and the two sides will come into contact. Now humans are still killing each other. How stupid. Well, calm down, old man, don't we still have us? But old man, I suggest that Veda recalculate it again, adding variables such as the awakening speed of the transformers and the speed of the popularization of brain quantum waves. Those alien bodies will be attracted to brain quantum waves, and this time will be advanced. Yang Hui reminded. I know. That's it, I'll go and get busy first. Alice, it seems that there is no time to rest again. After the communication ended, Yang Hui came to the hangar to find Ian and Linda, and immediately started the transformation and enhancement plan of the 6 Gundams. This is the preliminary plan that Linda and I have decided on for the Power Angel, the Archangel, the Virtue Angel, and the Secret Angel. Do you think there is anything we need to change? Yang Hui took the pad and looked at it. He had no objection. This was the result of their mutual discussion over the past year. They could start directly after the 3 pilots confirmed it. The next step was to make a preliminary decision on the transformation plan for the Cherubim and Power Angel. Chapter 11. The curtain is about to open. 3 years is a long time, but it is also short. In the secret colony of celestial beings, Xiangguang City, Yang Hui led everyone to complete all the preparations 1 week before the plan was officially implemented. The first is the strengthening and transformation of each machine. The first is the universal strengthening. All Gundams are equipped with a new solar furnace, reinforced skeleton armor at the joints, and the cockpit is changed to a full circle spherical cockpit. They are equipped with 2 beam sabers and a GN force field generator, which can generate a particle shield composed of GN particles in a short time for emergency use, but the consumption is extremely large and cannot be used as a normal situation. The original GN sword plus GN pistol composite weapon was changed to a composite weapon that integrates GN shield, GN pistol, and GN sword, and it was changed to dual wielding. The additional GN longsword and GN dagger in the original plan were cancelled, and 6 GN throwing daggers were changed, and the end of the hilt was connected to a carbon steel cable for recovery. The biggest change of the Power Angel is in the cockpit. Not only has it been changed to a full circle cockpit, but the original sniper aiming system has been removed, which is more concise and does not require lock-in to let go of the joystick and let arrow control the body when sniping. The external armament has not changed much, but the external GN shield has been removed, and a new camouflage film generator has been added, allowing the Power Angel to hide in battle and become a true shadowless death god. The Cherubim, Lyle's Cherubim, is no longer equipped with a GN sniper rifle II, but 2 GN rifles, and the 2 GN rifles are connected front and back to form a long-range GN rifle, referred to as Assault Freedom. Add an external GN shield, and mount 2 GN heavy pistols inside the GN shield. The status in the mission is the Protector of the Power Angel. The overall structure of the Archangel has been adjusted to reduce useless idle space, and the overall body feels more compact. 2 GN cannons are placed on the back, and the composite weapon of GN shield plus GN heat sword is removed, and replaced with GN composite gun shield, and it is dual wielding. The legs are equipped with triple GN missile launchers, and there is a universal interface at the tail, which can be placed on external backpacks such as GN missile cabins and auxiliary thrusters. On the basis of replacing the new carbon armor, the German Angel changed the high-power GN rocket launcher to 2 GN cannons, which can be combined into a high-power GN rocket launcher, referred to Wing Zero. The GN cannons on both shoulders were replaced with 2 GN rapid-fire cannons to prevent high-mobility bodies from getting close. There are 2 foldable low-power GN cannons on the waist, which is completely a mobile heavy firepower fortress. And finally, there is Yang Hui's Secret Angel. In terms of Yang Hui's fighting style and driving skills, the new Secret Angel is no longer equipped with GN shields, and the setting of the classic fighter is also cancelled. The original single solar furnace is changed to a dual furnace machine. Although Yang Hui does not intend to be the pioneer, the power of the dual furnace frequency is still very huge. Although there are still some technical problems that have not been completely solved, the Secret Angel equipped with 2 solar furnaces can allow Yang Hui to fight for a long time in a large-scale melee. In terms of armament, dual GN submachine guns, 32 GN bits are carried on the back like wings, and 16 gun-type GN bits are loaded in 16 shield-type GN bits. In addition to GN beam saber hidden in each wrist, 2 GN entity long swords are also equipped on the waist as a killer to deal with GN positions in the future. It seems very powerful and can take on all the 3 major countries now. But this is just a castrated version. Due to the tight time and the opposition of Aeolia, Yang Hui may be even more desperate. The first phase of the plan is to focus the world's contradictions on ourselves instead of destroying them directly. He said so. However, even with such a configuration, Yang Hui was still worried that the 3 major countries would overturn after obtaining the pseudo-solar furnace. He knew very well what the performance of the entrapment and BYE he designed himself would be after being equipped with a pseudo-solar furnace. So the enhancement of the Gundam stopped here, and Yang Hui could only think of Ptolemy. Who said that transport ships don't need to be armed? Are you full of shit? This is what Yang Hui cursed when he saw Ptolemy. GN particles can interfere with all radar signals, and transport ships will not be discovered. What else? Yang Hui was almost so angry that he directly pasted the pat on the face of the person who said this. If a space battleship is not equipped with weapons, what is the difference between it and a huge coffin? It will not be discovered? Are you kidding? Yang Hui knows more than one way to find Ptolemy. Sergei's classic tactic for exploring hidden enemies in the universe was to spread a large number of small communicators in a wide range of space. As long as the small communicators somewhere lost contact, didn't it mean that there were people there? Later, Yang Hui, together with Ian and Linda, made major changes to Ptolemy again, adjusted the overall structure, separated the navigation bridge and the second combat bridge, referred to Minerva, removed the detachable hangar, and replaced it with a large hangar inside the ship. 3 catapults ensured that the Gundam in the hangar could be launched in the shortest time. In terms of armament, there were 6 large GN cannons, 10 small GN cannons, 8 flat GN cannons, GN rapid fire control modules, GN torpedoes, and GN missile launch ports. At the same time, it was equipped with a large GN force field generator, an optical camouflage system, and the unsealed Trans-M system as a trump card for running away in the last critical moment. The entire ship is 359 meters long, more than double the original 154 meters. In addition, it is heavily armed. Aeolia asked Yang Hui, "Are you sure this is a transport ship and not a cruiser?" Yang Hui replied, "It's better to be prepared. At worst, I can let go of the enemy." Yang Hui, who didn't want to die, could only desperately arm himself. Under the premise that he could decide the upper limit himself, he didn't set a lower limit. After getting these data, even the Emperor was speechless. Yang Hui's plan was not about military intervention. Was he going to declare war on the 3 major countries directly? All her plans had to be overturned and re-evaluated. The strength comparison between the enemy and us was determined to determine where to let go and how much water to let go. After 3 days and 3 nights of busy work, the Emperor finally changed the plan and dragged Yang Hui into the room and imposed harsh sanctions on him. After talking about the equipment, the next thing is the driving skills of the Gundam messengers. Under the destruction of Yang Hui, who never missed, the driving skills of the 5 Gundam messengers have been significantly improved. There will never be a situation where the Angel of Exa is almost plucked off by the flag or the head is pulled out by the Iron Man. It may also be because of the common suffering. The tacit understanding of the 5 people at this time has been significantly improved. There will no longer be a situation where there is no cooperation in the battle, or even pulling each other's legs. In order to prevent the disputes in the original plot between the Gundam messengers, Yang Hui took the initiative to point out the identities of each of them. After all, on the battlefield, they are the closest comrades in arms. They don't ask to block the knife for others, but they must not stab in the back. At the beginning, the Delandi brothers said that they could not accept the identity of Setsuna. After all, their parents and sister died at the hands of the terrorist organization that Setsuna once served, but in the end, they knew that Setsuna was also brainwashed and even shot his parents. After confirming his true intentions, they also forgave him. Irio was against it at first. After all, the identity of the Gundam messenger was a top secret of S-class. Even they had to keep it secret from each other to prevent one person from betraying others after being caught. But after communicating with Veda, he approved of Yang Hui's approach. So under Yang Hui's training, T-Area had become more humane in advance. This was a cause for celebration. Finally, it was Elijah. His identity as a super soldier also attracted everyone's sympathy, but it was only a little bit. To put it bluntly, wasn't the past of that Gundam messenger a tragedy? Even T-Area was created as an artificial transformer as an executor of the Heaven Man plan. His life mission was to execute the Heaven Man plan, and other than that, he was nothing. Yang Hui speculated that as an artificial transformer, T-Area was able to awaken as a purebred transformer in the end because he gained humanity, right? So far, all the preparations that could be made have been fully prepared. What will happen next, whether it is success or failure, life or death, is still unknown, but Yang Hui firmly believes that he will be able to survive with everyone. A week later, at the Sciences of the People's Revolutionary League, Wang Liumei received Yang Hui, who had just landed on Earth. Long time no see, Mr. Malin. Oh, long time no see, little girl, you are getting more and more beautiful. Haha, thank you for the compliment, please follow me, Mr. Malin, the car is ready. Yes. Yang Hui followed Wang Liumei into the car, and on the way to the temporary base, Yang Hui asked Wang Liumei, is everything arranged? Everything is arranged. The two Gundam messengers and their Gundams have arrived safely, waiting for the mission to begin, and your machine has been received in the secret underground hangar of the temporary residence. Are you sure it is safe? Yes, that is the island I bought privately, and the people on the island are my confidants. SHH rich and lustful. Thank you for the compliment, if you are willing, these can all be yours. No thanks. Mr. Malin is still so ruthless, isn't it obvious? As he spoke, Wang Liumei had already leaned on Yang Hui, and even clung to him tighter and tighter. Ahem, are you planning to let me in? Yang Hui quickly pushed Wang Liumei away and said. Mr. Malin means that as long as I am willing, it's fine. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Malin looks so cute now. Yang Hui was very angry with Wang Liumei, but he couldn't do it, so he could only be furious. This girl is indeed getting more and more beautiful, and she is getting more and more blatant. You are teasing a normal man in his 20s like this, which is inducing crime. This is not good, Namo, no Gatling, Amitabha. After crossing mountains and rivers and sailing across the ocean, Yang Hui arrived at Wang Liumei's private island, all the way to the underground hangar, and his secret angel stood there. A sense of pride rose in his heart. I was a otaku in my previous life, but now I am also a Gundam driver. Mr. Malin, Miss Wang sent a message that the Heavenly Man plan is scheduled to be officially launched at 0900 tomorrow. Wang Liumei said. Well, notify the audience that they can wait for the opening in the audience seats. Chapter 12, Overwhelming. The AEU orbital elevator. A green mist shuttled back and forth between the bullet screens, and the linear rifle in the right hand kept firing, calling out the set targets one by one. Oh, the special guests in the audience exclaimed, praising the excellent performance of the Ms. Although Billy Katajiri was one of the audience, he was different from others. He looked calm, as if everything was under control. Ms. Formula, is it the first solar-compatible machine of AEU? AEU fell behind in the development of orbital elevators, so they want to make a comeback from the Ms. side, right? Hey, is this okay for you? The ace of the MSW-AD unit is hanging around here. Billy Katajiri asked Graham jokingly, saying worried words, but there was no worry on his face. If Graham didn't sneak over in this situation, he wouldn't be Graham Aka. Of course there are problems. Haha. Facing Graham's self-righteousness, Billy Katajiri smiled and said nothing more, and changed the topic to formula, but speaking of it, AEU is quite ambitious. They specially chose the day of the 10th anniversary celebration of the People's Revolutionary Union to hold a press conference. Billy Katajiri said. Haha, just a joke, I really want to know if the brain of the AEU military has been caught by the door. That person left a lot of good things in the People's Revolutionary Union. In terms of Ms. technology, it has far surpassed Union and AEU. It is really uncomfortable to provoke the People's Revolutionary Union in the field of Ms. Graham laughed. Even flag form is not possible. Billy Katajiri asked with a smile. Cool, although I am very unwilling, that guy is indeed good at Ms. design, but don't you still have it? Graham looked at Billy Katajiri and said seriously. It's better not to have such high expectations of me. Billy Katajiri smiled bitterly. Although he was very unwilling, Yang Hui was indeed far superior to him in the attainments of MIS design. He was just a student and could only simply debug MIS, but Yang Hui had already led the People's Revolutionary League's MIS to be ahead of the world. Haha, in fact, you don't have to be discouraged, Billy. You are already very good among normal people. Graham patted Billy Katajiri on the shoulder and comforted him. He is not an ordinary person. Billy Katajiri raised his eyebrows. Have you ever seen an ordinary person who can design MIS and is also an ace pilot? Billy. What you said makes sense. I was speechless. But speaking of this, what do you think of AEU's MIS? Graham smiled and asked. What do you mean? Isn't it just an inferior imitation of the flag type? Apart from the unique design on the exterior, is there a bigger difference from the flag type? Billy Katajiri commented with disdain. Inferior pirates, that's really the guy's style. Graham nodded in agreement. Hey. Over there. I can hear it. Suddenly, the formula communication was loudspeaker, interrupting the communication between the two. The cockpit opened, and the pilot came out, arrogantly scolding Billy Katajiri and Graham. What did you just say? Say something back. Hey. It seems that the radio performance is good. Graham said confidently, while Billy Katajiri was a little embarrassed, saying bad things behind his back and was caught on the spot. At this time, Billy Katajiri looked at the time, then looked up at the sky, and found a barely perceptible light spot falling rapidly. It started. What? Graham heard his friend mumbling to himself, and looked at Billy Katajiri in confusion. 240,082, the Archangel has observed the target location, and the GN particles will be dispersed at the same time as they reach the target. After Setsuna reported the situation, the formula in the center of the exercise field was enlarged on the screen. The target has been confirmed. According to the plan, the first phase of the mission will begin. As the altitude dropped, the AEU detected the exit and notified the test pilot on site. Huh? There's an unidentified machine? Why at this time? The radio signal was blocked, and the harsh noise made him cut off the communication immediately. Looking up, the exit had already descended to a height that could be observed by the naked eye. Here it comes. Although Billy Katajiri knew all the plans in advance, he still couldn't help but be nervous. The first step of world reform will start from here. Graham also found the problem. The audience from other countries suspected that the exit that fell from the sky was another MIS prepared by the AEU for display, but he didn't think so. There was no similarity in appearance and armament, and there was a special light spot emitting from the back. The exit landed opposite the formula, and just faced it motionlessly. Hey, who are you from? Union? Or the People's Revolutionary Union? Well, no matter which one you are from, you are now trespassing on private territory. Don't think you can return safely. The test pilot returned to the cockpit, controlled the formula to pull out the super vibration dagger, and rushed towards the Archangel. Remember my name. Patrick Crossover of AEU, add to my merits. The formula was getting closer and closer, and the super vibration dagger in its hand was about to pierce the armor of the Archangel. At this moment, the Archangel's eyes lit up. Archangel, start expelling the target. The GN sword in the right hand popped out, and a silver light flashed, and the hand of the formula, holding the super vibration dagger, flew into the sky. What? Whether it was Patrick in the formula, the command room of the training ground, or the audience who didn't have time to take shelter, they all exclaimed. The movement of the exit was too fast. It was visible to the naked eye that it was more than twice as fast as the standardized model. This was not a mass-produced MIS, but a test machine for display. Moreover, it was a new type of MIS. It was actually so far behind the unidentified MIS in terms of performance. Patrick had completely lost his mind. All his hasty shots were dodged by the exec. At the same time, he kept swinging his GN swords in both hands, and soon the standardized model was cut into a stick. The exec Gundam. Such a terrible performance. That guy is really not kidding. Billy Katajiri himself did not realize that he was a little too excited. But it was not his fault. Reading the data and seeing the Gundam with your own eyes were completely different feelings. Whether it was a pilot or a researcher of the MIS, when they saw the Gundam, their hearts would definitely be like flames. What Billy Katajiri did not realize was that his mumbling was heard by Graham again, and all his abnormalities were seen by Graham. Billy. What's wrong? At Graham's call, Billy Katagiri withdrew from his excitement, but when he saw Graham's serious expression full of questioning, he knew that he was in trouble. "I think we need to have a good talk," Graham said. "No. Is it necessary?" "No, it is necessary. Exeac, the first stage is completed, and the second stage is transferred." As scheduled, Exa took off on the spot and flew towards the AEU's orbital elevator. The subsequent, thug style, could only eat dust behind it. All the way to the AEU's orbital elevator, as Exa slowed down, not only did the pursuers finally catch up, but even the missed troops of AEU that had been hiding in the orbital elevator were dispatched. Sure enough, AEU has hidden more troops than the agreement limits in the pillar. Setsuna dodged the enemy's shooting while looking for an opportunity to shoot down the enemy, but unfortunately, he was not very good at aerial shooting battles. The two GN swords exposed the special field of Archangel too obviously. The AEU's thugs squads constantly besieged Archangel, not giving him a chance to get close. Although the thickness of Archangel's armor surprised them, they believed that as long as they could continue to delay, they would be able to shoot down or even capture Archangel. But if there was only one Archangel, two pink beams broke through the clouds from the ground, and two thugs were shot down directly. The sudden change made the AEU's formation chaotic, which also gave Archangel an opportunity. With the sniper support of the Archangel of Power and Archangel of Wisdom on the ground, all the thugs of the three squads were soon shot down. Phase 2. Completed. "Ah, so boring, Neil," Lyle complained. "Well, don't say that, Lyle. This is only the first mission. The other party doesn't know our level at all. It's normal for them not to take it seriously. Besides, haven't we achieved our goal?" Locke comforted Lyle, who was a little impatient. "That's right. Ptolemy was hiding in the cosmic orbit at this time. Although he had been training non-stop, it was still different to officially carry out the mission. Everyone in Ptolemy seemed a little nervous, except Wong, who looked relaxed and drank a little wine." "Huh? Miss Wong, you are actually drinking? Really? What does it matter? I just make the battle plan, and you are the executors. It would be great if Mr. Meyer was here, and he could also take care of Miss Wong." "Forget it, if he was here, there would be two drunkards from one." While chatting, everyone did not stop their work. The catapult decks were both opened, revealing the Archangel and the De-Angel, who were ready to go. The third phase of the plan begins. "Archangel, De-Angel, you can attack." "Understood, Archangel, start chasing the target." "De-Angel, start bombarding the target." The voltage of the electromagnetic catapult rose to full value, and two Gundams were ejected. The fastest Archangel took the lead. Although De-Angel was a heavy firepower Ms, its speed was not slow. It followed closely behind the Archangel. "Go, Gundam messengers, the first appearance of celestial being, let's make a grand scene," Wong muttered as he looked at the rapidly shrinking backs of Archangel and De-Angel. Chapter 13. This is just the beginning. The People's Revolutionary League's orbital elevator, Shiansu, the defense force detected the shield and sounded the alarm again. Most people guessed that it was debris and wreckage and didn't care. After all, this kind of thing happens every day, but fortunately a careful observer found that the mass of the wreckage was a bit too large. At the same time, the commander was cautious enough. Considering the celebration banquet for the 10th anniversary of solar power generation and grid power transmission, the space station gathered a large number of envoys from various countries and military senior officials, and there was no room for carelessness. It was the carefulness and caution of these two people that allowed them to discover the terrorists approaching in the wreckage. "Request a third-party guard to attack urgently. They must be shut down." The alarm of the orbital space station sounded, the red alarm light flashed continuously, and the Miss pilot immediately boarded the plane and set off. Sergei, who happened to be here, hurried to the command center. Although he knew the plan, he was still frightened by the terrorist attack at this time. If this celebration banquet was attacked, it would not only become an international joke, but also the People's Revolutionary League would fall into great chaos. Thug type? AEU is getting worse and worse. Really, this twisted world really needs a change, Sergei thought. A team of 3 Iron Man space enhanced types were dispatched urgently. Due to the rush of time, they did not have time to change their equipment. Although the mobility had already surpassed the Thug type, after Yang Hui proposed the Iron Man enhancement plan, they were one step late in the attack, and several Thug type had been using solar power generation facilities as cover, so they did not dare to shoot at will, and there was no time to catch up and subdue them. The enemy is in shooting position. The enemy missile has been launched and will hit directly. There is no time to intercept. The two reports, 2 or 3 seconds apart, made everyone despair. They could only watch the missiles getting closer and closer, waiting for death to come. 3 pink beams of light cut through the dark universe like a savior meteor, directly hitting the 3 missiles and detonating them. What happened? When no one knew what was going on, the Archangel's tail emitted emerald green GN particles, and it passed the Iron Man at a speed that was beyond the reach of the Iron Man, and headed straight for the terrorists. Miss Wong's forecast is still so powerful. Archangel, start chasing the target. Aleluja exclaimed, and the 2 lagging thugs were already locked on the screen of the cockpit. The beam of salvation shot out from the Archangel's lower abdomen again, directly hitting the 2 thugs, and gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the universe, and the last thugs was getting closer and closer to the command room of the pillar. Suicide attack? The terrorists are really outrageous. Aleluja cursed. Even if the Archangel was fast, it would not be able to get in front of the thugs to intercept him. If he fired here, the beam would not only penetrate the thugs, but also the entire pillar. However, he was not helpless, because he was not fighting alone. Tyria. With a call, the heavy angel suddenly came from below the command center to between the 2. The high concentration of GN particles immediately interfered with all nearby radar equipment. Angel, destroy the target. The 2 GN cannons were combined in front of the chest, flashing brightly, and the thick beam cannon directly covered the thug style, leaving no residue. The 3rd stage is over. You are a bit too strong, Tyria. Aleluja complained. Miss Emperor's instructions, Heaven Man's first appearance, we must gorgeously publicize our existence, I agree. Tyria said expressionlessly. If it were someone else, they would just treat it as a joke, but in Tyria's case, it was just stating the facts. Alice, you guys, one is really brave to say it, and the other is really brave to do it. Aleluja complained. After all, it was just a thug style, and even the GN cannon didn't need to be used. The GN rapid-fire cannon could shoot it down. You directly used the ultimate move, which was really gorgeous. After the mission was over, the 2 did not stay any longer. They left the battlefield as quickly as possible and returned to Ptolemy to wait for the next mission. In front of the speed of Gundam, Iron Man could only follow behind, and soon even his shadow could not be seen. Captain. What on earth is that? I don't know. The captain was also confused and replied unhappily, save the video and hand it over to the intelligence department for them to check. Understood. Sergei also came to the headquarters. After the radar system was restored, he received a record sent back by Iron Man. Sergei couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being Gundam. This performance is now unmatched by any Ms., not even, BYE, Yang Hui, you really built a few monsters. On the Earth, Wang Liumi's private island, due to Yang Hui's existence, Wang Liumi did not go to Xianzhou to attend the celebration banquet, but stayed with Yang Hui to watch the first mission through remote communication. It's worthy of being a Gundam messenger, and you completed the first mission perfectly. Wang Liumi did not hesitate to praise, this is what she hoped for, the power to change the world. This is just the beginning. Yang Hui was not too upset about this. We easily defeated the AEU's new Ms., lured out the AEU's troops hidden in the orbital elevator and shot them all down, eliminated the terrorists before the People's Revolutionary League's garrison, stopped the terrorist attack, and saved all the VIPs attending the meeting. Isn't this worthy of praise? Wang Liumi asked in confusion. The technology that is 200 years ahead of the world, the crystallization of all the accumulation of celestial being, and the Gundam that I remodeled, if it can't even perfectly complete this level of mission, then there is no need to carry out the subsequent missions, and it will be disbanded on the spot. Mayarian said. Oh? Mr. Mayarian thinks that the subsequent missions will be hindered. Wang Liumi asked, with a slight frown between her eyebrows showing a trace of worry. She didn't care whether Celestial Being's plan was successful, nor did she care about the life and death of the Gundam messenger. She only cared about whether she could change the world. If there was anyone in Celestial Being that she really cared about, it was only the one in front of her. Isn't that a sure thing? No matter how good the Gundam is, there are only a few of them. Once the three major countries really start to get serious, things will start to get complicated. Yang Hui said. Seeing that Mr. Melon is so calm, he must have thought of a foolproof plan, right? Wang Lumai asked with a smile. It's not a foolproof plan, but just some arrangements. On the battlefield, there is no such thing as a foolproof plan. Life and death are often just a blink of an eye. Yang Hui replied. I see. Well, you don't have to worry too much. At least the first three plans are not dangerous. If there is really any danger, I will personally go into battle as insurance. Haha, looking forward to your performance. Yang Hui waved and left. There was no need to read the rest. He still had a lot of work to do. By the way, Mr. Yang. As he left, Wang Lumai called Yang Hui. Huh? Yang Hui turned around and looked at Wang Lumai in a daze, because she didn't call the code name of the operation but his real name. Can I call you by your real name? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, since you call me that, why do you still ask for my permission? Then I'll take it as your consent. Yang Hui had no choice but to acquiesce and waved his hand away. Finally, you've made some progress. Next. Wang Lumai showed a real smile that she should have at her age, instead of the fake smile she usually gave to everyone. Outside the AAU military test site, Billy Katagiri was blocked in the car by Graham and found a quiet place to lock the car door. Graham, can you calm down first? Don't worry, I'm calm now, Katagiri. I just want to know if you know something. Gurgle, calm down? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? What does calmness have to do with you? There was fire burning in his eyes, an excited smile on his lips, and his hands holding the reverse disc were shaking with excitement. His tone was filled with the terrible lines of if you don't tell me, I will do this and that, which made Billy Katagiri feel cold all over. What? You don't even trust me? Graham asked Billy Katagiri with a burning gaze. This is not a question of whether to trust or not. Well, I get it. Billy Katagiri was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but he was immediately relieved because Graham silently took out his pad and found a very familiar number. Wait? What? Changed your mind? Graham grinned. You're not really going to report me. What do you think? I guess you're a fool. Just as Graham knows Billy Katagiri, Billy Katagiri also knows Graham. From his expression, it can be seen that he is very interested in Gundam, not only the super high-performance machine itself, but also a good opponent. Finally, the purpose of their actions is also curious. On the one hand, destroy the new MIS that AEU is displaying, and then force AEU to expose the number of troops that exceed the limit and shoot them all down to achieve the purpose of restraining AEU. On the other hand, it prevents the terrorists from attacking the People's Revolutionary League's Tenju. This action is full of contradictions. It is not like the style of any of the three major countries, nor is it the armed elements that hate the three major countries. Their purpose, their organization, all these unknowns make Graham's blood boil. Well, wait, you will know in a while. Billy Katagiri had no choice but to compromise. He knew Graham. If he knew the plan of Heavenly Man, he would only participate in it at all costs and would never leak it, even as the final cleaner. Huh? Interesting, since you said so, then I will wait. Graham agreed with interest. Wait, Graham, I remember that the pad in your hand does not have a communication function. Billy Katagiri suddenly realized it. Yes. Then how did you? This is just a notepad. You know I'm not very good at remembering numbers, so I always write down important numbers on both the contact and storage pads, just in case they are needed. Seeing the smirk on Graham's face, Billy Katagiri was so angry that he wanted to punch his smug expression away, but he couldn't beat him. Suddenly, all the TVs, LED advertising screens, pads, and computers in the world made a sizzling sound and switched to the same picture. An old man sat on a chair with a serious face, facing the audience. Let's start. Chapter 14. I am Gundam. Who is this? Is this a surprise show prepared for the 10th anniversary? Idiot, what does the 10th anniversary celebration of the People's Revolutionary Union have to do with SAEU? Everyone was talking about it, but they were all curious about what the old man who suddenly appeared would say. A pair of male and female students who are very ordinary now but will have an extraordinary future came to the school cafeteria and stared at the TV screen. I would like to report to all human beings born on Earth that we are Celestial Beings, a private armed organization that controls the mobile weapon Gundam. The purpose of our celestial beings' activities is to eradicate all acts of war from this world. We will not act out of our own selfish desires, but for the grand goal of eradicating war. From this moment on, we declare to all mankind that we will intervene in any war caused by territory, religion, energy or any other reason by force. Countries, organizations, and companies that fuel wars will also be the targets of our military intervention. We are celestial beings, an armed organization established to eradicate war from the world. I repeat. A video that had not been edited or processed caused an uproar in the world. The news that had never been seen before, the goal of eradicating war, and the fact that some sharp-eyed people recognized that the speaker had been dead for more than 200 years, all of these, whether important intelligence, hot news, or after-dinner talk, could arouse everyone's interest. Ho ha ho ha, this is really a masterpiece. Using force to eliminate war, Tenjin, their existence itself is contradictory. In the car, Graham laughed while driving, and finally stopped the car to the side, looking at Billy Katajiri with more fiery eyes. Katajiri, is this your secret? Is this what you want to do? Interesting. It's really interesting. Really? I don't think it's interesting. This is to be an enemy of the world. Billy Katajiri stepped back a little and said seriously. Yes, declaring war on the whole world as a private organization, using a small body to welcome the malice from the world. Is there anything more exciting than this? Hey Katajiri, tell me, is this really all you do? Using war to eradicate war, no selfish desires at all, is it really just like this, no follow-up? Graham asked. Billy Katajiri was shocked. The plan of celestial being has a follow-up. What is currently displayed in front of everyone is only the first stage. Only a very few people in celestial being know about this matter. It is even more impossible for Graham, an outsider, to know about it. Could it be analyzed? No, that's not right. Based on Billy Katajiri's understanding of Graham, he doesn't have such analytical ability. Then, intuitively, I can feel that this plan is not just that simple. There must be bigger moves later, otherwise their contradictions will be too strange. Have you ever thought? Are they all crazy? Billy Katajiri asked in a low voice. Graham looked at Billy Katajiri as if he was looking at a fool. This was the first time he felt the superiority of suppressing his IQ in front of the other party. Are you crazy? No. Oh, Katajiri, shouldn't you? I won't tell you, Graham. As a member of celestial being, I have made a decision when I joined. Billy Katajiri said seriously. Aren't you afraid of me? Graham didn't say it explicitly, but he used his eyes to signal the car that was driving towards them. Will you? Oh, now. The initiative was back in Billy Katajiri's hands. At first, he was just a little nervous and lost his composure, but now he has calmed down. With his understanding of Graham, he still can't control him. Well, it's okay to change it, right? I want to join. Graham's eyes revealed a look that did not allow rejection. I can only say. I can help you report, but I can't guarantee whether it can be done. Billy Katajiri replied, but having said that, he believed that Tenjin would not refuse a pure and passionate ace pilot like Graham, and isn't there Yang Hui? Such a high-level thug. Will Yang Hui, the black-hearted guy, let it go? When all countries were noisy, the army was in chaos, and intelligence organizations were dispatched one after another, Setsuna and the Delandi brothers were stationed on a remote uninhabited island. We have monopolized all the news programs in all countries, saying that a mysterious armed group has declared to the world that it wants to eradicate war. Neil said. Well, almost no one believes it. Lyle shrugged. Setsuna kept staring at the water and ignored the two, but they had long been accustomed to it. Because of his tragic past, Setsuna is now only interested in the mission of the Gundam messenger. In addition, he is still very young and still has a little confusion about his future. At this time, a newcomer joined their conversation. Then forced them to believe, because the concept of heavenly man can only be declared through actions. Wang Liumi appeared in front of them in someone's arms, just like the original plot, but the person holding her changed. I say. Can you get down? It's tiring to hold her like this. Yang Hui said with a look of disgust. Mr. Yang, it's very rude to talk about a girl's weight. Wang Liumi replied, and even deliberately tightened her hands around Yang Hui's neck. Then you change to Red Dragon. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, Red Dragon has other tasks, so I can only ask you to do it for him. What the hell is other tasks? Do you think I don't know that you deliberately left him behind? Didn't you think I didn't see the murderous look in Red Dragon's eyes when we left? Hey, Mr. Meyer, you are so enviable, ahem, so scumbag, right? Does Miss Wang know? Brother Delandy looked at Yang Hui in shock and said. His fiancée is still in the cosmic orbit constantly analyzing intelligence and formulating combat plans, but you are on Earth, flirting with other girls? I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. She insisted on hanging on me. Come and help me pull her off. Yang Hui said tearfully. But your behavior is not convincing at all. Should we say they are worthy of being twin brothers? Saying the same words, doing the same actions, even the tone, volume, the amplitude of shaking head, and the angle of spreading hands are exactly the same. In order to prove himself, Yang Hui could only walk to the shore and put Wang Liumei down, and glared at her to show his deterrence. But unfortunately, it was useless. Is there a mission? Setsuna interrupted everyone's chat and asked. He was not interested in gossip, and did not want to delay the mission because of these trivial matters. Yes, the second mission is here, the location is Ceylon Island, and you 3 machines will carry it out. Is it okay? Yang Hui asked. Of course. Mr. Melon and Mr. Ian built a machine for us, and I trust your craftsmanship very much. Completing the mission is the mission of the Gundam messenger. The 3 of them nodded and began to board the plane to set off. This time is different from the original. The Archangel and the De-Angel did not descend from the universe, but the 3 machines on Earth went to carry out the mission, and they were still in the People's Revolutionary League that Yang Hui had changed. It seems that the strength in Gundam can easily complete it even if one is missing, but is the secret angel ready? Yang Hui looked at the 3 Gundams that were setting off and asked Wang Liumei. Be ready at any time. Is Mr. Yang going to enter in person? Is it too early? Wang Liumei frowned and asked. I am not worried about going to other places to perform tasks, but I am worried about the People's Revolutionary League. Yang Hui said as he took Wang Liumei back. Is there any problem with the People's Revolutionary League? Wang Liumei was just an agent of Heavenly Man, not a high-level official, so she didn't know a lot of information. Well, before leaving, he left a lot of things. I don't know how much he has made in the past few years. Yang Hui said proudly. His child is quite good. Oh, should I inform Miss Wang about this? Wang Liumei asked worriedly. No, she knows all this information, and her plan is also based on this. Yang Hui said. For some reason, Wang Liumei was a little unhappy. Although she knew that Wang's status in Heavenly Man was higher than hers, she was just unhappy. If she was just unhappy now, Yang Hui's next sentence would completely ignite her jealousy. And even if there are loopholes in her plan, it's okay, because I am her patch and will help her fill all the loopholes. Yang Hui said so, with a happy smile on his face. Ceylon Island, the territory of the People's Revolutionary League, has been in a state of anarchy for a long time. The reason is the ethnic conflict between the majority Sinhalese and the minority Tamils. The conflict between the two has continued intermittently since the 20th century, and ethnic conflicts are naturally within the scope of Heavenly Man's military intervention. If the first mission was a gorgeous debut, then the purpose of this second mission is to show Heavenly Man's determination and prove to the world that they really want to intervene militarily. Ethnic conflicts. Shanna said to himself. Wasn't what he experienced back then an ethnic conflict? As they approached Ceylon Island, Neil's communication sounded in the cockpit of the 2 people. Everyone, act separately according to the forecast of the Imperial Lady. I hope you 2 can achieve some results. Please. I want to do a magnificent job. The last mission made me feel so depressed. Don't let it be killed when I'm not here, brother. Lyle's ridicule sounded in the communication. I'm your brother. Am I so unbearable in your eyes? Neil asked with a smile. Who knows? The 2 chatted for a while, but found that Setsuna had not replied. Hey, Setsuna, can you hear me? Please reply if you get it. Neil confirmed. This kid, what's wrong with him again? Lyle had a headache. He recognized Setsuna's driving skills and his attitude towards executing the mission was also very firm, but it was easy to have some small problems from time to time, such as. Without answering the Delandi brothers, Setsuna stared at Ceylon Island, where the Iron Man of the People's Revolutionary League bullied the local Long Nose, and recalled the angel who saved him from the muzzle of the Long Nose that year. It's Gundam. Huh? What did you say? The Delandi brothers were confused by Setsuna's answer. I am Gundam. What are you talking about? Hey. The Delandi brothers had a headache. Sure enough, Setsuna was sick again, watching the angel of Exa wandering away. Alice, this child. Brother, I'll leave the care of the child to you. I'll go first. Hey. Really? 1, 2. Although Neil was complaining, he still controlled the Angel of Power to catch up with the Angel of Exa and took on the role of the head of the family. On the other side of Ceylon Island, in the environment of high concentration of GN particles, avoiding all radar detection and rushing towards Ceylon Island. Although they had not arrived yet, he could hear the conversation between the three people clearly. This child. Let's hurry over. Yang Hui sighed, pushed the joystick hard, and the Angel of Secret rushed to Ceylon Island at full speed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Signature Moves. When Yang Hui arrived above the mission location, the second mission was nearing its end. The People's Revolutionary League's troops retreated one after another, the front-line supply base was destroyed, and even the long nose that wanted to pursue the People's Revolutionary League's troops was cut in half by the Archangel. Hush, not bad. Yang Hui whistled and praised. That sound. Mr. Melon. Mr. Melon is here too. Since the public channel was turned on, the three of them naturally knew about Melon's arrival. Yeah, you beat up my kid, of course I have to come and see. Melon joked. Haha, that's really sorry. The Delandi brothers teased. It doesn't matter. Judging from their appearance, they haven't made much progress since I left, so they deserve to be beaten. Haha, Mr. Melon, don't you feel guilty when you say this? It was Lyle who complained. Setsuna and Neil were fine, after all, they were a team of two, and the enhanced version of the Gundam was still unstoppable in front of the improved Iron Man and the long nose, but the supply base that Lyle was heading to made him uncomfortable. The self-propelled air defense module, anti-aircraft Iron Man, and other standard defense facilities of the supply base left dense small single pits on the armor of the Cherubim. Although they could not penetrate, the firepower still suppressed the Cherubim to a certain extent. Although it was destroyed in the end, it also caused a lot of trouble. You deserve it. Who told you to underestimate the enemy? Let's go, it's time to retreat. Got it. The three Gundams took off one after another and headed towards the predetermined evacuation route, while Yang Hui's secret angel headed in another direction. Hey, Mr. Melon, aren't you coming with us? Neil asked. No. That's a pity. When there's a chance, go back and review it. Neil, you're the elder brother, and I'll leave your younger brother to you to teach him a lesson. Wait a minute. Mr. Melon, Got it. I'll definitely teach him a lesson, Neil. As the distance between the two sides grew farther and farther, the communication on the public channel was cut off. Melon set up the automatic return and stopped controlling the secret angel. This time, Setsuna went with the Delandi brothers. He shouldn't run into Graham again, right? Tisk, that battle maniac will probably be disappointed this time. Just as he thought of this, an alarm sounded from the radar. Huh? Is there an enemy plane approaching? Let me see. It's still a flag. Damn, how did I run into it? At this time, in this position, it was still a flag, and you could guess it was Graham with your butt, but Yang Hui was not panicked at all. Without the Gundam, Yang Hui could beat him. With a Gundam, he was still pinned to the ground. No, was it friction at sea? Hey, Graham, I've been annoyed with you for a long time, so I'll give you a good beating. As the voice fell, the secret angel had already locked onto the fast-approaching flag type, and pulled the joystick. GN particles were like snowflakes in the air, which was very beautiful, with gorgeous dreamy light spots, and the secret angel also accelerated its sprint. Huh? Rushing towards me? Well, let me see your courage. Gundam. Graham was not panicked, but became more and more excited. He transformed into Ms. form in the air, and the linear rifle fired continuously, and the blue high-speed bullets shot out. But the next second, Graham directly forgot to control the flag type, because I saw several pink beams piercing the air, and each of them hit the shells fired by the linear rifle. This shooting level. Not bad, Gundam? Then, what about this? Flag type completed its transformation in the air again, and the MA form rotated in the air and went directly behind the Secret Angel. While the linear rifle was facing the back of the Secret Angel, the plasma sword chopped down the back of the Secret Angel. But this was useless to the Secret Angel. No, it should be useless to Yang Hui. The Secret Angel suddenly did a backflip in the air, barely dodging the cannonballs and plasma swords. The two exchanged positions, and the Secret Angel came behind the flag style. What? Graham was surprised by this extreme operation, but before he could turn around, two beams of light shot out and directly penetrated the arms of the flag style. The forearms were directly separated from the body, and the flag style lost its combat ability. This action. Graham looked at the Secret Angel floating in front of him, with a vague sense of familiarity, but he just couldn't remember who it was. But the next second, he knew it, and became quite irritable. Seeing the Secret Angel suddenly put the GN submachine gun in his right hand on his waist, raised his hand and made a fist, and stretched out the longest finger, the Gundam face that should not have changed in any way, in Graham's eyes, showed a playful smile that was mocking him. You bastard. This roar was almost subconsciously issued, without any thought at all. Point and shoot, extreme tumbling, and the last middle finger. There must be no one else who can do this except Yang Hui, right? Yang Hui had no intention of communicating with Graham. He shook his middle finger and flew away, leaving only the flag standing there helplessly and furiously. This bastard. You even participated. No, it would be abnormal if you didn't participate, right? Haha, it's interesting, getting more and more interesting. Graham slowly landed the flag on the sea, waiting for rescue, with an increasingly excited smile on his face, without any sense of loss from failure. Now that guy should know it's me, right? Haha, don't be too jealous, Graham. Thinking of this, Malin flew towards Wang Liumi's private island and soon returned to the hangar. Welcome back, Mr. Yang. Wang Liumi had been waiting for him in the hangar early in the morning. Did you complete the mission? Is it completed perfectly? The teacher's side is not good enough. The People's Revolutionary League's Ms. is basically the same as before I left. Yang Hui said with a look of disgust, as if my own child is really useless. That's why our mission went so smoothly, right? Wang Liumi covered her mouth and smiled. I know that, but, hey, that's not right. Based on my understanding of those old men, it shouldn't be like this. Yang Hui suddenly thought of something, and his expression became more and more serious. You mean? Can we contact Ptolemy here? Yang Hui asked. Yes. Contact Ptolemy immediately, I want to talk to Wang. Yes, I know. The communication room was immediately arranged, and Yang Hui naturally did not exclude Wang Liumi and started talking to Wang. But as soon as the screen was connected, Yang Hui noticed something was wrong, because Wang's smile was too. Ah. How did you, a busy man, think of contacting me? Ahem. I just came back from supervising them to complete the mission, and I contacted you. You see, I didn't even have time to change my driving suit. I missed you so much. Yang Hui's survival instinct told him to comfort him quickly, otherwise he would definitely be in trouble. Really? Are you sure you're not living with a little girl and you're not happy with her? Puff cough cough. Yang Hui almost got internal injuries from choking. He turned to look at Wang Liumi, only to see her responding to him with a sunny and lovely smile, as if she had found the problem. After glaring at her fiercely, Yang Hui hurriedly explained, didn't you always know that I'm not interested in little girls who haven't fully grown yet? Catcha Wang Liumi behind him still kept smiling, but there was an extra shaped vein on her forehead, and a crack on the pad in her hand. Really? Yes. Yes. HMPH, you're honest. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang would not believe that Yang Hui activated the ultra-long-distance communication because he missed her. Neither of them was blinded by love. They knew when to do what. Activating the ultra-long-distance communication, which consumes a lot of energy, must be for a serious matter. Then, Yang Hui told Wang about the situation he encountered during today's mission. After listening to the Emperor, he thought for a moment and asked, so you think that this mission is just a bait thrown by the People's Revolutionary League, and the next mission will definitely be hindered? There may not be any big trouble, but I definitely don't want to be as relaxed as it is now. Yang Hui nodded seriously. Yang Hui knew too well the abilities of the old men in the Academy of Sciences. Although it is impossible to complete all the information he left behind, it is absolutely no problem to complete 60% to 70%. When he left, he heard from Sergei that the test machine of entrapment had been offline. Although I don't know what the test results are, if there is no big problem, it should have been mass-produced and installed now. Why is it still the Iron Man type 4 years later? Moreover, even the intelligence network of Veda and Shinran has no information about the People's Revolutionary League installing Anumas? There are only two possibilities. One is that the test machine of entrapment ended in failure and the research and development has not been fully completed. The other is that it was hidden very well by those old foxes to achieve a certain purpose. Well, I see. It seems that we need to replan the third mission. I will use Veda to analyze the calculations immediately. You should be careful on your side as well. Well, you should be careful too. When they were about to end the communication, Wang Liumi replaced Yang Hui's position and said to him, Mr. Yang, can you please step aside for a moment? I have some special information to tell Miss Wang. Upon hearing this, Yang Hui and Wang showed puzzled expressions. What kind of special information would even Yang Hui, the second in command of Heavenly Man, have to step aside? However, Wang soon understood and said to Yang Hui, you go first. Wang Liumi and I have something to talk about. But get out quickly. Resources are free. When did you even listen to the whispers between women? Although he didn't know why Wang suddenly got angry, at this time, Yang Hui still chose to obey and slip away. It seemed that it was not related to the plan, so it was better for him to leave first. After confirming that Yang Hui had left, the smiles on the faces of the two women disappeared at the same time. There was a long distance between the two, but through the screen, sparks collided between their eyes. Miss Wang, I want to have a good chat with you about Mr. Yang. Wang Liumi spoke first. We really need to have a good chat? Chapter 16, Whetstone. Graham, who was bored, finally waited for the rescue to arrive. After recovering the machine, Billy Katajiri was caught by Graham again. It's that guy. It must be that guy. Calm down, Graham. Billy Katajiri raised his hands and signaled with his eyes. Although this was their private lounge, it was better to be careful. Graham took a deep breath and calmed himself down, but still looked at Billy Katajiri with burning eyes, hoping to get an answer. Billy Katajiri did not answer, but just nodded. Damn it, you guys, I'm the only outsider. Graham looked at Billy Katajiri fiercely. Although the person he wanted to vent the most was Yang Hui, who made Yang Hui not here. Ahaha. Alice, that guy is also merciless. The linear rifle and plasma sword were lost, and both arms were lost. Now I have to write a report. Are you shocked? Billy Katajiri handed Graham a cup of coffee and asked. Of course not. Graham suddenly raised his head and took the coffee. Billy Katajiri did not see a trace of discouragement in his eyes, but was full of fighting spirit. I am more and more interested in your plan now. Even he's here, how can I be left out? Is that so? Perhaps Graham was too enthusiastic. Billy Katajiri was frightened by his sudden burning momentum and took a few steps back. Is there any way to contact him? Graham asked. Yes, there is, but it needs to be delivered through an intermediary. After all, we are just supervisors, responsible for supervising the execution of the Gundam messengers and evaluating the execution process, and Melon is our superior. Is that so? Thank you, Katajiri. Okay. Beep beep. As soon as he opened his mouth, Billy Katajiri's pad rang. He took it out and saw that it was an encrypted communication. Billy Katajiri guessed who contacted him. Billy Katajiri did not avoid Graham and directly connected the communication, but signaled him not to make any sound. Mr. Katajiri, long time no see, I'm Wang Liumi. Long time no see, Ms. Wang, do you have any instructions? Mr. Melon wants to meet you, the time is 2100 the day after tomorrow, the location is the bar where you got drunk for the first time. Puff cough cough, Melon said. Billy Katajiri was ashamed and angry. The memory of that time was too unbearable to recall. If possible, he hoped never to recall it, let alone in this form. Yes. Okay, I know. After the communication ended, Billy Katajiri's face was exactly the same as Graham's when he was shot down by Yang Hui, ferocious and terrible this bastard. Even Graham, who was a brave bull, didn't dare to disturb Billy Katajiri at this time. Don't look at him as usually weak and easy to bully. But there is a switch that must not be activated, that is the drunkenness. Once it is activated, the person who is provoked will. After a long time, Billy Katajiri finally calmed down and tried to divert his attention. How does it feel to fight directly? That Gundam? Billy Katajiri asked. Well, it's a monster. Its output power is several times that of the flag, and it has a beam weapon for single machine use. Graham commented. Well, I was shocked just by looking at the data at the beginning. The most important thing is not this, but that it also has a monster-like pilot. He is the ultimate guarantee for the smooth implementation of your plan, right? That's right. He is a rare ace in the world. Coupled with this super generation machine, what else in this world can stop him? Haha, that's true, but I won't give up just like that, Katajiri. You will be busy when you go back. Billy Katajiri met Graham's gaze, was stunned for a moment, then understood, and said, Don't have too much hope in me. Ha, I believe in you very much. 2 days passed quickly. On the night of the fight with the secret angel, Graham and Billy Katajiri were called away and ordered to form a special Gundam investigation team. Graham was the captain and Billy Katajiri was the technical advisor. At the same time, they handed over the data obtained from the battle with the secret angel as a cover. This can be regarded as offsetting the merits and demerits, and Graham was not held responsible for the loss of 2 weapons and the flag type, small broken. After accepting the appointment, Billy Katajiri took Graham to the designated location. Hey, you're here. Yang Hui, who was sitting at the bar, greeted the newcomer. You bastard. As soon as they saw Yang Hui, they were furious. Don't be so stingy. Come and sit down. I've ordered you some drinks. They're all your favorites. 2 glasses of wine were quietly placed aside, waiting for someone to taste them. HMPH. The 2 snorted at the same time, sat down and picked up the glasses, but did not drink them immediately. Isn't it a bit unfriendly for you to do this? Graham asked Yang Hui, glancing back a few times. Because of the arrival of the 2, all the guests, bartenders, and waiters in the bar stopped their actions and stared at his back, and the noise suddenly stopped. Mr. Yang, I'm afraid this is against the rules. Wang Liumei walked up and said to Yang Hui. Although she had a good impression of Yang Hui, she was also an agent of Shinran. Billy Katajiri was fine, but he actually met with outsiders, which violated the confidentiality agreement of Shinran. Are you questioning my instructions? Yang Hui asked Wang Liumei with a half-smile. I dare not. Even if Wang Liumei really questioned it, she would not dare to say it out loud. After all, Yang Hui was the second in command of Shinran. Unless he only reappeared, his orders were the highest orders, and everyone in Shinran had to obey them, unless they betrayed him. Graham is my old friend, he is trustworthy, don't worry, I know my limits. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Liumei said nothing more, asked the agents in the store to resume their disguises, and withdrew with Red Dragon. It seems that your status is quite high. Graham teased. Why? Are you envious? Yang Hui teased back. How could that be? I am very interested in defeating you now. Then you may not have this opportunity, after all. Before he finished speaking, Yang Hui spread his hands, and his meaning was very clear. Tisk. Then you should get me one too, and we can have a fair fight. You're dreaming. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and cursed angrily. He even gave you one. These 6 Gundams were the result of celestial beings' hard work, and they were running out of resources. Anyway, add me. Your crazy plan, the pioneer of world change, how can you do without me, Graham Aka? Of course, why else do you think I would take the initiative to reveal my identity to you? Yang Hui raised his lips. Ha, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Tell me, what do you want me to do? So direct? Would you go and die if I asked you to? Would you? Others might not, but you. Go away, let's be serious. Okay, I can't take a joke. I hope you continue to play the enemy of celestial being and deal with the Gundam messengers mercilessly. Yang Hui said seriously. Are you serious? Not only Graham was stunned, but even Billy Katajiri and Wang Liumei beside him were stunned. Although the Gundam envoys have improved greatly after my training, they are still too immature to bear the heavy responsibility of pioneers of world change, especially in terms of spirit. Some of them don't even know how to go on their own path, but just mechanically and numbly carry out the plan, so I hope that I can be their whetstone so that they can grow quickly. Graham continued Yang Hui's words. That's right. Yang Hui nodded. Aren't you afraid of breaking the knife? Graham asked with interest. If it breaks, it means they are not qualified, and, don't I still have it? Tisk, I might not be enough as a whetstone? Who else? Graham boasted that he knew Yang Hui, and he was not a person who would put all his eggs in one basket. My brother, and Katie, not only you, but also the entire People's Revolutionary League, Union, and AEU. Playing such a big game. We are testing the world, isn't it the world testing us? This is the first phase of the plan. Seeing Yang Hui's look of being in control, Graham was stunned for a moment, and then relieved. This was the Yang Hui he knew. He was always very confident, as if he had already arranged everything. Of course, except in front of the Emperor. Okay, since you are so confident, I will take it. Let me see if the Gundam messengers under your command are worthy of such excellent machines and the title of pioneers. Leave it to you. The three raised their glasses and clinked them together. At the same time, Yang Hui handed a storage device to Billy Katagiri. What is this? You will know after you see it. Only you two and the professor can see it. Hearing this, Billy Katagiri nodded seriously and put the storage device away. After the two left, the crowded bar gradually became deserted. The disguised agents left one after another, leaving only Yang Hui, Wang Liumei and Hong Long, who took over the job of bartender. Yang Hui continued to drink, Wang Liumei drank juice, and Hong Long wiped the wine glasses, or filled them up for the two when their glasses were empty. In this way, the bar fell into a mysterious silence. It was unknown whether she could not hold it in any longer or she could not drink any more. After about an hour of silence, Wang Liumei took the initiative to speak. Mr. Yang, do you have anything to explain? I thought you would remain silent and then report me to other supervisors. It depends on your explanation. Wang Liumei did not deny her affection for Yang Hui, but her wish was to change this world that she hated. The foundation of all this was the smooth implementation of the Heavenly Man plan. In front of the plan, personal feelings had to stand aside. What do you want to ask? Tell me, and I will answer you if I can. Yang Hui continued to stare at the wine glass without even looking at Wang Liumei. Chapter 17 The Cruel Truth. What do you mean by the first phase of the plan? Wang Liumei asked. What do you think of the current Shinran army? Yang Hui did not answer directly, but asked Wang Liumei instead. It is unstoppable and will definitely change the world. Wang Liumei answered firmly. Yang Hui smiled and shook his head. Although Wang Liumei was still just a girl, she was still an excellent agent of Shinran. She was perfect in intelligence transmission, secret whereabouts, arrangement of secret meetings, and attitude towards outsiders. But she was still a girl and her vision was still too short-sighted, or, she was only willing to see what she wanted to see and took the initiative to ignore what she didn't want to see. What? Am I wrong? Wang Liumei frowned slightly. In fact, the reason why she was full of confidence in the Shinran plan was because Yang Hui gave her confidence, but now it seems that the person she is most optimistic about does not agree with her view. In my opinion, including me, the Shinran army is on the road of self-destruction. Yang Hui said while shaking his wine glass. What do you mean? Wang Liumei's face became ugly. Haha, you don't think that with just one battleship and a few advanced mobile suits, you can fight against the whole world, right? Yang Hui asked jokingly. Why not? Then why do we have to evacuate immediately after each mission? Why don't we just sweep away the three major countries? Yang Hui interrupted Wang Liumei and continued to ask. This. It's because it can't be done. The Gundam does have performance that surpasses its time, but so what? It's a minority after all. Now the three major countries are not serious, so it's still not clear. Once they get serious, they can shoot down and capture. Why do you think the three major countries have existed for so long and have been as stable as a rock? Foundation. Although the Celestial Being organization has existed for more than 200 years, the gap is still too big compared to the country. Let's not talk about anything else, just take the family and consortium behind it. The organizational structure of Celestial Being is too loose, and everything is secretly connected. Even the identities of many people are completely confidential. They don't interact with each other, there is no familiarity process, and they have never seen their true faces. Naturally, there is no trust and tacit understanding between each other. The top leaders of an organization that intends to declare war on the world have no tacit understanding and trust. So, what is the difference between them and those scattered soldiers? How can scattered soldiers accomplish anything? In addition, the top leaders of the Shinrun organization may have had other purposes when they joined the organization, such as technology. The advanced technology developed by the top scientists who have been recruited from all over the world for 200 years. If the Shinrun army is eliminated and the plan fails, then who will get these technologies? The top leaders. Wang Lumei was already sweating coldly at this time. She only realized now that the entire Shinrun was not as pure as she imagined, and she also questioned the Shinrun plan. Can such an organization really change the world successfully? Then her efforts all along are not all a joke. Moreover, even people from the same country, the same nation, and even brothers who are connected by blood may turn against each other, so in such a loose organization, will there be traitors? Yang Hui asked. Bang bang. Wang Lumei stood up excitedly, and the cups at hand were swept to the ground by her, and the bright juice spilled all over the floor. Don't get excited. Come, sit down. Red Dragon, pour her a glass of milk. It can not only relax people, but also help them grow. Yang Hui teased jokingly. Don't be ridiculous. It's actually like this. Then why am I doing all this? Wang Lumei shouted excitedly. Everything she did was to change this distorted world. She hated the current world and even wanted to destroy it directly. She wanted to control her own destiny, so she resolutely joined Shinrun with her young and tender body. But now, she felt that everything she had was denied, and her beautiful dream was shattered. Change the world. Yang Hui answered after drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, and at the same time signaled Red Dragon to fill the glass. What are you talking about? Wang Lumei felt that her mind was confused. He was the one who denied the Shinrun plan, and he was also the one who admitted the Shinrun plan. What exactly did he mean? What exactly was he going to do? Of course it's the goal of the Heavenly Man plan, but it's only the goal of the first and second phases of the plan. But, look how scared you are. Relax, Wang Lumei, you're a smart girl, you can definitely think of it. Come, drink a glass of milk to calm your nerves. Yang Hui pulled Wang Lumei back to her seat and stuffed a glass of milk into her hand, regardless of whether she was willing or not. Wang Lumei looked at Yang Hui seriously, then looked at the cup in her hand, and drank the whole cup of milk in one gulp. Gulp gulp ahem. Slow down, hey, no one is snatching it from you. Wang Lumei put the cup down heavily, staring at Yang Hui with a face full of shame and anger. Don't say, you look like this, quite cute. Yang Hui said awkwardly, as if he was the one who caused this situation. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lumei forced herself to calm down and began to think about Yang Hui's problem. You knew it a long time ago. Half right, half wrong, we knew it a long time ago. You guys. Me, Wang, and old man Ilya. This. Wang Lumei was shocked. Yang Hui said, the founder of the Shinrun organization, the legendary inventor Ilya Schuchenberg, is still alive? Don't be so surprised, okay? How could an old fox who can formulate a plan that will be launched more than 200 years later die like this? Yang Hui sneered. If he hadn't joined, the entire Shinrun plan would be his playground, and all the members of Shinrun, even the group of Li Fengzi, would be just his pawns. Then why? First, we made a grand appearance, declared our existence in a high-profile manner, and focused the world's attention on us. Then, we carried out increasingly difficult tasks, so that the three major countries would really value us and let them know that they could not fight against us without cooperation. At this time, we handed the solar furnace to the hands of the traitors to improve their combat effectiveness. Finally, the joint forces of the three major countries jointly defeated the source of the dispute, the collection of contradictions and hatred, celestial being, and Gundam, and the world moved towards peace. The three major countries merged into a unified regime. You say, has the world changed? This is your plan. Wang Lumei was shocked again. This plan sounded too terrible. Not only did it promote the union and unification of the three major countries as an enemy, but it also took into account the destruction of the traitors and themselves as the driving force of the ultimate goal. Well, this is probably the first phase of the plan. The first phase. What about the second phase? Wang Lumei asked. That's a later story. Now that the first phase has just begun, it's meaningless to discuss the second phase. Yang Hui did not answer Wang Lumei. But Wang Lumei was not satisfied with this answer. She stared at him intently, with an attitude of if you don't tell me, I will stare at you to death. Be good, you will know when the time comes. Hong Long, give your lady another glass of milk. Yang Hui. Maybe it was because of Mayor's attitude of coaxing a child, which turned on an incredible switch. Wang Lumei pounced on him and bit Yang Hui's hand mercilessly. Ah. Are you a dog? Let go. Let go. Are you? The human-dog battle lasted for a few minutes before the two separated. Yang Hui blew on the tooth marks with tears in his eyes, secretly cursing that this girl was definitely a dog. She was almost bitten to bleed. Humph. Wang Lumei snorted coldly and turned her head away proudly, but she glanced at Yang Hui from time to time and smiled slightly. After a fight, Wang Lumei's original excitement and resentment were finally vented, and she regained a calmness that was not in line with her age. Since the Shinran troops are bound to fail at the end of the first phase of the plan, then you really want to die? Wang Lumei said worriedly. Of course not, I cherish my life very much. Then, why do you think I pulled people into Shinran? Yang Hui asked her with a smile. A way out. Yes, they are the way out I have prepared. We will need their help at the end of the first phase. After it is over, Shinran will turn from light to dark, waiting for the arrival of the second phase, and during this time we naturally need a new identity. Okay, I roughly know what you are thinking. Wang Lumei was relieved to hear that the plan was going as she expected and Yang Hui would not die. That's why I said, don't worry about us failing. Everything is under control for now and your wish will definitely come true. Yang Hui assured. Really? Then I look forward to your results. Wang Lumei was about to leave, but she stopped at the door of the bar and turned to look at Yang Hui. By the way, I talked to Sister Wang, and she has agreed, but she wants me to wait until I come of age. After saying that, she didn't care about Yang Hui's fucked expression and jumped away. This is what a cute young girl should look like. And Yang Hui was completely dumbfounded. What on earth did you talk about? What did she agree to? Let you even call your sister? Why don't I know anything? Do I still have human rights? No, the next time we meet, I must ask Wang what's going on, and by the way, let her recognize her family, status, position. Yang Hui, it really is the family brother's position. Chapter 18, A Lifetime of Fame is Gone. Sergei was recalled to Earth because of the armed intervention of celestial beings on Ceylon. He is the most powerful ace pilot currently in the People's Revolutionary League, and he is indispensable for the investigation and contact with Gundam. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lieutenant Colonel. How does space feel? Asked the adjutant who led the team to greet Sergei. It's still better on Earth, with a refreshing gravity. I agree. Please follow me, Lieutenant Colonel. The commander is waiting for you. After saying that, the adjutant wanted to take the briefcase in his hand, but Sergei stopped him. Before that, I want to go to Ceylon first. But in this case, I only believe what I see with my own eyes, and the commander will understand. Yes, I'll go with you. Sure enough, after reporting to the higher-ups, Sergei's arbitrary decision was approved, and the group went directly to Ceylon. Gundam. Let me see your determination with my own eyes. Sergei thought so in his heart. Sergei is such a person. Rather than learning from reports from all sides, he believes more in what he sees and feels with his own eyes. He agreed to join the Heavenly Man plan and become an inspector in a grindstone, not because he was fooled by the great righteousness, but because he believed in Yang Hui. In the past, Yang Hui's countless jokes had slapped the faces of those who questioned him. He believed that his younger brother, who had grown up with him since childhood, would never joke about such things, and as an older brother, he should naturally support this correct cause. But that's all. He believed in Yang Hui, and even believed in the Emperor as his future sister-in-law, and Professor Effman and others with whom he had some exchanges, but he didn't trust any of the other people in Heavenly Man, including the Gundam messengers. He wanted to personally confirm whether the Gundam messengers had committed all kinds of evil and were determined to reform the world even if they were criticized by thousands of people. He also wanted to determine their abilities and whether they could bear this burden. On the other side of the Earth, in the dark night, in a high-end club, Wang Lumei was waiting for someone, and now, he came. Soft drinks? The most recommended drinks here are homemade cocktails. The neat orange suit and long orange hair casually draped behind her head give people a feeling of being uninhibited but rigorous and elegant. But I don't like drinking. Wang Liumei replied with an innocent expression. Oh, I'm rude. The man returned a chest-touching salute to apologize. After the waiter left, Wang Liumei said to the man, the third mission is about to begin. If you want to watch it, it is recommended to prepare 3 screens. Wow, I'm really looking forward to it. I will watch it carefully at that time. After that, the two chatted with each other for a few more words, and the man left with his entourage. When leaving, the entourage looked at Wang Liumei meaningfully, and Wang Liumei returned the same look. Miss Hong Long came to Wang Liumei. What a hypocritical person, Hong Long, do you have any information about the person next to Mr. Kona? Wang Liumei put away her hypocritical smile and asked. I don't know if it was influenced by Yang Hui, but the false smile that was always on her face was gradually decreasing. Although she only exposed her girlish nature around Yang Hui, she was more serious in front of outsiders. No. Go check it out. That person gives me a very dangerous feeling. Wang Liumei ordered. Yes. Then, the two of them left. Of course, she also had to watch the third mission, and Yang Hui had already set off. As long as it involved the mission in the territory of the People's Revolutionary League, he would go there as the final guarantee, and Wang Liumei would naturally not miss Yang Hui's appearance. Alessandro Corna. What a poor man. In the car, Wang Liumei sneered at the night view outside the window. Sergei arrived at the People's Revolutionary League's garrison base in Ceylon Island and began to understand the situation. But as he expected, he did not get any valuable intelligence. The battle was ravaged by Gundam throughout the battle, and not even a fragment was left. It's really miserable. Oh, I'm very sorry. The adjutant was embarrassed and apologized subconsciously. It's not your fault. I'm just curious. Is the Gundam really that powerful? Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. From the data collected from this armed intervention, our Iron Man is completely unable to match the other side. According to the analysis of the Academy of Sciences, 1 Gundam is enough to match a battalion of Iron Man. Is this your own opinion? No, this is. Next time you have a chance, use your own eyes to confirm. Blindly trusting data and intelligence will lead to early death. Sergei taught. I know, Lieutenant Colonel. At this time, the alarm of the base sounded again. What's wrong? Sergei asked immediately. Lieutenant Colonel, the Gundam appeared again, and one of them is coming this way. Gundam. Lieutenant Colonel, what should we do now? The adjutant asked Sergei. The highest commander of this base was only a major, 1 level lower than Sergei. In addition, Sergei's prestige in the People's Revolutionary Army made him subconsciously respect Sergei's orders. Well, order the base personnel to start retreating. Using the existing military force to deal with it will only bring losses. Yes. Wait. Do you have any other instructions? Do you have any extra Iron Man? Yes. Well, leave 1 Iron Man behind and you guys retreat. The third mission began. Neil drove the Power Angel to South Africa to intervene in the civil war that broke out there over the mining rights of mineral resources. But rather than saying it was a military intervention, it was better to say it was bullying kindergarten children. The enemies facing the Power Angel were not even MIS, but just a group of mobile engineers equipped with heavy machine guns for mining. Neil drove the Power Angel and stood there bored. He didn't even use the GN sniper rifle. He just used the GN pistol to fire continuously. He didn't even need to deliberately aim. He easily scared them so much that they threw away their armor and fled. It's really annoying. This kind of work of bullying the weak, well, Lyle's side is almost the same. I still envy Setsuna, who directly raided the People's Revolutionary League's garrison base. Neil complained as he watched the mobile engineers fleeing in all directions. The Cherubim went to Libya in South America, which is the only DP planting base in the world. In order to directly cut off the root of the conflict, they had to completely destroy this area. It's really a simple job. Like Neil, Lyle also felt bored. If Neil didn't like bullying the weak, then Lyle was just itching to do it. It was already the third mission since the first mission. The second mission was just a good warm-up, but it ended before I could get enough of it. I cursed the People's Revolutionary League's miss for being too bad. This time the mission was even simpler. They just had to fly over the sky with an external compartment carrying incendiary bombs and drop bombs on the fields. There were no mobile engineers. Let's finish the mission quickly and go back. According to Miss Wong's forecast, we will soon run out of time and won't be able to be so relaxed, but it's just what I want. Finally, it was the Exa who was responsible for continuing to destroy the People's Revolutionary League's garrison base on Ceylon Island. But what puzzled him was that before he arrived, the other side had already evacuated, leaving only a highly mobile Iron Man waiting for him, and in addition to the carbon fiber battle blade in his hand. No guns, only blades. Are you trying to test me? Setsuna frowned slightly, but still landed in front of the high-mobility Iron Man. As if they were in a duel, Iron Man waited for Archangel to get ready before rushing towards Archangel. But almost at the moment of passing each other, the GN sword cut off the hand holding the war blade. But what surprised Setsuna was that Iron Man did not give up the fight because he lost his arm and his only weapon. Instead, he took the opportunity when Archangel turned around and grabbed Archangel's head with his remaining left hand. Although Setsuna was surprised by the opponent's decisiveness, he was no longer the same person in the original book after being trained by Yang Hui. He pulled the joystick back slightly and lifted it up again. Swish! Archangel leaned back slightly, just avoiding Iron Man's grab. The GN sword in his left hand popped out, and with a quick dance of his right hand, he directly cut Iron Man into a human stick. "Don't touch me," Setsuna muttered to himself, and after confirming that there were no other enemies in this garrison base, he left directly. Lieutenant Colonel. After the Angel of Power left, the enemies who had retreated came back to rescue Sergei. But when they arrived, they were embarrassed by the scene in front of them. Sergei sat on the Iron Man with only his body left, smoking a cigarette that he had not touched since his marriage, looking at the sky, and his decadent temperament filled the whole picture. 5.87 seconds. Huh? Everyone was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. It only took 5.87 seconds, and it was ruined. My lifelong reputation. Oh. Hearing this, everyone either stood aside obediently or started to clean up the tragedy. No one dared to disturb Sergei. And Sergei was not as decadent as they imagined. He just kept replaying the Angel of Power's actions in his mind, especially the action of dodging the attack that he was determined to get. The tiniest displacement to avoid the enemy's attack. "It's you, brat?" As Sergei expected, Shauna did learn this operation from Yang Hui, and Yang Hui, the initiator, was admiring Sergei's world-famous paintings in the sky at this time. "Tisk tisk tisk, brother, you have come to this day, losing to me, and losing to my apprentice, stealing a chicken but losing the rice. I can laugh at you in the future. But appreciation is appreciation. This kind of scene can be photographed and collected well. This is not a place to stay for a long time. His mission is just to ensure that the Angel of Exa provides certain support when it encounters trouble to ensure the completion of the mission. Now it's over, and after returning this time, he must conserve his energy, because in the next mission, he will be the only protagonist." Chapter 19, A Big Investment. The third mission was successfully completed, and the three major countries began to really take the threat of Gundam seriously. Sergei was called over by the commander as soon as he returned to the headquarters. "How is it? The Gundam you experienced in person?" the commander asked Sergei. "Very strong, no Ms can match it at this stage." Sergei answered truthfully. "Not even traps?" asked the commander. "Traps? Isn't it still in the experimental stage?" Sergei was stunned for a moment and asked back. He knew that the first test machine of traps had been offline, but there was no news after that. Mass production and deployment of ordinary troops were even further away. Sergei thought that there was a problem with the experiment, but he didn't expect that the commander would bring it up now. The experimental period has ended. The old men at the Academy of Sciences said that there are still some minor flaws, but the data collected so far is enough for mass production. Now the production line is working overtime to manufacture it. It should be available for the next operation, but don't expect the quantity. The commander said to Sergei. "Is it really okay to tell me this kind of secret?" Sergei asked. Although he knew that he had a high prestige in the army, he was only a lieutenant colonel. He should not be qualified to know this level of news, right? "That's what I want to say. Congratulations, you are now a colonel." Huh? Sergei was stunned. It seems that he has not made any achievements recently, right? Instead, he broke an Iron Man, which was easily defeated by Gundam. It was good enough that he was not punished. How could he be promoted? The commander handed Sergei a confidential document and explained, the superiors asked to form a special task force dedicated to Gundam investigation, named Top Force, which is directly under the command of the headquarters, and you are the commander of this force. Although you damaged an Iron Man, the superiors fully affirmed your performance and said that no one except you is qualified to lead this force. The commander said with a smile. Really? Sergei roughly browsed the document and accepted the order. Well, the superiors value this unit very much. The first batch of traps produced will be given to you for use. You can choose any candidate. You have only one mission, to capture the Gundam before the Union and the AEU. Yes, sir. But there is someone I hope you can take good care of. Come in. The door behind the commander opened, and a silver-haired girl in a green military uniform walked in. Child. Sergei frowned. Report, I am the super soldier number 1 sent by the Superhuman Agency and the Technical Research Institute, Lieutenant Soma Paris. The girl introduced herself. Superhuman Agency. Hearing this, Sergei's face was a little ugly. Commander, could it be that the plan? It seems that it has been carried out in secret. The superiors think this is the trump card against the Gundam. Although the commander said this, his performance was completely known a long time ago. From today on, I have been assigned to the colonel's exclusive unit. Please give your instructions, sir. Soma Paris stepped forward and said. Sergei looked at Soma Paris and sighed, too young. Then he looked at the commander. Commander, do you remember why Young Tiger left the army? Ah, that's really a pity, but this is an order from my superiors, and I have no choice. Tisk. Sergei cursed the commander, this old fox, because what he said was completely different from what he showed on his face. Back then, Yang Hui applied to retire from the army and joined the Academy of Sciences after the Shiansu Defense War because he couldn't stand some of his superiors' practices, and the fuse was that a soldier he saved was a child sent by the Superman Agency. Speaking of which, Young Tiger also resigned from the Academy of Sciences, right? I heard that Mr. Wang used a lot of connections for this. Are you still in touch with him? Asked the commander. No, I've seen that guy twice before, but he contacted me both times, and I don't have any way to contact him. He must be disappointed with his superiors, right? He probably went to have fun with his girlfriend. Really? That's really a pity. Speaking of Yang Hui, the commander also felt very sorry. Although he did not oppose some of the orders from his superiors, as long as it could increase the strength of the country and help win the war, he didn't mind breaking his moral bottom line, but for Yang Hui, it was really a pity. It should be said that Yang Hui was still too young and had an innocence that he shouldn't have. Then I'll leave first. Sergei saluted and left directly. Seeing this, Soma Paris also saluted and said goodbye, following behind Sergei. Colonel, is the Young Tiger, you and the commander talked about that person? Soma Paris asked. Have you heard of him? Yes, in the institute, I used the data of Young Tiger as a template for debugging, and all training was also based on his data as the target. Soma Paris replied. Really? Sergei subconsciously clenched his fists. Yes, I heard the commander say just now that he is your brother. Well, although his parents are different, I watched him grow up. Whenever Sergei talked about Yang Hui, he felt a sense of pride from the bottom of his heart. His brother is so outstanding. Really? I am looking forward to meeting him. Soma Paris's face was filled with admiration and yearning. Is it? Sergei's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that even in the organization that Yang Hui hated the most, there was a little fan of his. And, if this girl knew that the idol she worshipped was her enemy, would she be disillusioned? However, thinking of this, Sergei was also particularly solemn about this mission. He was finally going to face Gundam head-on. Although he didn't know what position Yang Hui held in Shinrun, he should meet him this time. On the other hand, Union also established an investigation team for Gundam. The official name has not been decided yet, but the basic framework has been built. Graham is the captain, Billy Katagiri is the technical consultant, and Professor Elfman is specially invited as the technical director. The current team members include Daryl Dodge and Howard Mason. They are both pilots trained by Graham and served in the MSW-80 unit together. They are all elites among elites. As soon as he met Professor Elfman, Graham made some adjustment requirements to him. Ignore the burden on the pilot? Can your body bear it? No problem, if not, you can't catch up with that guy. It seems that you have already met. Yet, I was taught a lesson. Really? Ha ha ha, it's his style. I really want to study it myself. That machine called Gundam, that brat, promised to send something back, but nothing has been sent yet. It's really a waste of time to teach him. Looking at the indignant Professor Elfman, the resentful aura he exuded directly scared Graham and Billy Katajiri back several steps. But Professor Elfman changed the subject and looked at the flag in front of him with a burning gaze. No, it should be through the flag, through the wall of the hangar. Looking into the distance, various countries have finally begun to pay attention to it. It seems that the plan is going quite smoothly. Yes, Professor. The three of them were silent and looked in the same direction. Perhaps they were all looking forward to the future described in the Heavenly Man plan. After a long time, the three of them retracted their gazes at the same time. Professor Elfman asked Graham, "Do you have any other requests?" "Professor, please complete it within a week." "You are really asking too much, Katajiri. I have to get busy." "Yes, Professor." Except for AEU, whose attitude is still unclear, Wang Liumai also collected the information about the People's Revolutionary League and Union forming special forces, and immediately told Yang Hui. That's the situation. There is another piece of information that is not very certain. The top weapon force of the People's Revolutionary League is suspected to be equipped with a new MIS. The specific situation is still under investigation. Haha, it really cost a lot of money. After listening to Wang Liumai's report, Yang Hui sighed. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Xianzhen or Sergei as the commander, but I don't know if BYE and the others have made it, and Union, even Professor Elfman was invited. It seems that our activities are very successful. Xianzhen? BYE? The new MIS of the People's Revolutionary League? Do you need me to send more people to investigate? Wang Liumai asked. I designed the MIS myself, what else do I need to investigate? It's all here. Yang Hui pointed to his head and said, "Oh, since it's the MIS you designed, will the subsequent plans be?" "Don't worry, it's okay." Although Xianzhen and BYE are both next-generation MIS, the machines manufactured by the People's Revolutionary League with existing technology are not enough to pose a major threat to the Gundam. As for the large force, what will happen to the large force? Haha, whether there is a new MIS or not, the large force is enough to threaten the Gundam. Saturation wave long-range bombing will take more than 10 hours. When the Gundam messengers are exhausted, you can do whatever you want. Yang Hui said. Haha, it's true. But aren't you still here? Wang Liumai smiled at Yang Hui's expression of helplessness. After learning the truth last time, she understood Yang Hui even better. In addition to the emotional aspect, whether it was driving technology, MIS design, or being the commander behind the scenes, he always maintained the confidence that everything was under control. Don't think I'm omnipotent. I'm also a human being and I have my limits. Really? Really? Of course not. Okay, just be happy. By the way, Yang Hui, the fourth mission has been sent by the Emperor. It's your personal show. Wang Liumai said playfully. Yang Hui was already upset about the girl's address to him. He didn't know what she talked about with the Emperor. She has been getting more and more tempting since then. But this girl with no breasts and no butt is really not very attractive. But when he thought of the next mission, Yang Hui was eager to try it out. He finally got the chance to officially debut. Let him and the secret angel have a big fight. Chapter 20, Funeral Requiem. A week later, the Republic of Libya in South America issued a declaration of independence, which shocked the world. Is it finally here? I'm getting impatient waiting. Yang Hui sat in front of the TV and watched the spokesperson standing on the stage and boasting, smiling and saying, he is openly using Shinrun, but we have to go too. It's really frustrating. Wang Liumai complained. But what he doesn't know is that his plan to use Shinrun was used by us instead. Yang Hui sneered, haha, he wants to use us, but I don't know if he can afford the price. That's right, but Yang Hui, are you ready? This time, you are not just facing Libya's MIS troops. Union will definitely intervene. Wang Liumai was a little worried. After all, she had never seen Yang Hui fight in person, so she didn't have a clear impression of his strength. Don't worry, if you can't beat them, you can still retreat safely. Yang Hui waved his hand without any concern. Since you said so, then I wish you good luck in martial arts. Wang Lumai smiled. Watch carefully, my grand entrance. Yang Hui said with a smile. Beep beep. At this moment, Wang Lumai's pad rang. She picked it up and took a look, then said to Yang Hui, Sister Wang sent a communication request. She should be arranging a battle plan. Alice, she is worrying about nothing. Yang Hui complained a few words and walked towards the communication room. Although she said so, Wang Lumai still heard a hint of tenderness and touching in Yang Hui's words. Wang Lumai was no longer jealous, but just followed behind Yang Hui. She had reached an agreement with Wang. Although she could not buy out, she could be regarded as a shareholder. The communication was connected, and everyone who stayed on Ptolemy all appeared. Long time no see, everyone. Yang Hui took the initiative to greet. Long time no see, Mr. Malin. We all saw your wonderful performance. I guess Mr. Malin is going to do a magnificent job this time. It's the first large-scale mission, and he has to carry it out alone. He is really hopeless. What Tiiri means is, Mr. Malin, be careful. Everyone responded to Malin, some blessed, some teased, and Wang's face was full of worry. Malin. Wang hesitated to speak. Although she knew Malin's ability very well, she was still worried instinctively. Don't worry, don't you know my driving skills? Yang Hui comforted. Well, okay, everyone, enjoy my magnificent performance in the universe. Yang Hui said. Haha, this must be watched carefully. Mr. Malin, you must pay attention to safety, otherwise the princess will be widowed before she gets married. That's what the People's Revolutionary League said, right? Christina. The princess is shy. Hey, be serious, we are on a mission now. Well, what's wrong with that? Mr. Malin will be fine. It's okay to relax. The long-awaited communication ended in a cheerful atmosphere. No one was worried about whether Yang Hui could complete the mission and return safely, except for the Emperor, including Tiiri, who had a stinky face throughout the whole process, especially the 5 Gundam envoys, who had personally experienced how terrifying Malin's driving skills were. After cutting off the communication, Malin went to the underground hangar and started the secret angel. I will watch you carefully, Yang Hui, and watch you shine brightly. Wang Lumai quietly watched the secret angel go to the battlefield until it completely disappeared from her sight, then returned to the house and turned on the observation screen. She didn't want to miss any details of this performance. Horizontal ellipsis. The Union suppression of Libya has begun. The Air Force has seized the air supremacy of the main cities at lightning speed, and the Union fleet has also approached the Libya mainland. The MIS troops are on standby in the air, and only need one order to launch a general attack. Libya is ready to burn its boats and concentrate all its troops in 3 main cities. Neither of them fired the first shot of the battle. They are all waiting for the arrival of celestial being. In the sky not far away, the secret angel passed through the Union fleet formation like a meteor. What? Only one machine? Yes. And it's a Gundam that has never appeared in the data. Is it another force? Based on the data comparison, it can be confirmed that it is the Gundam of celestial being. Damn, is there still a trick? Order the whole army to stand by. Yes. The same information was passed to the ears of various countries, and they were also shocked. Gundam actually hid the 6th Gundam, so could there be more Gundams hidden? Moreover, for a battle of this scale, only one machine was sent to carry out the mission. Is this bold? Reckless? Or confident? All kinds of questions lingered in their minds, but soon, they got the answer. Hush, there are really a lot of them, let's do a big fight. Yang Hui looked at the enemies marked by the detector, whistled, and an excited smile appeared on his face. In an instant, Yang Hui's hands almost turned into after images dancing on the operating table, as if he was playing a beautiful piece of music. Yes, it was a piece of music, a funeral requiem for the enemy. Go. GN bit unfold. In the shocked expressions of everyone, the wings behind the secret angel fell off 16 feathers, turning into dancing elves and flying around. In line with the notes of the music, pink beams fell like raindrops, and each shot accurately hit the MIS of the Libyan army. Just the first attack directly destroyed 16 MIS of the Libyan army. The Libyan army had not yet come to their senses. They had not done anything at all. Why would the Gundam attack them directly? The old fox said it very clearly. Yang Hui controlled the secret angel to spread the pink rain of death on the ground like the god of death, and said to himself, countries that promote war are also the targets of military intervention. As a wave of fireworks bloomed, Yang Hui looked at the Libyan army with a cold face in the cockpit. The price of using us is very high. If you want to see our attitude, then watch carefully. After a short pause, the symphony leading to death was played again. Damn it. I can't hide. Devil. He is a devil. Don't come over. Despair, fear, anger, unwillingness. Begging for mercy, escaping, fighting, dodging. No matter what emotions they have, what actions they have, they can't escape the pursuit of the god of death. The next second after watching the friendly forces around them being shot down, it's their turn. Boom 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 boom. The explosions continued, and the gorgeous fireworks brought congratulatory fireworks to the hustle and bustle of the city. It was not until the last mizz in the city exploded that the first climax of this gorgeous feast ended. That's it? It's really not satisfying. Yang Hui complained, took back the GN bit, pulled the joystick, and flew to the next city. Whether it was the Union Army who witnessed it with their own eyes, or the senior officials and ordinary people of various countries who watched it through TV and pad, they were unable to recover from the first climax. They all opened their mouths and stared blankly at the secret angel heading to the next city. How is it possible? How did they do it? Is it the hidden trump card of celestial being? This is simply not on the same level as the previous Gundam. No matter who they were shocked by the performance of the secret angel. From the time the secret angel fired the first shot to the end of the battle, it only lasted 2 minutes in total, and all 35 MIs of the Libyan army were wiped out. Where is the Gundam? Where did the Gundam go? The commander of the fleet asked in panic. Go to the next city, the battle has already started. Order the Air Force to keep a close eye on the Gundam no matter what. You must not lose it. But commander, the communication is jammed. Find a way to solve it for me. You must convey the order. Also, contact your country immediately and request military support for Libya. This is not a war at all. This is a massacre. Yes. When the fleet commander gave the order, the secret angel had already arrived at the second city and started playing the second chapter. Boring, really boring. Hey, isn't there anyone who can fight at all? Yang Hui felt that it was too boring. This was completely bullying children. Not to mention that Libya's MIS troops were all eliminated, actual combat type, without a single flag type, and the quality of the army was also frighteningly low. After being attacked, they were unable to organize an effective counterattack. Not to mention the troops, even the teams did not have the most basic coordination. The quality of the pilots was also at the beginner level, and their dodging movements were monotonous and straightforward. When attacking, they would only stand still and act as targets. It's just this level. If I had known, I would have let Setsuna and the others come. It's so boring. When this sentence came out, the Libyan army in the second city had been destroyed. It still took 2 minutes, and all 37 mobile suits were destroyed. When it went to the last city, the corners of its mouth finally curled up with an interesting arc. Is it finally interesting? I hope I won't be disappointed. What was observed through the camera was not only the Libyan army, but also the aviation force of the Union. Behind the secret angel, there was a flag formation following and observing him, and it also entered a combat state. There was also a black flag formation at the head. Yang Hui licked his lips and said to himself excitedly, "Hey, it's you, right? Graham, are you ready to be humiliated again?" The joystick was pulled suddenly, and it rushed towards the opponent's army without slowing down. Is it here? Graham looked at the familiar secret angel, excited and fanatical. It's finally time to fight the Gundam. It's so exciting, Lieutenant. Howard Mason said. Yes, but this guy is not simple, be careful not to die. Graham reminded the two. After ending the communication, Graham made the same choice as Yang Hui, suddenly leaving the team and facing him head-on. Chapter 21 Death is Dancing. Yang Hui knew that he could no longer play around, so he deployed all 32 GN bits. The 16 shield-type GN bits surrounded the secret angel like a city wall, and between the gaps of each shield, the gun-type GN bits showed their deadly fangs. Without hesitation, he opened fire and opened a passage before they completely surrounded him. All planes disperse. Graham ordered immediately as he saw the pink beam shooting at him. Fortunately, he and his subordinates had the reaction speed of elite pilots, and they had been serving in the same unit for a long time, so their tacit understanding was not low. When they heard Graham's order, they pulled the joystick subconsciously. But the other troops were not so lucky. The rain of death came again. Almost in the blink of an eye, the cockpit screen was filled with pink light. The next second, it was either the HUD or the limbs. The flag type in the sky fell like dumplings, and the actual type on the ground also fell to the ground one by one, with the wreckage scattered all over the ground, unable to rise again. Damn it! Gundam! Howard Mason roared, and rushed directly towards the secret angel, firing continuously from the front linear rifle. Howard! Be careful! Captain! Before he could finish this sentence, the beam of light descended on him, and 5 pink lights penetrated his limbs and head respectively. Except for the body of the flag type, which was intact, the other parts had completely disappeared. Bang bang bang. Fire burst out from the fracture of the body, and Howard fell to the ground with a scream. Howard! Graham looked at his subordinates who turned into human sticks in almost a blink of an eye. His face was particularly solemn, and he secretly sighed that Yang Hui was really merciless. Captain! The surviving Daryl machine called out in panic. Don't panic. I'll go and entangle the Gundam, and take this time to quickly reorganize the formation of the surviving troops. Yes. Daryl machine turned and left, leaving only the secret angel and Graham's flag type in the battlefield. Go. Let me challenge you again, with this special flag. Graham, full of fighting spirit, pushed the joystick hard, stepped on the pedal to the bottom, and the tail thruster burst into flames, rushing towards the secret angel at an incredible speed. The special flag transformed directly in the air. While shooting, it pulled out the plasma sword and was ready to go. Haha, this guy, he really doesn't care about his life. Yang Hui curled his lips, and the shield-type GN bit easily blocked the bullets of the linear rifle. At the same time, he hung 2 GN submachine guns on his waist and pulled out 2 GN swords. Got it. Graham saw that the secret angel's vision was completely blocked by the shield-type GN bit, and the surrounding gun-type GN bits did not shoot. He had already come in front of the secret angel, and the plasma sword pierced into the gap between the shields, splitting the secret angel's defense circle with one sword. At the same time, the linear rifle was raised, and according to his estimated angle, it was just right to aim at the secret angel's cockpit. But at this moment, the alarm bell in his brain kept ringing. Graham subconsciously loosened his foot pedal, and the speed of the special flag slowed down a little bit. It was precisely this little difference that saved the special flag's arm. With a flash of cold light, the linear rifle that had just been raised was cut in half. Although it slowed down, inertia still carried the special flag towards the secret angel. Graham didn't care about the severed linear rifle. The plasma sword in his left hand slashed out, but was blocked by another GN beam sword. The strong inertia took the secret angel back a distance before it stabilized its balance. Tisk, this impact force, how many Gs is it? This guy is really a lunatic. Yang Hui cursed inwardly. Wake up. Gundam. After repelling the secret angel, Graham was very excited. He pulled out another plasma sword with his right hand and stepped on the pedal to the bottom again, giving it full power. This madman. Forget it, just consider it as saving his life. As he finished talking to himself, Yang Hui's eyes changed, colorful light flowed, as if everything in the world slowed down, and the fiery fighting spirit was extinguished, replaced by absolute rationality. With a slight pull on the joystick, the secret angel turned sideways, just avoiding the attack of the special flag type. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. In the moment of passing by, Graham turned his head slowly in disbelief to look at the secret angel, but what greeted him were 2 GN swords that were getting tighter and tighter. With the instinct of a beast and the instinct of the crisis, Graham seemed to break through the control of time and pulled on the joystick with both hands. Swish! The arms flew up, the whole body lost balance, and kept rolling in the sky, and arcs and flames kept jumping at the broken parts of the arms. Huh? He actually dodged it. Yang Hui turned off the transformer state and said in surprise. According to his idea, Graham's special flag type should have been directly cut down to only the body. Haha, forget it, that guy has no fighting power anymore, let's deal with him quickly, it's been dragging on for so long, it's time to end it. Yang Hui turned his eyes to the enemy troops that were slowly surrounding him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Captain. The Daryl machine had already arrived with a reorganized air force, and surrounded and fired at the secret angel, buying a chance for Graham to retreat. I'm fine. But the body is not working, be careful. Darrison, this Gundam is different from other Gundams, it's very strong. Captain, let me help you and Howard report. Before he finished speaking, a beam of light pierced through the flag and fell with a tail flame. Darrison. Graham only had time to shout, and he couldn't help but close his mouth, staring at the performance of the secret angel in the sky in amazement. The continuous reinforcements surrounded the secret angel, trying to compress the encirclement while maintaining the barrage, and seize the opportunity to capture it, but no matter how many reinforcements came later, no matter how hard they tried to compress the encirclement, they could only maintain the encirclement at the beginning state, and even, it was gradually collapsing. The secret angel was like a god of death, sitting on the throne in the sky, ignoring the mortals who came to challenge him. With just a wave of his hand, the mortals who dared to challenge the gods fell. The encirclement finally couldn't bear the pressure of the secret angel and was torn open. The secret angel picked up the GN submachine gun on his waist again and rushed directly into the Union aviation formation with the GN bit. He shuttled through the formation like an elegant dance. Every dance step meant that several friendly aircraft were shot down, and the dense barrage was just a light to cheer him up. Not long after, except for a few kittens who completely lost the will to fight and fled in all directions, the only Ms. that remained intact in the airspace was the secret angel, overlooking the mess on the ground, as if laughing at the mortals' overestimation of their own abilities. The next second, the secret angel's sight turned to the fleeing flag type. Graham knew what he was going to do and subconsciously pulled the joystick to stop it, but he forgot that his body had been paralyzed due to the previous damage and lost its ability to move. Escape? Can it escape? Yang Hui looked at the fleeing flag type on the screen, retracted all the GN bits, and also put away the GN submachine gun. He held the GN sword in his hand again, and rushed towards the deserter with all his strength. Stop. They can't fight anymore. Graham roared at the sky with some anger, hoping that Yang Hui could hear his dissuasion. But this was just wishful thinking. It only took a few seconds for the secret angel to get close to the back of a deserter. Don't come over. No one paid attention to his plea for mercy. The flag type was divided into 4 parts and exploded directly in the air. The secret angel did not stop and chose the next target again. Chase, kill, choose the target. Repeat, no deserter escaped his pursuit. If you are not aware enough, don't go to the battlefield. Deserters will be executed on the spot. Yang Hui's eyes were indifferent, and he drove the secret angel away along the evacuation route. Malin, why did you do this? Graham clenched his fists tightly, constantly thinking about the answer to this question, but he couldn't get an answer. Although this was the first time he officially fought with Yang Hui on the battlefield, Yang Hui had never behaved like a cruel person. If he was really so cruel, why would he let others go? Instead, he questioned the killing of the soldiers who began to flee. That's right, since the Battle of Talabia, except for the Talabia army in the first city, no one died because the body was broken. Most of them were cut into human sticks, and most of the pilots were injured. So the real death of the Union army was only the few fleeing flag and the pilots. Captain, are you okay? At this moment, Howard Mason and Daryl Dodge ran over to ask with concern. I'm fine. Graham had to interrupt his thoughts and answer the two. But it's really scary, Gundam. Howard Mason and Daryl Dodge turned around and looked at the hellish scene and said, yeah, it's like a monster. Graham looked at the scene in front of him thoughtfully. Captain, we have lost the trace of Gundam. The superiors ordered us to wait for rescue and return to the base directly. Howard Mason said. Okay, let's go see if anyone needs help. Yes. The two saluted and followed Graham to run towards the wreckage of other machines. The Angel of Power, Angel of Wisdom and Angel of Wisdom hidden not far from the battle area also began to return. This was the insurance arranged by Wang in advance. If Yang Hui encountered danger during the mission, the 3 machines would be responsible for helping him retreat safely. Although they were spectators throughout the whole process, the hearts of the 3 Gundam messengers were not calm at all. Hey, Mr. Melon is too powerful, isn't he? Neil exclaimed. We arrived at the first city and suppressed it in 2 minutes, completely wiping out the Miss troops of Talibia. The second city was even more terrifying, and it took less than 2 minutes. Finally, it took only 10 minutes to face the combined forces of the Talibia army and Union. It seems that he still showed mercy to us. Lyle smiled bitterly. Gundam. Huh? Setsuna. The Delandi brothers were stunned for a moment, not knowing what Setsuna was talking about. This is Gundam, this is the Gundam messenger. Hearing this, the Delandi brothers were silent. Although they knew that Setsuna was having another attack, they had to admit one thing, that is, compared with Yang Hui, they were both Gundam messengers, and they were indeed somewhat unqualified. P.Y. Trade, the Phoenix of Hogwarts, the audience in the author's audience, is a new author. If there are readers who like it, please support it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Forced by Fate. The secret angel returned to the hangar safely. Yang Hui, who left the cockpit, did not say a word and went straight back to the room. He lay down on the bed without even changing his driving suit. He needed to rest well now. The whole mission was very easy for him, including the fact that the coalition forces of Talibia and Union did not pose a threat to him. But his brain needed to rest well, because in the few seconds when he entered the transformer mode, a large number of brain quantum waves on the battlefield poured into his brain. There were brave warriors shouting challenges, wounded soldiers wailing in pain, rescue teams anxious about not being able to rescue people for a while, and fear and despair of being scared out of their wits. Yang Hui was very glad that he only opened it for a moment and then closed it immediately. Otherwise, he might really be shocked into a fool by these chaotic emotions. Even now, he felt that he was about to have a mental breakdown. However, he did not have any regrets for killing the deserter directly in the end. Battlefield is never an easy word. If a soldier wants to go to the battlefield, he must have enough awareness. If he wants to escape because the enemy is too strong, he might as well go home to his mother for milk. Such a person is not worthy of the battlefield. Rather than staying in the future and killing his comrades, it is better to solve it by himself. The change of the world needs the stimulation of sacrifice, so you should become one of them, which can also be regarded as washing away the shame of deserting the battlefield. Haha, thinking so, Union should thank me. Yang Hui said to himself, and then fell asleep. Yang Hui slept soundly, but I don't know how many people in the world couldn't sleep. Civilians who supported Shinrun cheered while watching the battle records of the Secret Angels broadcast by major news. The phones in major news agencies kept ringing, and people came and went without a chance to rest, all trying to get first-hand reports, while the intelligence agencies and scientific research departments of various countries were stepping up the collection and analysis of intelligence on the Battle of Talibia. Are you serious? The top leaders of various countries asked with the reports in their hands. The reports they received were surprisingly consistent, and their reactions were also extremely tacitly similar. They felt that this report was a big joke on them, that a single machine had the power to suppress a reorganized fleet. But unfortunately, this was not a joke. All the conclusions in the report were the result of a lot of analysis, deduction, and calculation. The senior officials of various countries looked at the report in their hands in silence, their brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and their anxiety became heavier. If the appearance of astronaut in the first two times seemed to them to be just a small fight, at most at the level of children playing house, although it could not deny the excellent performance of Gundam, it was just like that. If they were serious, they would not be able to do anything. But now, they have to re-examine the organization, astronaut, because the appearance of the secret angel made them see that astronaut really has the power to compete with any of the three major countries. Union, which had the most direct experience of the Battle of Talibia, directly invited the other two countries, hoping to unite to deal with astronaut. Anyway, there are 6 Gundams, and at most they can be divided equally. They have deeply realized that Gundam is not something they can take alone. Although the other two countries also had such an understanding, they all had their own plans and were going to give it a try. People are creatures with luck in their hearts. They have not personally experienced the oppression brought by the secret angels, so they still want to try it. What if they succeed? Regarding this situation, Union did not express any objection, and even gloated over it. Although Union did not suffer any serious injuries this time, the loss was still not small. They were also happy to see the People's Revolutionary League in AEU suffer at the hands of Heavenly Man. How could they be the only one to suffer losses? It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. A family should be neat and tidy. And this initiator who made most people in the world unable to sleep woke up after sleeping for more than 10 hours. He felt uncomfortable with the sticky feeling on his body, so he took off his driving suit and took a shower, changed into clean clothes and walked out of the room. The local time was just at night. In the dead of night, Yang Hui found some food and lay on the recliner on the rooftop to admire the starry sky. "Alice, this won't work. It's far worse than the starry sky in the universe," Yang Hui complained casually. Of course, since the industrial age, the Earth has been vigorously developed. With the cover of pollution, it is naturally not as good as the original starry sky. Wang Liumi came over from behind and sat directly next to Yang Hui. Yang Hui glanced over and looked at him, then his eyes widened. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me?" Wang Liumi noticed Yang Hui's strange look and asked in confusion. "If you don't sleep so late, you may not grow taller or bigger." Yang Hui glanced away and complained. Wang Liumi's outfit at this time was indeed too inconsistent. She had a petite figure with no breasts and no buttocks, but she was wearing a sexy lace pajamas, and the most seductive black stockings. If the emperor was dressed like this, Yang Hui would turn into a werewolf and eat her up completely before the full moon. But for Wang Liumi, not only did she not have any interest at all, but the huge contrast didn't even make her look cute. "You." Wang Liumi looked at herself and was immediately angry like a little bun. Regardless of the posture, she bit Yang Hui's shoulder. "It hurts. Let go." Wang Xiaogao. It was unknown how long it lasted, until Yang Hui's shoulder was bitten and bleeding, and Wang Liumi finally let go, but she did not change her position at all, and just lay on Yang Hui's chest without any courtesy. "Hey, little sister, isn't this too bad? I'm not that kind of person." Yang Hui tried to pull Wang Liumi apart with a force that would not hurt her, but Wang Liumi just lay on him tightly and could not get up. "Is it very painful?" This was a very casual question, but it made Yang Hui stunned. He stopped struggling and let Wang Liumi lie on him. "It has to be painful. The time left for humans is not much." This was the second time Yang Hui mentioned this sentence, and his heart was still heavy. Reality is not anime, and the protagonist will no longer be the protagonist. Who can guarantee that in the end, Setsuna will be able to contact ELS like the ending of the anime? Who can guarantee that ELS is willing to communicate with Setsuna? Facing the imminent and unknown crisis, Yang Hui did not dare to stop for a moment. Even though Yang Hui was carefree all day long when there were no missions, he actually never stopped for a moment. He constantly trained his driving skills, the ability of the Transformer, the design of the 4th generation Gundam, the design of the next generation MIS after the world was unified, and the supplementation and simplification of the second stage plan through the simulation cabin. Wang Liumi had watched Yang Hui's self-training once, but that time made Wang Liumi dare not watch it again. It was too cruel. Yang Hui's requirements for himself had reached a cruel point. She didn't understand why Yang Hui was so good, but he would still train herself with almost cruel requirements. Every time she saw Yang Hui dragging his tired body out of the simulation cabin, and then going into the room to do other work, it was because of this that she felt that her experience had become less painful, and she didn't hate the world so much. People who were countless times better than her were doing their best to improve themselves, and they would never slack off even if they didn't make any progress. What qualifications did she have to complain? Yang Hui also felt emotional, with a self-deprecating smile on his face. He didn't expect that the second person who said this to him would be this little devil girl. Wang had said this to him before, but he just asked, without seeking an answer, or already knowing the answer, without stopping him, without persuading him to give up, just silently supporting him behind his back. "Is it the second and third phase plans?" Wang Liumi asked. Yes. But you are not alone, you still have Sister Wang, the Gundam messengers, everyone on Ptolemy, and me. You can rely on us, you don't have to fight so hard alone. Wang Liumi whispered. Yang Hui could hear that there was a hint of sobbing in Wang Liumi's tone. "Some things, only I can do it. I am a person who is afraid of death. Rather than handing it over to others, I prefer to control it in my own hands." As he said that, Yang Hui stretched his hand to the sky, and then held it tightly, as if he was holding not only the air, but everything about him. "What can I do?" Wang Liumi raised her head and asked. "Just carry out the tasks assigned to you by Veda." The next second, Yang Hui widened his eyes and felt it difficult to breathe, because Wang Liumi kissed him directly before he finished speaking. Soon the two separated. Although Wang Liumi's face was red, she still looked straight into Yang Hui's eyes, I'm not asking what I can do for, heavenly man, but what I can do for you. Ahem, sorry, I have an emperor, so. Sister Wang has agreed. Oh, she agreed, what did you say? Yang Hui was stunned, and felt his brain freeze. Sister Wang agreed, but she asked me to wait before. He didn't know what Wang Liumyi wanted to say, but she didn't say it out of shyness, so she lowered her head. Yang Hui certainly knew what Wang Liumyi wanted to say, but, is this appropriate? Are you sure today is not April Fool's Day? Oh, Yang Hui, who couldn't figure out his thoughts at all, chose to give up thinking, and covered his face and lay on the recliner. He was a serious person. He wanted to ensure that the people he cherished survived to the end, and then everyone lived a comfortable life with a wife and children. He never thought about becoming the king of the world or opening a huge crystal palace. But sometimes, fate is naughty. The more you go to the left, the more it guides you to the right. Forget it. Yang Hui stood up and left, almost making Wang Liumyi fall to the ground. Where are you going? Wang Liumyi asked in confusion. The training room, I need to calm down. Looking at Yang Hui's back as he fled in panic, Wang Liumyi covered her mouth and laughed. Hey, I gave you my first kiss, and now you can't escape it. And you must not know that Sister Wang has already made a special plan for you, right? Hey, I'm really looking forward to your expression when the time comes. Chapter 23 AEU Actions. Today is a day that Yang Hui is looking forward to very much. After a month, he can finally reunite with Wang. Seeing Yang Hui staring at the time and the arrival reminder table, Wang Liumyi secretly covered her mouth and laughed. What are you laughing at? You look very cute now. Is that a word used to describe women? Please describe me as handsome and elegant. Is that so? Yes. And? What else? Can you let me go? I don't want to attract so much attention. Yang Hui is now in a headache. This little girl has not concealed herself at all since that night. For example, one morning when he woke up, he found an octopus wrapped around him. No matter how he pulled, he couldn't get rid of it. Instead, he was taught not to make noise. If Yang Hui was not sure that he really did nothing, he would probably want to commit suicide out of shame. He also understood Wang Liumyi's feelings for him, and he didn't intend to be an irresponsible person, but at least wait until the mission is over. I don't want to be captured. What does it matter? Anyway, I am yours. It is normal to be intimate, or okay, hug me if you like. Although he didn't know what Wang Liumyi wanted to say, Yang Hui knew that she was going to be in trouble as soon as he saw her cunning smile, and strangled her in the cradle. Hehe. Wang Liumyi laughed with great amusement, but also mixed with sweetness. She had never had such a life experience before. She was born in a big family and had no choice. She was taught to maintain etiquette in front of everyone, so she had a hypocritical smile. In order to bear the burden of the family with her young shoulders, she was like a puppet of the elders in the family. What to do and what not to do, what can and cannot be done, were all arranged by them, even her marriage. That's why Wang Liumyi hoped that the world could change, and even hated this world. She joined Shinran, and even betrayed Shinran later, all just to control her own destiny. It was a very simple, but difficult little wish. In Yang Hui's memory, the evaluation of Wang Liumyi has always been not very good, but now after hearing about her past with his own ears, Yang Hui no longer has the prejudice against her at the beginning, but accepting her feelings is not to pity her. Living in this twisted world, who has not experienced suffering? Whose life is easy? But some bottom lines must be adhered to, and they must wait until adulthood. Ding dong, flight XXXX has arrived, please take your luggage. Let's go, they're here. Yes. Wang Liumyi consciously let go of Yang Hui's arm and followed him to pick up Wang, who landed on the earth, and deliberately lagged behind half a step to show Yang Hui's status. Standing at the exit, he saw three figures coming out from a distance, especially the person he missed the most, and the love and excitement in his eyes were about to overflow. The other party was the same. After seeing Yang Hui, he ran over and threw himself into his arms and hugged him tightly. I miss you so much. I miss you too. Really? Why don't I think so? Wang raised his head and looked at Wang Liumyi beside him with a playful smile. Oh, cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall. Yang Hui was too guilty to answer. Although he knew that the two women had reached a consensus long ago, but at this time, no matter what he said, it would be wrong. He should just shut up and let her deal with him. For example, The soft flesh on his waist was doing a 360-degree loop. HMPH. Wang Jiao snorted, and then pulled Wang Liumei out, ignoring Yang Hui at all, talking and laughing in private. Ah! Yang Hui stretched out his hand to the backs of the two people, as if he wanted to keep them. At this time, Christina and Philute, who were accompanying him, passed by him. Philute didn't like to talk much, so she just nodded to Yang Hui as a greeting, and Christina's words completely broke Yang Hui's heart. This is the end of a scumbag, Mr. Melon. Catch, how am I a scumbag? I was a victim from beginning to end, right? These two girls arranged everything for me in private, and I was the only one who knew about it until the incident happened. Can I blame it? Yang Hui. The group came directly to Wang Liumei's private island, without too much tenderness, and started working directly. This time the mission is to intervene militarily in Morelia. Morelia is a very special country. Although it is small, none of the three major countries dare to look down on them. The country, with a population of only 180,000, has more than 3 million migrant workers living there, and about 20% of the 4,000 private companies are PMCs, which are the main economic pillars of this country. The so-called PMC can be directly understood as a mercenary company. Mercenary dispatch, soldier training, arms transportation, arms research and development, and military maintenance are all within their business scope. Of course, this is not the reason why Shinrun decided to intervene militarily in Morelia. The fundamental reason is that because of the military intervention of Shinrun, this country has fewer wars and its economy has shrunk. In order to obtain assistance and revitalize economic development, it has contacted AEU and launched in-depth cooperation, even at the cost of using its own territory as a battlefield. In the final analysis, this time, Shinrun can be regarded as being used by AEU. If the mission of Celestial Being succeeds, Morelia's strength will be weakened again, and AEU can just pull this country that has been striving for many years but has no results into their camp. If the mission fails, it will be even better, as getting a Gundam is more valuable than the entire country of Morelia. So this time, AEU has planned the Gundam capture operation for a long time. But Yang Hui is not worried. Although after his gorgeous debut last time, AEU deployed more troops than in the original work, mobilized more ace pilots to Morelia for support, and even let Katie Mannequin, who was supposed to appear in the trilateral joint military exercise, take the stage ahead of time. But they also have one more Gundam participating, and both the performance of the machine and the driving skills of the Gundam messenger are not comparable to the original plot. And although he will not enter the scene directly this time, he will also be on standby not far away as a guarantee for the success of the mission. Yes, this is the same as the original plot. The Archangel and the De-Angel have already landed on the Earth, and Ptolemy only left Lichty and Lasser. It is also an honor for a small country to be able to dispatch 5 Gundams at the same time. He is the only variable. Should we kill him directly? But if we kill him directly, Setsuna's growth. After repeated consideration, Yang Hui decided to leave his life to Setsuna and the Delandi brothers. He can train driving skills, but he can't help the growth of his mind. Setsuna is the only pioneer of change and the best person to talk to. If he can't become pure because of the loss of these growth experiences, it will be really troublesome. But that person won't touch him, but it doesn't mean that his men can't move. They are all a group of crazy war maniacs. It will be cleaner to destroy the world earlier. The Archangel and the De-Angel successfully met with the other 3 Gundams and enjoyed the last repairs before the mission. It's finally our turn to go on stage. If we wait any longer, our bodies will become dull. Aleluja stretched and said, I'm going to do it thoroughly this time. Tieria said. He was impatient. As the most enthusiastic person about the Heavenly Man plan, Tieria had been on standby in the universe after the first mission. Watching his companions complete missions again and again, he always kept calm and became a little impatient and irritable. It's up to you. Mr. Melon allows you to do whatever you want without disrupting the combat plan. Neil said with a smile. Humph. It would be better if he didn't mention it. As soon as Yang Hui was mentioned, Tieria was full of anger. Although he was tortured to death during training, it was at least within an acceptable range. However, the strength shown by Yang Hui in the Battle of Talibia made him almost unable to see the gap. Although this is indeed a good thing for the Heavenly Man plan, he always felt that Yang Hui looked down on them. But it's really amazing. Should I say that he is worthy of being the young tiger of the former Revolutionary League? Aleluja exclaimed. You are just watching from space, so you don't have such a direct view. We are nearby. We were almost scared to death, right? The heavy siege formed by the joint forces of Talibia and Union was torn apart by Mr. Melon without any effect. I replaced myself. Let alone completing the mission, I am afraid it will be difficult to evacuate safely. Lyle said. Melon is very good. Some of the operating skills he taught me are very practical. Even the usually quiet Setsuna praised Melon. Then let's prove to him that we are also Gundam envoys and can complete the mission well. There is no need to use his trump card. Tieria said to the four people. Of course. I agreed to join, not to be a spectator. Let Mr. Melon see his strength after growth. I am also a Gundam envoy. The five people smiled and encouraged each other. They looked at the time. The mission was about to begin, and each boarded the plane to make final preparations. Setsuna. After checking the status of the Gundam, Neil connected Setsuna's communication. Lock-in. Don't be too reckless this time. I'm not near you. No, I'm also a Gundam messenger. It's my duty to complete the mission. Really? That's great. Although they have established a good bond, Neil still feels like a patriarch, taking four younger brothers on missions. Not to mention Lyle, he is his younger brother. Setsuna would do some incredible things from time to time. Aleluja has a dual personality, and the inner personality Hallelujah is impulsive and warlike, and it is easy to lose control. Tieria will always eliminate all factors that may affect the celestial plan, including companions. Oh, it's so hard for me. Neil lamented. At this moment, Christina appeared on their respective screens. The current time is 0930 in the morning. After the Gundam machines arrive at Terabithia at 1000, they will go to the designated location. Received. X5. Chapter 24, There is no luck in the real battlefield. Long before the Emperor and his companions landed on Earth, the underground hangar had already set up a temporary SIC. The Emperor inserted the quantum storage device and started it up. The deployment of the entire Morelia, AEU, and PMC Delasta were all displayed on it, and it was real-time data. When did you hack in? Felt asked in surprise. Before breakfast. Christina blinked and answered playfully. Hacking is her specialty. Before joining Celestial Being, she was the best and youngest super hacker in the world. According to the scheduled plan, the mission will start at 0000 hours. Everyone who is hostile to us is a target. The Emperor ordered. Understood. X2. Before the mission started, the real-time situation of the Gundam had been transmitted to the desks of the top leaders of various countries, and every large base was broadcasting the actions of Celestial Being in real time. Although the secret angel killing people in Morelia was not seen, the dispatch of 5 Gundams at the same time also made everyone feel that Celestial Being was serious about the military intervention in Morelia this time. As soon as the 5 Gundams entered the border of Morelia, they were discovered by local reconnaissance planes, but they did not shoot down the reconnaissance planes. They confirmed the start of the mission and headed to the designated areas. The enemy aviation unit from E-332 has been locked and military intervention has begun. Miss Wong is so amazing. This prediction is really accurate. While Hallelujah was still speaking, the 2 GN submachine guns under the Archangel had already opened fire. The laser beams directly destroyed 2 thugs, and then passed through the center of the scattered enemy troops. Seizing the opportunity before the enemy had time to turn around, the GN missile pod mounted on the tail was launched, and the missiles with tail flames covered the entire aviation unit, turning into a rainstorm of sparks and debris in the sky. Horizontal ellipsis. The enemy formation has been destroyed, the main mission plan remains unchanged. Understood, continue the intervention operation. The Angel of Power and Angel of Wisdom began to intervene militarily at D-833, and the Angel of Virtue arrived at C-154 and began to destroy the enemy's military facilities. Horizontal ellipsis. In the center of the large base, the Angel of Wisdom simply stood in the center of the encirclement. The thug-style troops continued to shoot at the Angel of Wisdom, but only sparks splashed on the external shield, and not even a slight bullet mark was left. Angel of Wisdom, start destroying the target. As Lyle's voice fell, 2 GN beam rifles continued to fire through the gaps in the external shield, and each shot could accurately hit the head of the thug-style. Just when Lyle was having fun, Harrow sent an alarm, watch out to the back, watch out to the back. But just as Harrow's reminder fell, Several pink beams shot out from the depths of the dense forest in the distance, piercing all the sneak attackers behind the Angel of Wisdom. Where is the attack coming from? Reconnaissance plane. Where's the real-time image? Nothing found? How is that possible? With everyone's stunned expressions, the Power Angel appeared little by little where there was nothing before, raised the GN sniper rifle, pointed the muzzle at the reconnaissance plane in the sky and fired. The beam shot out, and the wings of the reconnaissance plane melted in the pink light and fell to the ground. Optical camouflage. Regardless of what the locals thought about the sudden appearance of the Power Angel, Neil just complained to Lyle, "Be careful, Lyle, don't stand there and be a target." Did it Mr. Mellon teach you a lesson? Aren't you here? Brother, I feel relieved to leave my back to you. Alice, you guy. During the communication between the two brothers, the thugs in this base were quickly slaughtered. The cherubim changed their initial standing output and kept wandering among the enemy MIS troops. Every time they moved forward a certain distance, several thugs would fall to the ground, and the several thugs that were accidentally missed would be named one by the hidden cherubim. On the other hand, the situation in the original plot, where Tieria fell directly in front of the enemy and fired at the barrage, did not appear. She used 2 GN cannons in the air to clear a safe area before landing on the ground. The GN cannons directly merged into one, and the majestic energy began to accumulate. The GN cannons on the waist unfolded, and the pink light shone at the muzzle. "The Angel, clear the thugs, troops." As the voice fell, the 3 thick beams of GN rockets and GN cannons merged into one, not only drowning the thugs in front, but also penetrating the entire base. At the same time, they began to control the Angel to turn and swept the entire base in a fan shape. Warehouses, empty weapons, etc., were all spared. In the sky, the Formula Aviation formation of AEU has come to support. Found it. The model is different from the last time, but you are also a Gundam, right? Then you must be my enemy. Remember this. The one who defeated you is me, Lord Patrick. Patrick was still as arrogant as ever, and he had no self-knowledge. Even though all countries paid enough attention to Gundam, he still rushed straight towards the Angel, and even opened an external communication to taunt. But he was facing Tieria and the Angel this time. He would not show mercy to the enemy like Setsuna, and the firepower of the Angel would not allow him to do so. The GN rocket launcher and GN cannon were charging and could not be used, but the Angel also had GN rapid-fire cannons mounted on both shoulders, which were specially used to deal with high-mobility aircraft and air defense. G653, there are enemies approaching quickly. Understood, destroy the target. Reminded by Felt, the GN rapid-fire cannons on the shoulders of the Angel began to rotate, directly locking onto the Formula formation approaching from high altitude. With the intensive gunfire, the beams shot out quickly, almost forming a line, and arrived in front of Patrick's fuselage in the blink of an eye. "I'm going to die." This was Patrick's last thought before he died, and the picture in his eyes was frozen in the screen covered by pink. Under the firepower coverage of the GN rapid-fire cannons, the Formula formation was completely smashed into pieces within a minute, exploding and falling to the ground. AEU's ace, the famous 2000th man, the so-called immortal Patrick Rasser, died in his second appearance. This is the battlefield, this is also reality, unlike the animation where there are so many flukes. Enemy reinforcements have been completely annihilated, and we are continuing our mission. Angel of Virtue has completed the first phase and has entered the second phase. Archangel has eliminated the enemy's air forces and entered the second phase. After listening to Christina and Philip's reports, the Emperor immediately issued a new order. Angel of Power and Angel of Wisdom will transfer to Mission Plan C5. Understood. What's the situation with Angel of Power? The Emperor asked. According to the scheduled plan, all members should have completed the first phase by this time, but they have not received any reports from Angel of Power. Angel of Power has completed the first phase and is preparing to. Miss Wong. Angel of Power has been surrounded by the enemy. Christina reported. How could this be? The situation has exceeded expectations. The Emperor looked at the area where Angel of Power was located. A large number of enemy signs suddenly appeared on the real-time map one after another. Angel of Power has been surrounded. Ambush? In this case. Could it be Katie? The Emperor analyzed the current situation and immediately figured out the reason why her forecast was wrong. Malin. The secret angel is on standby in the sky. Is anyone in trouble? The Exia is surrounded by the enemy. Those Ms all appeared suddenly. They should be the secret forces of the AEU, and they have been in a silent state. You will take over the first stage of the mission of Setsuna for the time being, and the Exia will directly enter the second stage. Understood. Miss Wang, what happened? Wang Lumri was originally a spectator, but now something unexpected happened, she had to ask. Well, it seems that we have met an opponent. Wang said while biting the nail of her thumb. Opponent. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the commander on the opposite side is Katie. Katie? Katie Mannequin. Wang Lumri exclaimed. Chapter 25, Operation to Capture Katamanajan. In this joint military exercise between Moralia and AEU, there is only one headquarters, which is the headquarters of PM Cedarlasto. But in fact, AEU secretly set up a second headquarters, which can only command a secret force, and this secret force is a MIS force formed by secretly drawing all the elite pilots of AEU. And their only mission is to capture a Gundam. As for the other AEU troops, they are actually a cover for this force. The existence of this force is not only unknown to Moralia and PM Cedarlasto, but also unknown to the brother troops of AEU, so the temporary sick of Shinrun did not find them at the beginning. Colonel, Lieutenant Patrick's signal has disappeared, and the support formation has been completely destroyed. Got it, the special forces maintain the original plan unchanged, and the MIS will be activated in 5 minutes to capture the sword machine. Katie Mannequin did not have any fluctuations in the death of Patrick, and still commanded the operation in an orderly manner. This is no wonder. She has not met Patrick yet. She has only heard of his name. She heard that he was a test pilot who had conducted 2,000 simulated battles. If it were not for the strong recommendation of the research department, Katie Mannequin would not have planned to transfer him to the special forces. After accepting his transfer order, he was not directly assigned to the special forces, but was first placed in the support formation to observe his ability. In Katie Mannequin's mind, a pilot who had perfectly conducted 2,000 simulated battles was far inferior to a veteran who had survived one battle. As expected, he died as soon as he appeared on the battlefield. As expected, simulated battles are simply incomparable to battlefields. People who rely on luck to get to this point are not taken care of by the goddess of luck on the battlefield. Is it really just this extent? Colonel, time is up. Begin the battle. Yes. Then let's start. Jiuzhou, our first head-on confrontation, I will not show mercy. Katie Mannequin thought as he looked at the real-time battlefield map. Horizontal ellipsis. Exa arrived at the designated location and drove the Gundam in the midst of the thugs. Perhaps because the Exa's weapons were mostly melee weapons, and the shooting skills they showed at the beginning were completely the performance of the novice, the PMC pilots became much bolder. Under the fire cover of their teammates, they rushed straight towards the Exa, hoping to capture the Exa with the advantage of numbers. The price the company offered for the Gundam was not low. Even if they only took back a part of it, it would be enough for them to live a life of wealth and glory for the rest of their lives. But to their horror, the other party realized that their shooting ability was very poor, so they put away their guns and pulled out the 6GN short knives at their waists, throwing them at the thugs, who were standing in the distance and firing. The thugs, who didn't care, were directly hid in the cockpit. Under the energy of the GN beam particles, the thugs' armor was useless and was directly penetrated like tofu. The steel cable at the end was quickly retracted, and this sudden change also attracted the attention of other thugs, and even stopped charging. This kind of absent-mindedness, even if it lasts only a second on the battlefield, is enough to be fatal. Holding two swords, the Archangel used all his strength to shuttle back and forth between the thug style. Every time he passed an enemy plane, he would be cut in half. The smooth cut could even be used as a mirror. After defeating the enemy in a few moves, Setsuna was about to start the second phase of the mission, but the detector immediately sounded the alarm. Setsuna subconsciously pulled the joystick, and the Archangel took a few steps back. Several bullets shot through the area where he had just stood. As the alarm continued to sound, more and more enemy troops were detected. Reinforcements? Miss Wang's prediction was wrong. Setsuna frowned as he watched more and more reinforcements surround him. Setsuna, can you hear me? Wang connected the communication of the Archangel. Miss Wang. Go to Mission Plan G1, skip all plans up to the 5th phase, and from the 6th phase onwards, the next mission will be taken over by Main. Understood. Setsuna would not question Wang's orders, and directly charged in the direction of the meeting point, ready to tear open an exit. But the moment Xia turned around, the troops behind her opened fire, forcing Xia to turn around and defend. Xia was not a heavy miss, and even if it had more armor, the solar furnace behind it was not covered by any armor. Once it was hit directly, it would be really over. But after turning around, the enemy in front stopped firing, and the formula behind it opened fire again, repeating over and over again. All was focusing on Xia's weaknesses and attacking. And Setsuna also found that the enemy's encirclement was constantly shrinking. I can't be entangled, otherwise, I am. Gundam. Having been in an absolute disadvantage, Setsuna finally broke out. With a loud shout, the Exa drew an elegant S-shape close to the ground, quickly approached the two, formula, turned around and drew the sword, splitting it into two, and quickly retracted the sword. 6 GN short swords were thrown, hitting two, formula, again. After retracting the GN short swords, the Exa wanted to continue to expand the breakthrough and continue the mission, but Setsuna was surprised to find that the small hole he had just torn was immediately repaired, and the enemy planes close to him quickly distanced themselves from the Exa and reformed the encirclement. The Exa was like a prey, surrounded by patient hunters, constantly consuming his physical strength, waiting for the moment when he was exhausted, and then launching a fatal attack. Damn. Setsuna could only worry in the cockpit but had no way to do anything. At this moment, dozens of beams of light fell from the sky. Each beam of light falling represented the destruction of an enemy plane, and the encirclement was immediately torn open. Setsuna, continue the mission, and leave the rest to me. Okay. After taking a look at the secret angel that was falling from the sky, Setsuna pulled the joystick and rushed to the junction. Colonel. It's the feather machine. The sword machine successfully broke through. Tisk, is it really there? Kadi Mannequin gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. It's not that she hadn't considered that the secret angel would appear, but unless a large force was deployed in advance to suppress the long-range firepower, there was no way to fight against the secret angel. And she read the battle record of the secret angel in Talibaya countless times, and finally confirmed a fact that the driver of the secret angel was Yang Hui. So she looked at the secret angel that appeared on the screen with a complicated look. On the one hand, she didn't want to attack Yang Hui, and on the other hand, although she was the new supervisor of Heavenly Man, she had to do her best to determine whether Heavenly Man had the ability and determination to implement the reform. Colonel, what should we do? Kadi Mannequin's absent-minded thinking was interrupted, and she immediately gave up the capture plan and ordered all troops to retreat. Yes. The AAU pilots who received the order also breathed a sigh of relief. If they encountered other Gundams, they still had confidence under the command of Kadi Mannequin, but facing the secret angel, they really did not have the courage to take action. Retreat? It's you, Kadi, who fought calmly, accurately grasped every change, and made the most accurate judgment. Yang Hui looked at the retreating enemy and did not pursue them, but looked in another direction. Okay, now it's time to clean up their asses, and deal with a group of rats in advance. I won't touch Sasses, but it's better to clean up his men first. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.